is a choke point. Being till you break from the pressure, that's an old joint. Remain unsolved like a cold case. I'm cocking the aggression, that's the workplace. Yo, it's probably too late to be thinking about a life sign. Unload hate like I never need the right time. Not for the bait, I don't resonate with like minds. Letting off the air from your pipeline. Play some more. You think you're winning when I'm coming here to settle scores. Playing with life till it's something that I can't endorse. Bow down, no, I'm making sure it's back and forth. Reckless abandon, no remorse. To annihilate, I can't be stopped. When it falls down, I remain on top. Live by it, die by it. I got one goal, create a chokehold. Coming to annihilate, I can't be stopped. When it falls down, I remain on top. Live by it, die by it. I got one goal, create a chokehold. Dominate, dominate. You wanna breathe? Well, I can't relate. Can't relate. Being wheels, then I let them break. Let them break. You wanna win? Don't hesitate. This how you get them in a chokehold. Modified for abundance and conscience. What you got is nonsense. Talk about redundant, wanted. Believing no ability to function. Everyone's an alpha until a predator becomes a hunted. I'm not back in the corner, I'm hungry. I got a mean swing like Otani. Say you pay a price just for playing. You would need a lot more of this inflation. Caught on the differences, pushing through it with emphasis. Exclamations, no sentences, got me doing my diligence. Potential is limitless, I'm just adding the stimulus. If I come in to start it, then I'm a mission to finish it up. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it till it's gone. Coming to annihilate, I can't be stopped. When it falls down, I remain on top. Live by it, die by it. I got one goal, create a chokehold. Coming to annihilate, I can't be stopped. When it falls down, I remain on top. Live by it, die by it. I got one goal, create a chokehold. Dominate, dominate. You wanna breathe? Well, I can't relate. Can't relate. Being wheels, then I let them break. Let them break. You wanna win? Don't hesitate. This how you get them in a chokehold. Dominate, dominate. You wanna breathe? Well, I can't relate. Can't relate. Being wheels, then I let them break. Let them break. You wanna win? Don't hesitate. This how you get them in a chokehold.
Every struggle feels like an endless fight, but the flame in my heart will burn bright. In this fight, we'll rise. No fear, no retreat, no back way. Stay together, locked and loaded. Be the enemy inside. I love the future. We're on the front line. 你胸不能成败。I love the future. We're ready to shine. 现在解锁未来，放下失败的过往，不再彷徨，勇敢去飞翔。I love the future. Whatever it takes， 放手去追。This is our life. Stars are falling, tracing dreams anew. Even when I stumble, I'll rise too. We stand tall, we conquer all. Through the smoke and shadows, no looking back, I'll forge my way. Reclaim our fate. I love the future. We're on the front line. 你胸不能成败。I love the future. We're ready to shine. 现在解锁未来，放下失败的过往，不再彷徨，勇敢去飞翔。I love the future. Whatever it takes， 放手去追。This is our life. 未来此刻证明。I love the future， 围绕的放来，英雄不论成败。I love the future，We're ready to shine， 现在解锁未来，放下失败的过往，不再彷徨，勇敢去飞翔。I love the future，whatever it takes， 放手去追。This is our life，
往家顶，往家顶，别在后边待着，就往前走。停止这样，不能一个雷炸就2气。我现在是一批 CF 端游的投资人，以前是一名职业选手，这个行业也大家都很了解了。从职业选手转型一位投资人做一个管理，可能是对我很大一个考量。有道具。我主要是给他们一些以前我那些宝贵的经验吧，就像比赛的经验，还有做职业选手该有的态度。
对我来说，帮助挺大的吧。然后没事教我打游戏啥的。遇到比赛遇到问题的时候，他就会来，教我，或者是告诉我一些游戏里的内容，让我提升吧。
就我经常会学习他比赛会分析嘛，然后我就会看，然后哪做的不好的会去思想从他的角度来。
这把3个人地道奖，你们从现在开始，你们打。在我作为职业选手，肯定是拿冠军的时刻才是最高光的时刻。当16年和17年吧，那2年都是把所有的冠军包揽了，所有重要赛事、大的比赛的冠军都包揽了，让我在那2年达到了我 CF 职业选手时期的高光时刻。当然，我从刚开始打职业一直到退役，都其实还挺顺利的吧，感觉最开始就有贵人帮助我，后期成长为一个带领队伍的队长，再到后来即将退役，也有很多兄弟们那种不舍，其实在我看来都是高光。这个过程并不只是拿冠军才是高光，有很多发生的事情，相处的队友和兄弟们也属于我的高光。
Ladies and gentlemen, BG。
那心情真的是分很多种，第一种吧，我很怀念，就是很怀念自己作为一个职业选手，我非常喜欢职业选手这个身份。相比于老板，相比于管理者，我更喜欢我自己是一个职业选手的样子。我更喜欢去在赛场上拼搏，去做一个电竞选手，就是展现我自己激情和热血的一面。我感觉这个是最适合我的。那肯定是这辈子也忘不了的事。自己能不能力大如果没得了的话，是不是直接 rush 保卫得的话就是防 rush A 区？如果前锋得的话就是保卫防保卫打比赛的，上来这么重要的比赛，第一把能秒杀。我看比赛呢，直播呀，这败就是决赛。因为我是一个 CF 的赛事主播因为所有的 CF 的比赛我都会观看，特别是像这种重要的，而且要投入100%、200%的精力去看。一个是分析比赛带自己的粉丝去看比赛，再一个就是直播也是我的一项工作。被叫一批大哥，太惨了！这波 ROB 前锋 ROB 也好 ROB， 我感觉心情都是围绕着 CF 变化呢，只是从一个身份转变到另一个身份，去努力适应这个角色。心情倒是比之前更沉稳了，因为毕竟年龄也大了，到了一个该做自己突破的时刻。现在呢是另一种身份，以前是队长，现在是管理者。队长跟管理者有很大的区别。比如说以前只看眼下的比赛，现在要看未来的自己的队伍的发展和规划。 对我来说是很大的挑战，自己在这方面的能力肯定也是要慢慢去学习。我觉得我的青春都在 CF 上面了，也这些粉丝的青春也有很多在这款游戏 CF 上面，很感谢他们从我打比赛一路支持我，CF 成就了我也想把我自己剩余的力量，就是还有很多能发光发热的，就是奉献给 CF， 也希望粉丝们一直以来支持我的也能一路陪伴我走到最后，感谢。
Now just 8 teams remain to fight towards the World Championship title of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. Here in the knockout stage, well, the winners, they will progress on their journey to glory.
They're gonna give it a go. They're gonna get going, but stopping them is gonna be Goken finding the opening frame with YG, making a double, and all things are looking not so good for Q9. Goken with another great shot.
Plays on both sides. B completely open. B, he's got to win this duel. He does, but now has to turn back around. Goken!
Also going to spot a bunch of the members out here. Okay, well that was Viana, the one guy left. Picks up one, gives himself a chance, pushing in.
At the start of these rounds, but it seems like Teamwork makes Dreamwork in this site, but they're gonna have to go straight into the site. They cannot fight door. GTSC is gonna go down.
There we go.
There it is.
Oh, they held for him. They did a little check.
Got Rambo waiting for it. Can't deal with animals though. This is already falling apart for Imperial. It seems they're chucked down a little bit by a grenade. Here's Al back out through the smoke. He's going to try and be the hero, and he can't quite be. Dola on the board now.
Hello, CROSSFIRE Esports fans all around the world. Welcome to Day 8 of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. I'm your host, Matt Andrews. We're playing on the stage here in Hangzhou in China. And this is where yesterday's amazing knockout matches began. So the first match yesterday was between China's Q9 club and the Brazilians' antisocial team, and the Brazilians clean swept the rising star of China 3-0, showing their raw passion and international experience is what you need to compete on a global stage like this. Then in the second game, Wolf Empire were playing against Imperial Esports, and that was super intense, with rounds being traded back and forth. And Imperial really wanted the win and the revenge after they lost to Wolf at the CFS Summer Championships earlier this year. They didn't get it. Instead, Wolf Empire won 3-1, and they proceed to the playoffs in 2 days' time on our big stage in our big stadium. Who will join them there? Well, today we have a collision between the last two remaining Chinese teams, and our representatives from EU MENA will play the last of the Brazilians for the last of the spots in the playoffs. So, epic matches ready to take place right here for the last time on this stage. And we'll begin with a head-to-head clash between our Chinese teams. Can Evolution Power Gaming surpass both the teams who beat them in the regional finals and be the only Chinese team into the grand final playoffs? Or there's CHENGDU All Gamers. They've been in the last 3 grand finals. They don't intend to stop now. These teams are ready to find out who's going to the stadium. We must unlock the future! First, we welcome the top seed of their Group C, Evolution Power Gaming! Their opponents, we welcome the CFPL Overlords, CHENGDU All Gamers! Who goes one step further and proudly represents the CFPL at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals? Let's find out. Let's unlock the future!
Well, it's the final day of the knockout stage, and it's going to be a big one as we dive into the last 2 remaining games even of what I guess could be considered the group stage. After this, we're into the playoffs, we're into the arena, and obviously there's a whole lot more going on when it gets to that stage. But we have a couple of matches to get through first, and of course Bench and Valdez here joining me for the first one of the day. Things getting quite interesting as we get to jump into another Chinese derby. Fellas, how are we feeling today? Feeling good? Feeling ready?
Feeling great. Shout out to Matt Andrews for that awesome intro. Playing the game, showing off his stuff. Really nice celebration. You know, 10 out of 10 from me for sure. But yeah, I'm really excited to see which Chinese team is going to be the only one that's left in the top 4 and who's really going to be fighting and have the support of the entire nation behind them as well. So it's going to be a big honor for them, whoever can make it through this one best-of-5.
Yeah, indeed. Every possibility that we do get a team from every major region remaining as well, depending on how that second game of the day goes. But before we have too much of a discussion around that, let's give a quick shout out, of course, to Smartgate Entertainment for hosting this tournament, and also a special mention to our partner Tencent for all the help putting it together. We'd also like to give a special thank you to Sony InZone, the official partner of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals knockout stage, for their incredible support. The Sony InZone gaming headsets and monitors, backed by Sony's cutting-edge gaming and audiovisual technology, were developed in collaboration with professional players to help you fight for greatness. Designed to win.
Yeah, and a special thanks to our partner Morphling for giving the tremendous support for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals knockout stage. The Morphling L50 gaming chair introduces groundbreaking dynamic support technology with the air-operated lumbar support that adjusts using a lift lever. It's specially designed for those with lower back discomfort, such as bench, as he's mentioned many times.
Yes.
Morphling, reach your throne.
Hit the gym a couple of times last night, didn't you, Bench?
Yeah, since yesterday, unfortunately for Q9, Antisocial was able to somehow juice out 3 maps in a row. I was able to hit the gym for a couple hours, but since we were able to fly through the first 2 matches, we are left with 2 more games, like you mentioned. And, of course, the first one is going to be the Chinese Derby. Least expected, not gonna lie, because Wolf Empire was able to take down All Gamers, and then All Gamers had to leave their groups and the 2nd seed. And then things get very dicey for the Chinese region to try to stay in the tournament here, right?
Yeah, I would say for me, big surprise yesterday, obviously Antisocial getting that 3-0 over Q9. Wolf Empire getting the win over Imperial I don't think was too unsurprising. In fact, the fashion in which it played out, honestly, really quite in line with expectations. A 3-1, yeah, Imperial were good enough to grab themselves a map, as we saw back at Summer Championship as well, but they just couldn't really deliver across the board against Wolf Empire. So, you know, one upset, one maybe expected matchup. Are we going to get the same kind of result today? I think there's every possibility, right? Especially in this Evolution Power and All Gamers matchup. Look, I think on paper it really does favor All Gamers, just in terms of that that kind of history, I suppose, pedigree, legacy, whatever have you. But it's not impossible to imagine that Evolution Power could win this series.
I mean, they've done it before in the CFPL, in one map at least, but then they did eventually go down to AG as well. You were taking a look at some of those stats earlier on, Elfish, and I mean, it seems like this team, Evolution Power, they have the ability to take down AG from time to time, but AG has been kind of the more consistent top Chinese team. And I think, to be honest, I think they do have a higher ceiling, right? I think they do have a higher chance of actually beating some of the best teams in the tournament. So for me, selfishly, you know, in order to have the best Chinese team, I think I would like to see All Gamers get through, but again, you got to perform today. We've seen that Q9 wasn't really able to perform. They got punished for that. If All Gamers, who have been kind of shaky so far in this tournament, if they don't perform to their top level, I could easily see Evolution Power immediately pounce on it.
Yeah, having a look at some of the stats over the first sort of week or so of the competition, you can see a decent conversion rate there for All Gamers, right? When they get that first kill, when they open the round up, they are the best at converting it, but look right behind them is Evolution Power. So pretty impressive statistics from both of those two teams. What's your take on this matchup on a more sort of overall, overarching sense, Bench? Is it in
Blench.
Yeah,
is it in the blender? But yeah,
Blanche.
Evolution Power Gaming, as you can see on the first kill ratio, they're not far behind. They're only behind by 2%, and that's not a lot of a difference. And just like you mentioned, in CFPL, Evolution Power Gaming was able to take down All Gamers once in a while. So yeah, like, it's going to be a very tight head-to-head matchup between these two teams, but I feel like now that All Gamers are out from the group stage, we've always kind of like shined light on how All Gamers is that one team who would kind of dunk on the group stages, just barely get out. And then when you're now getting into the real business of best out of fives, they really do shine very, very bright. But let's go take a look at the KD standings, and of course it's going to be ZY. But anyone else on the board here?
I'm just astounded that Dolar's not there. I don't understand how Dolar's not inside this top 5. I've seen him drop 2 or 3 15-5 or 20-5 maps, and I'm like, where is he on these? Like, surely he's got a higher KD. I don't know. Maybe he had an absolute stinker of a map somewhere in there, and that's kind of dragging him down.
Maybe that first match where they went 10-7, 10-7 against Swamp.
Right.
Maybe he was like not really playing that well, trying to like entry into Famous or something and dying over and over. I don't really remember, but I feel like he should be up there, but not meant to be. We mentioned Evolution Power Gaming versus All Gamers. That's our first match today. We are going to have 3BL versus Vasco for our second match, which, you know, probably favoring 3BL for that one, but we've seen some upsets already.
Yeah, it's hard really to say, isn't it? Because I think coming into it, the expectation for the entire event really is West League teams probably not going to do too well. We actually saw them at the bottom of the barrel. All three of the West League teams were the 3 lowest placed teams last year. Even they got outplaced by Kungana, the North American seed. So there's a discussion to be had there, obviously. But I think for me, the West League and 3BL in particular have really stepped up this year and gone above and beyond. So maybe that narrative's starting to change. We'll see how that goes when we get to see them play against Vasco later on today, if they can keep completing the dream run that we've been seeing from them. But first, we've obviously got to get through this Evolution Power and All Gamers matchup, and we'll take a look here at Evolution Power. And the stats, honestly, are looking pretty good across the board here for Evolution Power. But I don't know, I just have this feeling that Evolution Power maybe just don't have that same peak that some of the other teams at this competition do. Maybe that's because we haven't really seen it from them. Maybe that's because I'm biased after having watched them at Summer Championships and not really being very impressed with what I saw there. There's a few things potentially playing into it, but what's your take here, Bench? I mean, is Evolution Power a team that can actually win this series?
I mean, Evolution Power, like in their own rights, they are a strong team, but coming into this tournament in this offline land, they did end up losing and dropping a couple maps here and there, and those kind of little weaknesses, so to speak, really just tells me that this team may not be the one to complete the challenge to take the trophy. But, you know, if they're able to go back to the drawing board and fix those little problems, then they do definitely stand a standing chance. But let's go take a look at All Gamers. This team having a slower start coming to this tournament, but we will have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to sort of touch on this for a second with All Gamers. It's been obviously a bit of a rebuild period for them. Coming through from last year, losing Even and ZQ in particular, two really, really big losses for that roster. But I don't know if they've necessarily been able to find a significantly positive kind of replacement. Looking at the sort of the guys that they've kind of been cycling through this year, I feel like they've been struggling, and even having a look at the stats in that page just there. And also, again, like the eye test for All Gamers, the peak level that we've seen them hit, it doesn't really feel like the same All Gamers as what we had last year. Are you kind of on that same train of thought?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen that throughout this year as well. You know, I don't think that All Gamers is really the dominant force that they used to be. I mean, they fell to Wolf Empire here in the group stage. We've seen that even their stats you were talking about, like the fact that their global risk side is so much better than their blacklist side. Like, they only have a 40% win rate on blacklist as All Gamers, right? Like, just think about that compared to their stats in the past, where they used to be a very strong attacking team. They still have ZY. He's definitely a big carry for this team. I was very impressed by what YH was able to do the last time out, but again, that was against Team Lotus, so, you know, it's not exactly the best opponent. In terms of, you know, best of 5, I would still have to favor AG. I think that Evolution Power, you know, they could take games here and there, but really, Evolution Power have been pretty consistent. I think this really comes down to how well or how poorly AG are going to play on today, because if they play well, they should be able to take this 3-1, 3-0 even. Yeah. If they kind of struggle, then maybe Evolution Power just run away.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's down to those two newer players. I think 1222 and Gia, we really have to see a bit of an uptick from them, because for ZY, Jue, and Du, you know, they're very obviously still able to compete at this level. We've seen them do it in the past. They're the ones that are kind of leading from the front as well in terms of the stats in this event. So I think the core of All Gamers still looks kind of good, but I just don't know if they've settled on the 5 that they really can dominate the competition with.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, for the new players to, you know, feel good about their mentality and all that, and on top of just setting the momentum, I feel like whichever team is able to take the first map might just lead out from there and just finish it on the get-go. And as you can see on the match history, like, it's not very tight. Of course, like, for the group stage, it's 2-1, but for the best out of 5, it's mostly 3-1, or it's not on here, but I believe there was that one series they had to go 3-0 for one of the rounds, but...
Right. Well, I mean, look, All Gamers, I suppose, in the more recent head-to-head have actually been able to get over Evolution Power. In the Summer Champs, I don't think you can really read into that one too much. That Summer Champs group stage result 2-0 for all gamers. Evolution Power just didn't really look like the team that they should be. They were playing with a substitute, so that one I think you can cut out. But regular season matches, definitely important. The group stages and obviously the regional finals as well for all gamers. All looking relatively solid there, at least in the more recent history. So, you know, again, we're talking about all gamers coming in probably as the favorites, but I think the argument to be made is that this is definitely not a cut and dry kind of a result. This is not one where we're going, all gamers definitely going to win, which is a far cry from what we would have been saying last year, I think. The only exception would have been in the matchup between all gamers and Baisha, but in every other case, it was pretty much all gamers all the time. Remember the gamers against X-Rock, we would have said, look, all gamers definitely in that one, just even based on the eye test. But right now, yeah, I think this is very representative of the way that not only we feel, but even just the general sentiment from everybody around the world that's working on this event. It feels like this is a real kind of a toss-up. This is a real 50-50.
This feels like the first time we've had the Chinese talents not go for all the same team. All it took was 2 Chinese teams to go head-to-head for them to, you know, pick both sides. And I think that's fair. I think you could make arguments for EP winning. I think you can make arguments for AG. I think all of us here kind of just believe in all gamers' ability to be that consistent team, especially in best of fives, and really like turn it up a notch when it comes to these higher pressure situations compared to EP, who they have experience in their roster as well, but it's AG after all. Even the newer members, I think, should be able to rise to the plate. They were able to do it in regional finals. I think that's why we went for them across the board.
Yeah, I mean, for me, from my perspective, I think all gamers have the stronger core 3. Like, I do personally believe that ZY, Jue, and Du, as a core 3, might still be one of, if not the best core 3s that exists in this competition. You know, that's even taking into account teams like Wolf Empire, teams like, obviously, Evolution Power, who might be up in that discussion at this point in time. But yeah, I don't know. It's really just a case of how those other 2 guys kind of fit in and work their way through this incredibly high pressure match, and then also if they do make it into the playoffs, that's another different sort of kettle of fish as well. I wouldn't be hugely surprised, honestly, if all gamers do go through and make it into the playoffs, but don't actually finish as the champions. If we were to see, you know, if we were to see that case, I would expect actually changes again for all gamers. I don't think this has been the clean run that all gamers would have hoped it for, especially without Baisha here. Like, Baisha and all gamers, they used to butt heads a lot. And they were like clearly the 2 best teams in China for a while. And now that Baisha's kind of fallen off, all gamers in theory should be looking at that and thinking, well, now's finally our time. We don't have to deal with Baisha anymore, who's a team that keeps beating us at these big events. Unfortunately, they've also sort of fallen off. Maybe not to the same extent that Baisha did, but they also have not had the same success and dominance that Baisha did in previous years. So it feels like maybe all gamers missing a little bit of a trick, but not being able to nail down that talent that's really going to lock things in as all gamers is the #1 team in the world. But that may still be a storyline that changes over the next couple of days as we do make our way forward into those playoffs. But first, having to get over the line against Evolution Power is definitely not going to be easy.
Yeah, and just like how Feng mentioned now, there's only going to be 1 Chinese team that will make it into the semifinals, and of Evolution Power, of the matchup between Evolution Power and all gamers, I do feel like Evolution Power might just come out on top by a little margin, but moving on into the further stages of the grand finals, I feel like all gamers will have a better chance of actually reaching the throne on top of Evolution Power. Like, sure, within the region, Evolution Power may be just a little bit better than all gamers, but in these situations where you have to fight against other regions, all gamers might just be better in doing so.
Maybe.
Well, Bench, you were talking about reaching their throne. They're sitting on Morphling chairs, so they've already reached their throne.
Both teams.
Yeah, exactly. We saw the map comparison there. Chinese teams don't play Mexico. That's just the way it is. Yeah. We are going to have one of them ban Mexico almost definitely. I do wonder who feels like they'd like to ban Mexico. Maybe they just don't.
Maybe no one
And they're
does.
like, okay, Game 5, we'll just play on Mexico
it's possible.
if we have to.
It is.
Because I think there are other maps that you have to ban.
This is the concept that we have in TAC FPSs, which, you know, I don't know how much familiarity you guys have with this as a concept, but it's called...
I never casted a TAC FPS
have you heard the
so.
term veto chicken before?
Yeah,
okay.
Of course, yeah.
All right, so this is veto chicken. This is basically where we're at. And for those viewers maybe that don't understand that, it's you both know that you both don't play that map. So someone at some point is going to have to pick or ban that map. But you basically play veto chicken and you try to force the other guy to do it before you. Yeah. Here's AG. They've thrown down the gauntlet. They said, we don't want to play sub-base. You ban Mexico. Now Evolution Power has that question of, should we ban Mexico? Have all gamers kind of got that as a pocket pick because they've left it open in this series? Do we really want to risk it? Yes, apparently we do. We're going to get rid of Eagle Eye. They're gambling on the fact now that All Gamers does not also want to play Mexico. So we'll see whether or not maybe there's going to be some wild, outrageous pick here from All Gamers. But I suspect the Veto Chicken is going to play out such that we get Mexico as that decided map. But we'll see.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it would be very strange for AG or Evolution Power to just go ahead and pick Mexico. I don't think that really makes a lot of sense. Black Widow does make a lot of sense. I think that you've got guys like Do, like GA on your roster who can, sub-om. I think this should be a stronger map for the side of AG, and I think it's a very good idea to go ahead and pick it first to start off very strong in the best of 5.
So just going back to your Veto Chicken, I feel like if any of these teams really prepped for Mexico, they will pick it within the first 3 maps.
Yeah.
If it ends up being map 5, then it's just the way it is, and it's going to be Ankara for map 2, so we'll have to wait and see where early goes. But yeah, Ankara is also one of the maps that is played very many times in the Chinese region, so both teams should feel pretty confident going into this map.
Yeah, look, obviously it's a fine enough pick for Evolution Power, but we know that Ankara is a map that All Gamers is quite proficient on. They play it a lot. They played it a lot even in this event, so just having a look at those first 2 maps, I don't hate them at all. In fact, as a starting 3, if we're looking at a world where, obviously a 3-0 is a conversation, this map pool actually feels like it might facilitate that pretty nicely. We haven't really seen Evolution Power on Compound at this event so far. Subbase has been quite good for All Gamers. Obviously, Compound has been quite good for them as well. And Ankara it's a map that All Gamers likes to play. So, like, Evolution Power is kind of playing into All Gamers' hands by picking up that Ankara.
Yeah, this can happen when, by the way, Mexico 5th map. Not a big surprise there. Port, the only other choice. So Evolution Power will have that there for map 4. But yeah, I feel like in a match where both teams are kind of similar in their play style, it will benefit the team that gets that first pick of the map to kind of control the pace of it all. And yeah, I'm kind of liking All Gamers' position in this one, especially that Black Widow first pick. If they can start off strong there, we talked about how this could just go 3-0 for them real quick, and I'm excited to see what they've got prepared there. And if EP can actually stand up to this team in a best of 5, they did fall 3-1 in the regional finals. And now it's their chance to try to get revenge against All Gamers and try to, reach their throne in a sense over All Gamers and be the new Chinese team on top.
But the map band pick, it's very default, I would say. Like, you play the most even maps on the first 3 games, and then you move into Port, and then Mexico. So it's like kind of piping down into the higher variance maps towards the latter part of this series. Yeah, I mean, on paper, it does look just the way that All Gamers are going to have a bit of an edge on top of Evolution Power, but we'll have to wait and see what really is going to be played out, since Evolution Power, they have practiced, they have some decent results in the group stages, and maybe that could just translate into a win against All Gamers.
So last time they played against each other in those regional finals, map pool was Black Widow, Subbase, Eagle Eye, Compound, Port. A little bit of a change up here with Eagle Eye getting banned this time around.
I guess Mexico, Ankara got banned last time?
Yeah, Ankara must have gotten banned last time. Mexico was in the pool, and Port remainder didn't end up getting played. But it was Black Widow, Eagle Eye, Compound that were picked up by All Gamers. All the maps, though, with the exception of Compound, which was a 10-3, were pretty close. 10-7, 10-8 in the other maps, whichever way you paint it. So actually, yeah, again, a fairly decent opportunity that this is a fairly close series. I guess that Eagle Eye Evolution Power kind of looked at that and said, maybe that's the one map that we don't really feel like we're going to be able to get this one over the line. But aside from that, they think that they can beat them on Black Widow. They think they can beat them on the Subbase. They think they can beat them maybe on the Compound, which, again, based on that last matchup, maybe isn't a super promising prospect, but only a slight change in the map veto here. Evolution Power will be looking at that last series thinking, maybe we didn't play our A game. Let's not make too many massive sweeping changes to this veto. Let's kind of just take it to All Gamers, back ourselves on the stage, and see if today will be our day.
Got a lot of Jayo yells behind us from both sides. Not at each other, because we don't have Viana on the stage anymore, but we'll have to wait and see how this Chinese clash does go as we hop on a Black Widow for map number 1.
Map number 1 is going to be Black Widow, and it is Evolution Power that's going to be starting off on that blacklist side. And already trying to put a bit of pressure on that box room. They've pushed 1-2-2-2 away.
1,222.
1,222. But like I said, Jay's going to pick up that double arm alongside with Do to apply maximum pressure for the long-range duels. And Evolution Power is going to take this round in a slow fashion. We thought a possible rush could come out towards B, but eventually no one is going to run into the box room after the utils being spent on the side of AG.
Definitely looking towards GA to step up his game a little bit. I feel like he's been a bit hit or miss, and I like that he gets to start on compound and play with the Alm. I feel like this is actually his strength, even though this was the weapon that I feel like he was struggling on. So definitely get to see early on if he's going to have a big impact, especially if he's holding down B, and if Evolution Power can figure that out, maybe try to isolate him on that site and perhaps try to push it. You can see there is a big stack on the A site here from the side of AG, and it's kind of like 3 guys all in a row. It's not even like they're spread out, just really trying to absorb pressure on that site. They've got 1-2-2-2 in mid behind the doors. We've seen some players spam that exact spot. We'll see if Evolution Power do the same.
A massive firing squad set up from All Gamers over on A, but it's a very reserved approach from both teams to start off this map. Evolution Power sort of back, for the most part, towards the BL spawn for a large majority of this round, and All Gamers not doing any kind of pushes. They're also very, very passive back in their sites, really holding the sites rather than any kind of extra territory. The only player that's pushed forward is that guy behind the mid doors, but even that is a fairly passive position, and Gia, he needed to hit that shot. He's the only defender on B. He's already answered the call quite nicely. 1-2-2-2 on the timing, pushes his way into middle, and grabs himself a pickup, but he might even be able to win the round here, depending on what happens with that C4 cross. 1-2-2-2, not going to challenge for it. Overall, good start to the round for All Gamers.
They will get the C4 planted, but Evolution Power is down a player as YCK was able to take down Jay, who was crouch peeking on towards window. He's going to be the one holding for the flank, but unfortunately, all Gamers are going to be coming right in from mid-connector. There's a trade kill from Mino. Do goes down, and he's going to find a double kill all down to the hands of Joy, and 1-2-2-2. Bomb timer down half. Mino will be taken out. YZK quickly finds a trade frag. That's all down to the 1v1, but right now, YZK, the guy has been clutching up for his team, and he has been holding the angles, but 1-2-2-2 is going to swing that quickly enough. Wow. It looks like we might just have enough time to defuse the C4, and All Gamers are somehow going to find a round here.
It's a great round from 1-2-2-2. We sort of highlighted the kind of new kids on the block, in a sense, have not really stepped up in the same way at this event as the more veteran players on that All Gamers roster, but if 1-2-2-2 can come out the gates with a round like that and replicate that to a reasonable degree, then All Gamers suddenly go from looking like, you know, maybe a 3-man roster filled out by a couple of newbies to something a little bit more than that. Huge round, nice clutch. He got some important impact frags at the start of the round as well, so he's kind of done it all there. A positive sign for All Gamers, but I kind of felt like that round got a little closer than I might have hoped given the start for All Gamers. It looked like a very dominant start to the round, but ends up actually having to go down to the 1v1 clutch. So you can read into it whichever way you want, but I think both teams can walk away from that one not feeling too bad about it.
Yeah, I think that YZK very crucial on that push, by the way. Him being able to take down GA in the window, not an easy shot to hit. They're also running double Alm from the Blacklist side, so he needs to have that impact to actually get them onto the site. As you see a little bit of a push out here from 1-2-2-2. Going to be pushed back. Very passive play here from Evolution Power. But yeah, you know, that was a decent push from the side of Evolution Power. Definitely could have gone their way had they just picked up an extra kill. Shout out to Minnow as well on the site, holding down against 2.
Evolution Power, after failing to take B, is going to look towards going for A. On the previous round, All Gamers had a huge triple stack on towards the bomb site, but this time around, it's only going to be J. Probably supported by 1-2-2-2, just in case if an aggression comes his way, he can always walk up top onto the bomb site from the catwalk.
Very different setup, though, this time from All Gamers. They've got a lot of info pushed out of B and out of mid. They can see that there's nothing really happening over there, so they will surely now be anticipating something towards A. Gia should be ready for this peak. Ducks his head down at the wrong time. Timing's horrendous there for
so
Gia.
unlucky.
Actually unbelievable.
I mean, what do you even say? That was so unlucky.
Is this real life?
No, just the perfect
are
timing
we living in the dream here
from Evolution Power. Absolutely planned.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate for All Gamers. They should have had all of their ducks in a row for this round, but now tasked with a pretty impossible retake, frankly. Having to go over bridge. There's a smoke up. They do at least get a couple of kills back on in, and ZY and Zhui will try to be the heroes here.
Wow.
So far, they're actually doing quite a bit of work. The riflers, at the moment, for All Gamers are stepping up, but it's too much to ask in the end. Had it only been maybe one entry instead of two for Evolution Power, that was a round for All Gamers, you feel.
That must be heartbreaking.
Yeah,
for
that's
All
a rough
Gamers,
one.
especially for Jay. The timing was just so unfortunate. Like, I mean, he could have just continued to like press control, but he decided to duck for a couple seconds more, and maybe that decided the fate of the round, pretty much.
Yeah, like you're mentioning, you know, it can be better to just spam it so that you can see them coming in. So maybe a slight mistake from him. But also, for All Gamers, you know, remember the round before, they had 3 people on the A side. This time, when the push comes in very slowly and very quietly, they've only got 1 person, and he ducks at the exact wrong time. So it feels like a bit of a unluckiness on top of unluckiness. You know, that can happen. But a bit unfortunate for them. Nice play from Evolution Power to get on top of the site and at least lock it down. They're playing a very passive style of CROSSFIRE, really expecting AG to be the ones to push into them here in the beginning of Black Widow.
And All Gamers is fine with it. They will have the timer burnt down, because even for the first round, the C4 was planted with like 6 seconds left on the clock, and the second round, of course, was a lot faster, but still, it was below the minute mark. And now, moving to round number 3, all players, every single player from Evolution Power is going to be looking towards spawn, looking towards the entrance of A. And there's only a minute left onto the timer. The C4 is yet to be picked up too. It's just dropped by spawn.
This is what Evolution Power have done pretty much every round so far. They're playing a very, 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 very slow style. And again, if All Gamers start to recognize that, I think we might see them look to take a little bit more space on this GR side in the similar vein that they did last round. I actually think the way AG played it last round was quite good, quite fine. Just they got a little bit unlucky on the timing, and that's going to happen. But a bit more of a passive approach this time from them. Big stack. It's going to work out. They get a little bit lucky with the stack on A, but they still have to hit their shots, and so far, not quite paying off. Minnow's just absolutely walked his way into the site and said, "This is mine." Du gets 1. That's not enough, obviously. Minnow's having a really nice match so far. 5-1, and a lot of those kills are entry frags.
Pause already coming in. AG, coach, not happy with what he sees. And I think there does need to be something said about the style that EP is playing and how AG's defense and their defaults aren't going to work well into this, right? If you're sitting back, you're getting no information, and the enemy is playing very passively, and when they do push, they're not making any noise, you're just going to have no idea where they are until the last moment, the very last second, and unless you just react extremely quickly, you're going to lose the firefight. So EP, they've identified the defaults. They're playing it very nicely as this round is over. Not even going to try. And I think AG need to kind of go back to the playbook here, because right now, strategically, it feels like EP have their number.
Yeah. It's kind of what I'm talking about, though, with AG. It's like, you see the way they're playing, you look at it and you go, this should be better than what it is. You know, it on paper, I think they should be 3-0 right now in terms of the setups that they've had. The start they had in the first round, it ended up being a close round. Luckily that they clutched, and that's the only round that they've gotten. But I would, if you would, you know, freeze frame the map at 1 minute or 45 seconds remaining in every single one of those rounds, look at that, and I would tell you from that point, I'd say AG wins this round because of X and Y reasons. First one is they've got a lot of information with that push out. They know that they're coming mid, coming A, but they get a bit unlucky with the Gia crouch spam. Okay, that happens. Then the next round, they have a 3-stack on the A side, and they still can't win that round. So it's like, what's going wrong here for All Gamers? And it's something that we've sort of seen pop up a little bit throughout this event, even at Summer Championships as well. It's like they're still playing a good brand of CROSSFIRE. Like the way that they're reading the game seems to be, as a general rule, correct. But for some reason, they're not being able to convert those rounds. They're not able to execute on that. And it just feels like there's some X factor missing for All Gamers that used to be there. And is that ZQ? Is that even, you know, that extra veteran presence there? that's maybe lacking for All Gamers? Is it stage fright? I don't know. But I hope that that's not going to be a recurring thing for this series, because in that case, All Gamers may well just bow out in a fairly disappointing fashion. All Gamers, to me, are looking like the better team, even though they're down 2-1. Like, Minno's just sort of like walking all over them in these rounds. So it's like, what? Where is that coming from?
Yeah.
Tech issue.
And now we're gonna
Doesn't help.
develop into a technical pause. Should be fixed soon since no players are taking off their headphones. But yeah, going back to what you were mentioning, 3-stack on A. Sure, you may lose rounds here and there against 5 players pushing into you, but the thing is, even if you may still lose the round, still lose the bomb site, you will. The 3-stack should be able to take down 2 or 3 players.
Yeah.
But the last round they lost, it was only due on the bomb site after basically baiting 2 of his teammates, was able to only find 1 kill. And just talking about that means that the 2 players that died before just wasn't able to provide any form of, you know, support to his team. The first guy, I don't know if it was Dre, but the first guy on the side of AG got tapped instantly by Evolution Power. The second guy, sure, he was trying to juggle with the boxes, but he had to cover 2 different angles, down towards long, down towards catwalk. Had nowhere else to go, but eventually was sprayed down, and then Do, of course, using the truck, was trying to make the best out of it. Got the first guy, but Zay swung in the right time, and he went down. So the 3-stack basically got disassembled in a blink of an eye without being able to put out much of a stubborn fight.
It was far easier for Evolution Power to break open that site than what it should have been, is the takeaway.
Yeah, I still think the fact that EP are playing it so quietly makes it a lot more difficult for AG to be ready for it. Like, they had enough info, as you were saying, Elfish, to kind of know that a push is coming at some point here within the next 10 seconds, but it's almost like, you know, just dry pushing through A long is really throwing AG for a loop.
Yeah.
And
I think AG have to be a little bit more proactive on that GR side.
For sure.
Like that's my takeaway here.
Definitely.
The second round, it did look good. They pushed out from B. This round, they're doing it again.
Yeah.
But, you know, you can't just be sitting back in your bomb sites on both sides of the map for the entire round, because you just don't get any information then, and you're basically gamble stacking at that point. And look, in the last round, they did gamble stack correctly, but they still didn't win. But if you can make more informed choices, which AG are now going to be able to do because of these pushes, that is going to set you up for a little bit more success. So this time they push out of B, they push out short, and have a little bit of control in middle. Again, they're not seeing anything over there, so they've got to be interpreting this as probably Evolution Power now at the moment are setting up towards A, if anywhere. Obviously, Evolution Power, as we know, are not setting up anywhere, really. They're just taking it nice and slow, but they're going to have to fight their way through the rest of the map here with a minute and a half left on the clock, and that inherently is going to put a bit of pressure back onto Evolution Power. So I like this better from AG. At some point in the future, I'd like to see them contest long as well. They haven't done that so far on the GR side. Are
they going to swing this in mid? I mean, they've got Dway and ZY. ZY gets that first kill, and look for Dway to swing here as well from the B connector. Doesn't even need Dway, actually. It's just going to be ZY here, and there actually is a smoke in Dway's face. So ZY by himself, able to lock down 2. And now EP's like, well, do we try to swing this guy? I guess they're going to try. ZY, very nice timing. Getting away from it, another headshot to come down from ZY.
Whoa.
He's doing it all by himself. This guy is incredible.
He wants the ace. He's gone for the swing, hasn't he? Run out of bullets for the final player, but
2 health.
Gets that reload off. Might as well go for it here. Get the highlight play. ZY deserves it.
Everybody else is backing off. They're just letting him push in.
Yeah, just give him the moment. This could be big, actually, for AG if ZY can get rolling, and he doesn't quite manage to convert it. Does about 60 damage to YZK, but it should be the round done and dusted. Bit of a whiff in there from Zhui, but YZK has no chance in this round, and that's much better from AG. Look, it looks great, obviously, because ZY is hitting his shots there, but even if ZY gets 1 and then dies, like you said, you had Zhui in a good spot, set up to kind of trade that. It's a decent setup for AG, and it's almost always going to go at least even, if not positive. And that's going to put some more element of doubt in the minds of Evolution Power now. They're thinking we can't push into mid like that. There's a chance that AG are going to be set up like that again.
Yeah.
So have to take things a little bit slower maybe and work our way through the map. And again, I like seeing those change-ups from AG, but this round they've gone back to a very, very passive style, similar to some of the previous ones. 3 stacked on A, 1 player watching middle, 1 player watching B. They have 0 information, and right now, they really don't know what Evolution Power's up to.
But definitely really like the proactivity coming out from the players of All Gamers on the last round. This round, maybe they were expecting some sort of an early aggression, so they didn't really want to risk losing a player early on. I mean, all in all, like, I feel like all gamers can still get proactive with about minute 30 left onto the clock if they are willing to push out. But like I said, they're probably they're just gonna sit back, relax, and wait for the push to come to their shove. But yeah, ZY, huge 4K wins the round for his team, and that might just be enough of a momentum to be picked up by all gamers to start winning rounds here. But just have to wait and see.
The thing is, we've seen 5 slow rounds in a row from Evolution Power, and to me, it just feels like AG is just leaving so much map control on the table. They could be taking long, outside B, and mid for free, and they're really not choosing to even try and do that. Wow, backing themselves for the side holds instead. That one's worked out perfectly. This was how that last round, where they had the 3 stack on the A site, should have worked out. It's 3-on-2 though. Trade's coming back on in. YZK and XQQ. No Mino. Mino has been the driving force behind this BL side for Evolution Power, but someone else is going to have to step up here.
I mean, QQ drops that headshot onto G, hiding by the boxes, and that's going to open up the gate by far.
C4's still up on bridge though, so that's a problem for Evolution Power. They can get all the kills in the world, but they still need to get that C4 back.
There's about 28 seconds, and if 1-2-2-2 can hold enough time, the round could be AG's, but 1v2 is tougher for all gamers to win out here. The C4 has been picked up, is now going to be on the bomb site, so...
is he really... Is he really going long into 2 snipers?
Yeah, especially with the shots that have been hit.
Okay.
All right, going to back himself into that fight against YZK. It will work out, but XQQ, in the meanwhile, will get a plant down and has a bit of an eye on long, but where is 122 going to come from? What 122 right now is trying to do is he's trying to just sort of wait that timer down and make XQQ think he's rotated off to short. Instead, he's been spotted out. Shot will miss. 1-2-2-2 will go down, and that is a horrific round for all gamers. I have to be extremely critical of them once again. And it's the same thing that I was saying a few rounds ago, where all gamers, they put themselves in good positions and then just cannot win the round. Like, I don't know how you lose that round. You have a couple of entries go your way, the site control is still there for you, you had the stack in the right spot, and then you just let Evolution Power as a duo just sort of pick you apart one by one. I mean, where's the comms from AG? Where's the buddy system? You know, there's nobody trading one another. They're not grouping up at all in the numbers advantage, and they've just let Evolution Power snipers kind of run through them. That is just an awful round, all things considered, honestly, for all gamers.
It's like the same problem that happened to Vasco a couple days ago is recurring here on all gamers, ironically saying this, but yeah, like you mentioned, no buddy system. Go for the trade kills. You have the man advantage. Stick to your friend and go for the wider swings so you can have your friend trade you. Or if you have a C4 down, hold the C4. Why are you giving space of the lesser team or team with lesser amount of members? Have that map control against you, who you're supposed to be holding the bomb sites.
It's like all gamers are just not playing with any confidence at all, and you can see that from the way that they're holding the map. They're playing very, very passively. It's like almost like they don't really want to take a fight against Evolution Power.
It's funny, too, because they have been a lot more successful on the GR side so far this tournament. I mean, it's only 3 best-of-3s, easier matchups, but...
Well, one of them was a tough one, but...
Yeah, you would expect their blacklist side to at least have been higher than 40%.
I agree, 100%. I don't know, like, is it a confidence thing for AG? Is it maybe a communication thing? Are they not on the same wavelength? You know, some of that magic is lost when Even and ZQ depart the roster, it seems.
I would say that definitely EP are playing better as a team so far, based on what we could see here. That is for sure.
Don't know that AG have really found the special sauce that made their team great last year. And again, granted, Even and ZQ are going to be incredibly tough players to replace. But there should be enough talent in China to be able to put together a really impressive-looking team. And I'm not quite getting that from AG. Again, a good start. Hopefully, this time they can convert on it. ZY jumping up on the boxes, but 2v3. It's not unwinnable for Evolution Power. And once again, it's the snipers that are making the difference. You have the lead. You have the advantage. And another clutch for Evolution Power. What on earth is going on right now for AG?
YZK just casually drops 3K, the last one towards a rifler who is basically 2 meters in front of him. Clutch after clutches here, honestly speaking, for all gamers. The 2 rounds they picked up First one, they have to rely on 1-2-2 to clutch it. Second round, they have to rely on ZY to pick up 4K.
Yeah.
And now, like, the problem is, sure, ZY was able to find the first frag, and then, sure, the snipers on the A-bomb site was able to pick off one each. You're on a 3 versus 2, and you still lose that. There's not a lot of gas left in the tank for all gamers at this point, I feel like.
Yeah, it feels like they're curled up in a ball, and, you know, they're in the fetal position, and they don't really know how to get out of it unless someone is going to force them out of it, you know. ZY, I liked the idea of where he was standing to try to just catch them off guard at the end of that last round, but the issue is, with EP playing this well individually, and with obviously a very nice plan starting on the Blacklist side of Black Widow, EG just kind of fallen too easily to this.
So for all gamers, they're, like Jordan mentioned many times, they are not gaining the map control they need to gain on the global risk side. And they're trying to do it now, but it's too late. All 5 Evolution Power players are there, and 1-2-2 is going to pick up a huge double kill, but he soon will be traded out. Any moment soon here, G is going to try to provide some support. The pot shot's not going to hit, and 1-2-2 is getting pressure, but this guy delivers another kill, and make that another 4K for 1-2-2-2. And XQQ is shivering down towards middle, towards spawn for Global Risk, is trying to go for a big wraparound.
Oh, he's on.
Ooh. But then again, here's the thing, right? Like, this round, sure, won by all gamers, but it had to come down to one guy from all gamers clutching it. And just to go back to what I was mentioning about, like, they need to put Jay on rifle and have GA kind of be the anchor player, so we can gain, so all gamers can gain more room by sending more players into his corridor. Like, even that B push coming out late from 1-2-2 could have been punished well easily. It was Evolution Power's fault to not catch him off guard. But there's more proactivity coming out from all gamers. They're trying to plant a player down towards long. It's gonna be Dre after a couple flashes down towards the entrance. But yeah, they needed. I feel like they needed to have done this way earlier. Now it might be just a little too late. Evolution Power has already picked up 4 rounds, and there's only 2 rounds left in the first half. Like, picking the leftovers would still put all gamers on 5-4, but now you're gonna have to move on to Blacklist and Evolution Power. Suggested by their passive playstyle, their global risk will be very, very strong, and it's gonna be hard to break the defense.
Yeah, I would say that at this point, Evolution Power, even just the fact that they got 4 rounds, you're feeling excellently, especially in the manner that they're getting them, you know. As you were talking about, you know, I think we're all on the same page here. It really just required 1-2-2-2 to go massively and pick up a 4K from Water for them to have any chance, right? But it also shows you a manner in which AG can still have some power on this map, but they're just not committing to the bit too often. You know, they're doing it as if it's like a one-off gambit, but I still feel like, I think we all still feel like, that the entire team could continue to take more of this map control where they're not. At least they have Do in Barracks right now. That's the one guy, you know, they've taken over long that allows them to have more people on B, to have GA in more of a, you know, catwalk and mid kind of position, a little bit more aggressive because of this position of Do. We'll see if it pays off for them, but this is a big push coming into long from EP.
Gia needs to be ready to swing on this contact. He's not even moving. I can't believe this. Dude spotted out 3 players.
Save your teammate.
And Gia, you know, throw a flash, throw a smoke, throw anything. Try and help him out. What is going on?
Or just leave him alone.
Yeah, like, I mean, I know Do is a good player, but like, what is going on with the comms right now for AG? This is unbelievable. I'm literally staring at Gia on the A side, and I understand he's watching middle, but you've seen 3 players down long.
That was too
needs
easy.
some help.
That was way too easy for EP.
It's like they're just playing as 5 individuals rather than as a team, and that's a big problem for AG.
I'm pretty sure Jia Bao is at the venue as well. Might as well as bring him in, have Jia take some rest.
Maybe. I mean, that would be crazy. But, you know, if it gets bad enough, perhaps.
It's already pretty still, isn't it?
I think it's pretty rough that you pick Black Widow first and you're kind of getting bashed in, and there's not really a lot of confidence. It's been 3 clutches from 2 guys, right? Not even 3 different people. It's been ZY once, 1-2-2-2 twice.
Yeah.
Why wasn't Jay helping? I don't know. That's still the question that's not being answered here.
It's strange because, again, you know, you look at the setup, you look at the initial freeze frame of the round, and you think, okay, AG's not in a bad spot here. Do's got long control. You've got numbers over towards B. But Du's going to get the info. As soon as he gets the info, everyone starts to rotate their way across. And, you know, as G moves over to assist long, the other guys coming over from B are going to pick up his position, hold that mid push. But instead, nothing really happens. They kind of just take that fight solo. So that's why I'm sort of, you know, at the start of this map, I was saying, like, you know, I think AG's sort of playing a better brand of CROSSFIRE than they are indicating with the scoreline. And while I think that's still true, you know, they're making the correct reads in a lot of senses. It's just not coming together in the mid-late round.
No, you're exactly right. I was just making that noise because Minnow just, he stopped moving and he was like bending to pick something up from like the floor mid-round. He's like, no, we're not going to do anything for another minute.
He just wants a drink.
Yeah, I'm just going to, you know, grab my my water from that. I don't know what was going on. But anyway, they're ready to push now that it's below 1 minute. It's almost like AG have been lulled into this. They're like being sung a lullaby right now. They're being put to sleep by EP. Unfortunately, the Rude Awakening keeps coming through on the rounds in favor of EP. This is not a real A push, but YH is trying to get some damage done by himself. He's also got a little bit of backup from YZK, but he's going to back away as the real push is going into B.
Well, it's on to Gia. Once again, similar to that first round, he kind of needs to be the one to hold on to this B site. He's going to dump his util. Jue's come across as well to hold the doors. Ends up being a 1-for-1. It's not too bad for AG, but ZY needs to be careful here. There's going to be a swing in from Du as well. Mino will drop. Still some frags, though, and it's always
9 seconds.
YZK and XQQ that activate in the late round. He's got to get that bomb down quickly. And he's just going to be given the chance to do so, but Gia through the window will secure one more round for AG. Little bit better, faster rotation, and AG this time kind of playing together on that swing into B through the doors. And look, AG, they look like a pretty competitive team when they're working together, but it seems like it's only like every second round that we're really getting that from them. So I still think the comms are breaking down somewhere for AG, but I don't know, 5-4 is not the end of the world.
I mean, yeah, sure, if you only take a look at the numbers, 4-5 is not... Picking up 4 on the Golden Risk is not half bad, but since we know the deeper story of how the rounds really went, it's just telling me that all gamers just have everything going in shambles. Every round, it's like they're trying to hold onto the bomb sites, but they're not able to do so. The only rounds they're able to win is when someone goes in huge and clutches, like 1-2-2-2 picks up 2 rounds by himself, 4K and 3K. ZY picks up a 4K, now he gets around.
It doesn't have to be like that,
yeah,
that's the problem.
It could have been a much cleaner execution to win the rounds, but it just wasn't there for all gamers.
AG's just not making life easy for themselves in a lot of situations.
We've talked a lot about how AG are definitely struggling here. I do want to also shout out the 2 snipers on the side of EP.
Oh, yeah.
I think that YZK, top frags right now, XQQ, up there at the top as well. YH has gone totally missing, but those 2 are really doing a huge job of carrying. Now, it's been made a little bit easier, right? If you're playing super passively into 2 snipers that are playing well, they're going to have a day out. But shout out to them, really pulling their weight here.
Oh.
Wow. ZY on the arm.
Yeah, that's a great shot from ZY.
Put J back on the rifle, that's what they needed.
I thought that was going to be a kill every day of the week for XQQ, but apparently not. Now YH, a little bit of an off angle here from him, and he does win that duel. Trades a lot of damage for it. If he can manage to land another headshot here, he might be able to get himself back out to safety. ZY watching the line, missed his shot. Oh, I can't believe YH is recontesting this, and I can't believe he's winning it either. That's unbelievable. Little catch up from Shui, and that's a nice play from him, to be quite honest with you. The timing had to go that way. And AG maintain a position in this round, largely thanks to Shui.
We're having a lot of late pushes on this map. Oh, Dre just getting huge value here. 3rd kill for him. Zay, 1v2, 30 seconds left. They say, okay, we can back away from this position. We can go into B, and look at this, just waiting for him.
What?
And by B, I meant A, of course. Gia just not able to land the kill. Still able to do a bunch of damage to Zay, who is trying to get aggressive here onto the bomb planter, who is Du, knows he's alone, wants to take the 1v1, but low on health. Makes it easy for Du to just pull out the Colt and get the job done himself.
GA completely whiffed that spray down. It kind of feels bad.
I just don't know what to make of this map so far. I don't. You know, it felt yesterday so easy to kind of say, oh, Antisocial's playing really well. they can actually win this series if they win that first map, you know, go into the second map and keep that presence up. They can win that series. Obviously, same for Wolf Empire. But this map has just been a mess. I don't think that if we finish AG or EP, whichever way it goes, it doesn't really, to me, it doesn't really indicate enough consistency or a strong enough level of play to say, yeah, this team is good enough to like close this series out in any reasonable way. You know, are we going to get 5 maps of this where it's just messy, and even in addition to that, whichever team ultimately goes on to win this series does have to go into the playoffs and play against teams that genuinely are looking like 10 times better than them. Yeah. Antisocial is looking impeccable compared to these two teams. Wolf Empire, the same. I mean, what we've seen from 3BL as well, if they maintain that level from the group stage in, I would back them even to beat these guys.
Yeah.
The way things are going.
All gamers definitely not having the aura that they used to have in the previous grand finals in the past years. They're going to set up for B, though, and hopefully... And the nades are going to bunch towards mine. The stack is good, but YH gets taken out. What to do? He swung out so fast. Eventually traded out, but the bomb site has been pried open. C4 will be moved into the planting position.
I will say this BL side is starting to look a little bit better for AG. Pause on. So Evolution Power getting a little bit worried in the background there. But round's not over just yet. ZY down to 19 HP. He's just going to try and duck his head down. Do gets himself one more. And Evolution Power, they have been able to dig themselves out of these kinds of awkward situations a couple of times as a duo, but I think this one might be a little bit too far gone. Time's definitely working against them. I think AG looking much better in this second half. I don't know if it's just, maybe it's taken them this amount of time to like warm up into the series, or because they're on the blacklist side, they're naturally sort of forced to play together a little bit more.
Yeah.
It's maybe working out positively for them, but
I think it's
kind of getting
that's
there.
the case. Because blacklist, it's a set of executions that you have practiced and promised to do this thing at this timing. Global Risk, like, you have to be more fluid to take on the defense, because you don't know exactly which tactics the side of blacklist will bring out. So, and like I said, I am pretty sure it's the issue with comms. I don't know. I can't still really tell like what the main problem is there for all gamers, but their Global Risk actually looked very, very bad. But on the blacklist side of things, they are the one who kind of dictates the tempo of the round. They dictate which side they want to go into aggress on towards. So much better showing, and maybe this will help them out to actually take the map point back into their hands. But yeah, Evolution Power just looks... like individual mechanics, we can put that aside. In terms of a team effort, I think Evolution Power has a better team setting, I would say.
Yeah, that's kind of where I think they might have the angle. I would say that I still have faith in those 2 snipers to be able to figure it out, you know, reset themselves and be able to hold off some of this aggression from the side of AG. Has been a couple of good rounds, but you take a timeout and hopefully can get back on the horse. I would say this is still, though, pretty much anybody's map. I'm still actually favoring Evolution Power after what I saw from the first half, but, you know, AG, maybe they've got to figure it out here from the blacklist side, and the stats from the group stage are essentially fake, and they're able to get some of those set plays going, as you guys were talking about, as now...
The development of Tech Pause.
Yeah, we've evolved twice from regular Tac Pause into Tech Pause.
Who's that Pokemon?
Yeah. It doesn't really look like there's an issue over here.
Probably to the side of all gamers. I think it was ZY who kind of took off his headphones.
Yeah. It's alright. Nature of the beast.
Maybe Minnow bent over and unplugged something
Stage competition.
earlier on.
Yeah.
Could be.
Maybe.
Legitimate possibility. I don't think that he's having an issue, so probably not going to be him.
Not.
I can't even see anyone that's having an issue, frankly. I don't...
Yeah.
There's only one admin on either side. No one seems to be...
No headsets off.
Yeah.
This is a tier 0 tech issue.
What is it? Yeah. Is it even an issue?
Looks
or
like
just having a break? Just for fun.
Extended Tac Pause.
Yeah. What do you guys think about the pink mouse? Are you a pink mouse grinder?
Not a big fan.
Not a big
No, not for me.
fan. You can get a red mouse, a bright red mouse. Tyloo is not an organization here at this event, but they're a big Chinese organization, and They had like a special limited edition bright red mouse that was very popular for a little while.
How about that keyboard there?
I'm not really like a keyboard aficionado, actually, to be honest.
Looks like a grapefruit.
How do you guys like about headphones, about the Sony InZone?
Good.
Big fan.
Big fan.
Love Sony InZone.
Also for gaming chairs, Morphling is also a great choice to go with.
Sure. Yeah.
We're definitely sitting on the Morphlings right now.
Yeah.
Great for our lower back support.
Our backs are feeling just fine.
We sit here all day long casting,
Yeah.
no issues.
There's absolutely zero issues with that, and having zero issues is seemingly the players on stage too. I just don't know what exactly the problem is.
Yeah,
we'll soon find out.
Note how there's no note at the bottom. It's not like, oh, you know, there's a player reported an equipment issue, which is generally what we get.
Oh.
It's just like, oh, technical pause, Evolution Power Gaming.
It might not be with the players. It might be with the back end of the things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe we don't have the graphic for that.
Yeah.
All the players seem ready to go. You know, none of the coaches
They're
are
ready to hop back in.
saying anything specific.
But, Jordan, what do you think about the chances that all gamers getting knocked out here?
What I'm seeing from this series at the moment feels very, very possible. It feels like a 50-50. I could see it happening for sure. Even if they get through this series, I don't think I would back them to go much further in the playoffs if they continue to play to the level that they are right now.
Do you think it's an issue with IGLing, or it's the newer players not being able to provide?
I don't know that it's an IGLing issue necessarily, because again, like I said, the setups and the positions and the calls that are being made look like they are not too bad, right? Like AG keep finding themselves in what I would consider to be favorable situations, but they're just losing that. And so, to me, that's more of an indication of the mid-round comms are lacking somewhere, or someone's not picking up on crucial bits of information that is getting the better of them. So, you know, it's hard to obviously say without really being a little bit more in-depth into the team comms and the setups and stuff like that, but I think it's more of an individual thing rather than a team calling or a team strategy problem. I think it's more down to the individuals not meshing together and finding that sort of fluidity as a roster.
Yeah, I think that might be the issue. Tech pause is gone. We are back in the game. 6-5 as all gamers are going to lead out one round, but that's only there for a couple more minutes, I feel like, as Evolution Power is looking pretty strong too, not going to lie.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a reason why a lot of the predictions were all over the place. Like, we as the English talent combined did go all for AG, just kind of banking on the name value, the way that they are able to really turn it up when it comes to playoff time and the best of fives, and how they were able to win against Evolution Power in the best of five. But yeah, I think it's certainly a good sign for EP and a good sign for a close series that a lot of people still believe in them based on what they've showed so far here at the group stage, here at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. As now it looks like we've got a beat push brewing from the side of AG, just due to look down short of A.
If they do end up running into B, they're going to be greeted by 3 players Tech of Evolution Power, which is going to be tough to take on, as especially YH now really is coming live to the server. Picked a couple more kills.
See, once again, AG, like I said, have looked a little bit better on this blacklist side. How's the cohesion looking on this entry? So far, not too bad, but a good resistance being shown by Evolution Power. A couple of members there ready and waiting. Big miss in mid, but it's all good. The pistol came out. Do got it done onto Zay. And the rest of the entry also ends up being pretty clean. AG are looking far and away better in this second half than they did in the first half. Maybe they're just a little bit more comfortable on this blacklist side of Black Widow. And we can forget about that first half pretty quickly if that's going to be the case. You know, if they continue to look as good here on Blacklist for the rest of this map, it's going to be a pretty quick one. And at which point we'll go, you know what, maybe that was a bit more of a speed bump, maybe that was a bit more of an exception to the rule out of all gamers that first half, because it did not look good. But if it's just one half of a best of 5, it's really not something to read too much into.
Yeah, I mean, if we see AG struggle on Global Risk, and then we move sides and EP are struggling on Global Risk, in a slightly different manner, I feel like AG are being more aggressive, and EP aren't really able to stop that aggression, whereas before it was kind of AG weren't taking the map, and EP were just kind of allowed to do whatever they want. Different reasons, but, you know, there is a reason why EP did select the Blacklist side first coming into this map, and why they showed success there. Same thing here for AG so far. Evolution Power, they already used their timeout, but they've lost 3 rounds in a row, so gonna have to figure out how to stop the onslaught at some point. Otherwise, this might just be an easy round here for the side of AG.
Everyone on the side of all gamers except G is going to have 10 kills shared with each other, which is pretty insane, not going to lie. It's very evenly distributed except one player.
Good across-the-board performance. Kind of what you want to see, to be honest. Especially with this AG roster where it does feel like there is enough talent that anybody can really step up when things are going well. Once again, Mino this time helped out, of course, by YH. Keep himself on that kill feed for all the right reasons. This time, though, banged out of the server. Zay, nice double, but can't do more than that. And instead, we'll end up losing the B side. There's a fast flank, though, coming through from YH. And it doesn't seem that Do is too prepared for it.
Should be a kill on a ZY. Oh, just kind of lets him plant either way. Still able to get the kill, and ZY does get away here and takes the 1v1. But ZY on the long angle just locks it down. And the big boys of AG are stepping up when they need him most.
ZY are looking kind of goated at the moment, I'm not going to lie. He's had a couple of really key rounds for all gamers, and that is a big one to pick up. Evolution Power have now dropped 4 in a row in the second half. All gamers, it's just a completely different look. And granted, that one comes down to a nice clutch, but again, just looking so much better here.
Absolutely.
That was a solid take. One towards B. Down to 2-on-2. Had a flank coming in. Do went out. But eventually ZY was able to just wrap it up and take the round back into their hands. 8-5. And all gamers, they are now starting to prove that they are able to break the defense that Evolution Power is providing on the board here. Tested out towards A-Long. Is going to fall back out. Playing with time. Playing with composure. And seeing if they can catch anyone from Evolution Power, kind of going aggressive. Do had an angle there. The reaction time test failed once. But unfortunately for him, there isn't going to be a re-swing towards that angle.
Yeah, highly doubt it. AG really in control of this one, led by ZY. And they've kind of slowed it down from their own perspective. And at the same time, I say they slowed it down, but they're taking so much of the map as well. And this is kind of what EP are giving to them. I think they've got a good idea that YH is here. Now they're going to try to swing into him. They really want to get this trade. As grenades now flying, but YH able to just kind of play dodgeball or dodge bullet and get away for pretty much for free. And he took down ZY, so a big pick off here. And now looking for the trade. EP are ready for this. Will swing onto Dre, and that is a second kill under their belts.
How did YH get out without getting punished? Like, at least losing like half HP. Like,
yeah, just not. Yeah, like AG just not playing together really in this round. Look at this. Another third sort of solo push, peak, whatever you like to call it. Do and Jia are obviously making their way up long together, but I just feel like maybe something sort of broke down there for a bit for AG. Their spacing not too good at all. And granted, a few nice hits from Evolution Power. So, just one of those rounds where you look at that and go, well, probably didn't really switch on in that one if we're AG. It happens every now and then. 1 or 2 rounds a half you can get away with, but yeah, really nothing to write home about in that one for AG. And honestly, I don't think there's much write home about there for Evolution Power either. They'd look at that round and go, that was a bit too easy. Like, we didn't really have to even try there. Didn't have to do anything special. Everyone just kind of won a 1v1 duel all over the map, and that's just not going to happen on a consistent basis.
yeah, I mean, XQQ didn't really have to swing from window there. I could have waited for YH and then set up a timed push. Rather, they're just going to give him the 1v1. just succession of tournaments, 1v1 tournaments, and ZY is just too good to not lose those 1v1s. But Evolution Power was able to make one round back in the previous round, as we are sitting on 8-6. 2-round differential. Let's see where All Gamers wants to take this one. Sure, last round, YH was swinging out Y from Catwalk, was able to pick up a couple kills here and there, and then winning the duels of the All Gamer players walking up towards Catwalk. This time around, AG will have a better sort of setup down towards middle. In case somebody swings, they do have an angle for a trade kill, or at least, if not a kill, put out some decent amount of damage to the player falling back. And this time, they're going to be the ones to dictate it down towards Catwalk.
Yeah, like this push. A lot of control from EP out on long. We do have GA just playing Lurk over by the water, waiting for the rotation. But this is going to be a fast, short hit, pretty much dry. Maybe like one flash over the top. Just slowly pushing in. ZYK, the first one to try to land it, but he gets his head taken off by an M4 just like that. Misses his first shot. And now they can throw a bunch of stuff in along. They've saved a lot of their utility here. Have AG on their way into the site, so very clean entry from them. And now GA on the flank, trying to come in here behind Minnow. And there's the swing from Minnow, but GA is going to be better on that one. Takes the 1v1. Also a win in the middle of the map going the way of AG.
Yeah, it's still good for AG. Even if they're losing that fight over on long, it ends up just being a 1-for-1. And it doesn't even matter so much about the kills. It's more about the time. I mean, it buys so much time for AG that Evolution Power now only have half of that bomb timer to work with. And you're really having to sort of push the issue, negate some angles, this kind of thing. And it's an easy hold for AG in the end. It looks like this map's kind of a foregone conclusion, and it's kind of crazy to think, watching that first half, this felt like it was going to be an overtime, a very messy game. Second half's been a completely different story, and we may end up, I reckon, like a 10-6 feels pretty representative of where this game actually has been. So that's a massive turnaround from AG, and credit to them, because this was not looking good to begin with, but if that's the kind of level that they're actually going to achieve on a decent basis, this series actually, as we said, you know, on the map selection, doesn't necessarily look too bad as far as a 3-0 is concerned for AG. Ankara is definitely a map that they don't hate.
Yeah, Ankara, very doable. And I would assume from here AG should be able to close it out in the next couple of rounds. It just feels like both of these teams really struggled from the Global Risk side, but AG struggled a little bit less. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, as you were mentioning, that first half. And then we move over to the second half, and it just looks entirely different. But the Black Widow map, still the choice here for AG. Still going to look better for them across the board. As now, we'll see what they want to do. Are they going to do the same dry push out of A long? No, a lot more utility. A couple of smokes thrown as XQQ even still going to hit the shot. And now he's got some help. YH here as well, but ZY able to pick up one headshot at least. Looking for a bit more.
So long as ZY is alive, I'm a believer. It's not over just yet. ZY, let's see if he can activate. His headshots have been on point on this map so far, but he's struggling to really find an angle. They're not really giving him much, and eventually Minnow going to get in on the wrap behind, catch him off, and Evolution Power will take it to a 7th. So they're hanging in there as best as they can. But AG still have 2 more bites at the cherry to close this first map out. There's some words from the coach, Gia, getting that info. See if that's going to make a big difference. A faster hit towards the box room is maybe what the doctor ordered. AG, smoke in, progression smoke, but a nade behind it as well. And they do take outside of B very early on in the piece.
Yeah. Let's see what this is going to look like. Just 3 guys waiting for a push to come out of B. And on the side of EP, just playing it very passively, not taking nearly as much position on the map. In fact, they're even more closed off this time around. They got 2 people looking at mid and 3 just way on the back of the B site and mid. So nobody really looking at A outside of Zay, who's got the long angle just with an AK at this moment in time. So really just trying to play retake on A if the push does come through there, and just banking on the fact that AG might be able to might be going to be this time, but that is not what we're seeing with a big contingency here on a short from the side of AG. And if they don't see anything, they might just pull the trigger here on this A site.
Looks like to be the case here in Evolution Power. They're going to send it out towards B, and the moment they see nobody there, they will have to go for the rotation. Otherwise, it will most likely be a 5v5 retake. I mean, Evolution Power could stand some decent chance in winning it, but...
It's a great call from AG, though. YH, deleted. As soon as the player drops off the bridge, that's the game over, as far as I'm concerned.
That's it. That really is it feels like. But YZK will keep the dream alive. He will the player out from the lobby, but XQQ will go down. So going to be a 2v3. Zay down very low. We'll have to fall back for now.
There's only so much ZYK can do. That's going to do it. 10-7 is the scoreline on Black Widow. All gamers take it down.
Well, that was a bit of a topsy-turvy game, a little bit of a roller coaster. I'm still not 100% sure what to make of it, whether or not that was all gamers finally kind of coming into the level that we kind of expected from them, or if maybe there's still a little bit of work to be done right here, but ultimately it feels like they get themselves a solid enough win there on Black Widow to have some kind of confidence going into the next couple of maps here. But all gamers, I mean, they looked, I thought, at least quite awful actually in that first half, but they did bring it back together in the second.
Yeah, like you said, I'm not too convinced by their performance on the first half on the Global Risk side. Sure, they were able to pull it back and, you know, kind of scrapped up what they could get and then won the Blacklist side, but that's Blacklist side. Global Risk is usually the one where you really need to pull out all the strats and be more fluid as a team, but it just wasn't present, and 10-7 is going to be the summary of the set. But I don't know, all gamers almost lost this one is genuinely how I feel this about this map.
I think that's fair, for sure.
It kind of just feels like both of these teams are very similar in their distaste for Global Risk on this map. And it just came down to ZY and 1222 having some clutches to, you know, grab some extra rounds on their GR side. And that's really the only reason AG were able to get so far ahead. And then once the swap came in at the half, it's like, well, we're just going to put the nail in the coffin from there. So EP, now they'll move on to Ankara. This is their first map choice. We talked about how this should be strong still for the side of AG. Absolutely, ZY, no contest here, should be the set MVP in this one. Highest KD, a lot of first kills. He had that clutch on the B side as well. Pretty much the main guy that was stepping up. He had a couple of clutches from the GR side. Almost had an ace in this map. Easy choice here for set MVP. And still does feel like the best player for AG if it's not Du. Those two easily able to step up. Kind of surprised that Du wasn't a big factor on this map. You know, Black Widow is a very sniper-friendly map, and yet he was kind of just hanging out. I mean, he was left out to dry that one time on long, but that doesn't really change the fact that he had 17 rounds to do a bit more and was just kind of chilling. We'll see if he turns it up for the next couple of maps.
I mean, I don't want to go too deep down that rabbit hole, but I will say Du doesn't really feel like he felt last year either. Does that make sense? I feel like the big name snipers that we saw last year have all largely kind of fallen off in some way, shape, or form. Du, Ice Cube, obviously both here. I mean, Xiao is not even here, so you can't really have a comment on there. But those were the 3 guys that we were talking about, and we're like, these guys are sick. They're just absolute fraggers right now.
I feel like Ice Cube is still doing pretty well.
I don't know, man.
I guess he was more of an impact
Exactly.
the last time
I don't
around.
think he was. I don't think he's been bad per se, but I don't think he's necessarily been the hard carry for his team in the same way that he was last year. Now, granted, he's on Wolf Empire. He probably doesn't have to carry as hard as he did when he was on ranking. But yeah, I mean, look, the snipers, honestly, at this event that have impressed me the most have probably been Snare and
Kai's.
and
Goken.
Goken.
Yeah,
maybe
Goken.
Kai's been alright, but yeah, Snare and Goken. I mean, Goken, I don't know, I'm still a little bit up and down on him. Just, I'm not a huge fan of the playstyle that they try to work for the Brazilian snipers as a general rule. But, you know, he's hitting his shots, so can't really complain too much. But anyway, that's a bit of an aside. Let's jump into the discussion around Ankara, a map which obviously Evolution Power have leaned towards as far as their first choice for this series. But, I mean, just looking at the stats there, for AG, I mean, they play a ton of this map,
Yeah,
so
I'm
they can't hate it.
surprised that Evolution Power actually picked into Ankara of all the maps that they could pick it into, because all gamers are very good on this map too. Sure, Evolution Power may have found some success coming to this tournament on Ankara, but they're just disregarding the fact that all gamers have found success in the past many a times.
Yeah, in saying that though, this will be a map where Do might actually have to have quite a degree of relevance.
I mean, he absolutely does have to, especially because aggressive snipers on this map can get so much value. You know, you're pushing out of A. You're, you know, from the GR side I'm talking about, you're pushing through mid even. You can get these first kills that really take a lot of the power out of those very strong Blacklist side executions on Ankara. So definitely looking for him to step up. I do believe that AG start on Blacklist for this one because map pick going the way of EP. You always pick Blacklist on Ankara first, so we'll see how that does go. That being said, you know, you were looking at the stats. We didn't see Ankara in the map pool the last time these two played in a best of 5, which means that one of the teams banned it. And maybe, just maybe, it was AG that said, no, Evolution Power is just really strong on this map. We don't want to play it. I kind of doubt that, and I don't have the stats right in front of me, but could be an angle. And I'm excited to see if Evolution Power really deserve that much, you know, respect on this map, especially against a team that feels so good on it like AG.
I'm kind of on the AG 3-0 train now after having seen that first map. I'm not like super confident about it, but I think there's a world where it is possible. Evolution Power, I really think they had every opportunity to win that first map. I don't think AG was playing super well at all. The fact that they can't get it over the line, and honestly the fact that AG kind of makes it, I would think, all things considered, a reasonably clean victory, is a pretty damning statistic for Evolution Power. So, what do you reckon, Bench? Is this now looking like AG might be able to get it done? I mean, have you seen enough from them on that first map, or do you still want to see how this Ankara goes? Maybe give them half the Ankara to change your mind, Evolution Power, something like that?
I mean, as much as the stats on Ankara suggest that all gamers should be taking this map into their own hands, just the showing of their global risk side plays on the previous map of Black Widow kind of suggests me otherwise. And yeah, I mean, Evolution Power was, they did end up losing the previous map, but as a team, they were putting up a better show. So I think we are safe to say that we will be able to see map 4, but you know, that really just comes down to if all gamers can take this one out. But it looks like we are ready to jump into map number 2, the previous map of Black Widow. All gamers took it away and saved their own map pick. Can Evolution Power do it on Ankara? Let's wait and find out. It's gonna be Ankara.
Yeah, map 2, and all gamers, as you predicted, Valdez, are going to choose to start on the Blacklist side of Ankara. So, feeling pretty good about that one, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this is we talk a lot about momentum. Again, AG were able to get the first map pick, and I feel like that gives them a big advantage in this best of 5 because you start off strong on your map pick, you take it down, and then you're going into Ankara, which is a map that both these teams are strong on. You really like AG's chances. You gotta like their chances to take this one down in a 2-0 contest. But let's see where it goes from here, as the entirety of the team is looking to maybe push into A. YH going to be the first contact on this part of the site. There is a big stack here from Evolution Power as YH going to see them, swings out with the wide swing, but there's multiple people in the vent, and they just kind of overpower them.
I wonder if they're expecting YZK here. I don't know that they necessarily were expecting that third player stacked on A, but he only gets himself a 1-for-1, which is just not quite enough to shift the needle here. AG still looking pretty solid to take that A site. They'll get the plant down. There's a smoke in for GR spawn. XQQ can do nothing about it. And they play out a 3-on-2 post plan, which, look, admittedly, AG have been a little bit wishy-washy in some of these numbers advantages, but that was more so on the GR side rather than the BL side.
Yeah, I just think that these executes on this map are just incredibly strong for AG. Like, they've had to deal with Baisha being one of the strongest on this map for a very long time. AG also incredibly strong, and they're just getting better and better. Now, EP trying to push in. There's really not that much time as they try to swarm the site here. And there it is. Easy peek from ZY on the timing, right when they had to push up, and he's able to close it out from there. Heavy committal from the side of EP on the defense of that site. And still, it was just an easy take from the side of AG. You know, that's about as standard as it gets on Kara. You send 5 people into the A site, and you execute and you win. So Evolution Power, this is their map pick. They need to show something a bit better, and they need to have the answer to these pushes.
Well, another hefty stack over on the A side of the map. Evolution Power have to read that AG are going to go in that direction. What is the information that's telling them to do that? Where's the knowledge coming from? The answer is, outside of it being pre-planned prep, they actually have gathered no information in this round. They have no idea what AG is doing. They've got a little bit of a push out on B. Spotted nobody making their way into hotel. But aside from that, they don't know if mid is clean or dirty. They don't know if A, outside of A is clean or dirty. You know, B-Con, AG could be already progressed. They're going to check that now. This could be awkward. XQQ missing his shot. And AG will push them away from that position. So the information is starting to trickle through for Evolution Power, but it could be too little too late. They've still got those 3 players over towards A, and AG are well set up to take this B hit.
They're going to give it a go, and Du is going to drop down. Mino still down to XQQ, trying to hold up to the bomb site. However, Du is already up and over onto the bomb site. Let's see if he can find some success down towards Hotel, looking into the bomb site. YZK is going to find the drop onto Joy. And now the smoke out towards where XQQ is kind of lingering around. The C4 will get planted. And here comes the retake. It's going to be 4-on-4. GA is down low, but XQQ did lose half HP of his own as well.
All right. Bomb plant comes in, and it's going to be a straight-up 4v4 on the site. It's going to get messy here. Trying to shoot through the box as he knows there's a guy behind there. The push comes in, but he's just going to take his hat off. Hey. And there you go. The Colt shot comes in for the 3K. Easy cleanup for the side of Du and AG. And once again, AG, just excellent push there. You know, a couple of guys just going through mid for free. Du's able to get that entry kill, and from there, the B side is just wide open.
Bit of a
now
jump
Du
scare
is
for
really
Du.
alive, isn't he?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, Du and the rest of AG, honestly, just in general, it feels like have kind of hit their stride. It's taken them a little while to get into this game, but second half of map 1 and even here starting off map 2, they're looking much, much better. This is the level that we had hoped to see, and I think they're really kind of gunning for that playoff spot now.
But then again, Blacklist is the more superior side in terms of stats, and picking up 2 for all gamers is seemingly very doable. I feel like this third round would really change things for Evolution Power. If they do end up losing this round, then it becomes really dicey, and they will have to doubt the question whether picking into Ankara is the right choice or not.
I mean, take a look at this setup here once again. Wow. You know, the entry frags from the side of AG are just incredible. YH by himself, looking to push here, expecting the rotation. He's actually right. They're just going to get that kill and back away. Little do AG know it was only YH, and if he goes down, the A side is free. And they'll probably just win the round.
How is 122 even allowed to do that? There was 2 players waiting in vents, and he swings, gets a kill, gets back out without dying.
I mean, that's AG. Now, a couple of rounds they did in the first round as well, where they just send a couple of guys in the event. They win the 2v1, and they don't even give time for the second guy to re-peek them. So they just take the big trade 2v1 in the vent, and then they either back away, like we saw here, or they just push on to A. WEIBO trying to make some noise here, trying to grab a bunch of the attention of Evolution Power, and he's done a decent job of that, although we do see YZK now rotating over to A.
YH trying to hold down towards vents. Eventually, Do. It's no one else but Do will find that frag, and now all of a sudden the C4 is going to make a huge rotation out towards B, and 122 is already up on site. And he is looking to find the frag. I know.
Yeah, like XQQ in a bit of a position to actually kind of cause a ruckus here. He gets that kill onto 1222, and he might actually stop the bomb crossing as well. Was cleared out by ZY. Decent trade from Jia. Seems like the crisis is averted for all gamers. Minnow still in with a chance winning that duel. Jia got to make sure he doesn't overpeat this one. Do there to help him out. Uh-oh. Where's the swing from Jia? It comes through. I would say a little bit too late, but he still wins the duel.
I mean, yeah, like the timing is a little bit off for Jay today. I mean, even on the previous map, he was crashing a little too long, and then he basically allowed 4 players of Evolution Power to cross, and then not swinging up for Do out towards long in the previous map, and then now coming into Ankara, he is not going to swing for his teammate and virtually give that 1v1 chance. And that's just a showing that I don't want to see from him if he wants to, you know, help his team win this series.
Yeah, I feel like EG as well, they could have just played it slower, planted the bomb, and just, you know, waited for a minute to push and just, you know, double or triple peek him. Instead, they decided to send a message and just one by one try to take duels. Definitely don't need to do that, but, you know, getting pretty heated. They want to send a message to EP. They're winning 3-0. It is a very one-sided map so far. And they got the win, which is really what matters at the end of the day. So can't really complain too much. I still feel like EP have no idea how to handle this aggression. I haven't been convinced that they have any kind of defense against this blacklist side of AG. They've lost every Vents duel that we've had. Now they're going to give up the Vents duel and only have 2 people on A. Also, mid's wide open, so it feels like AG can kind of just do whatever they want. Nice play here from the drop, but that's traded out by Dway.
And now Zay is the solo player holding onto the bomb site up top. He gets called out as quick swing comes from Dre, and the bomb site is free to be taken by all gamers. And now Evolution Power is mightily struggling to even get a trade kill.
Gone from bad to worse, honestly. You hear the pause sound. It's about time for it for Evolution Power. Need to find a way to stop this train that AG have got rolling out of the station, but it's moving pretty quick. I don't know if Evolution Power are going to have the brakes for it. 3-0 right now. It's looking like it should be 4-0 in a second. XQQ pushing into the vents there, just gets deleted by Do, and he's doubled down. I mean, we did question Do. Did he fall off a little bit in that last map? Was he really that impactful? Maybe not, but Ankara has been a completely different story, and he is easily looking like the best player in the server right now. Evolution Power will take attack pause, but what do you even say at this point? They are just getting rolled all over the map. Nothing going right for them. The aim's not on point. AG seems to have the better reads.
I mean, for Evolution Power, everything they are trying is not working out. Oh, sure, they can play passive, have stack onto the bomb site, but they still get Pride open. The times that Evolution Power decides to go aggressive and take more aggressive positions to gain more map control, gain some ground, that eventually gets punished by double swings coming out from all gamers, or even just ZY just swinging the corner and getting a double kill. Like it's not working out. Like whichever the reason be, it's not going in the way of Evolution Power, and all gamers somehow is seemingly picking up the pace back on the series.
Yeah, I mean, this has been this has been rough going for the side of Evolution Power. I think if you're picking on Kara into AG, you need to have an answer for their blacklist side, and I feel like this has been the exact opposite of an answer. It's almost like they're just playing default, they're playing passively, and they lose every single firefight. It's like, well, why did you even pick on Kara in the first place? So if I'm the coach, I'm kind of pulling my hair out here, because this is absolutely not what they have practiced, I would imagine. And we'll see. I mean, some fist bumps. Your timeout's over now, and I hope for their sake they have an answer. Otherwise, AG might just run away with the series on the second map alone.
And scary part is that 1222, Jay and ZY are all sitting on 2 or 1 kill. If any of these players of the three starts popping off, then it will be a shutout.
I mean, it's already kind of looking like a shutout. Du and Jue apparently can get it done as a duo. As a duo.
Whoa.
15 kills. Ooh.
Duo.
Duo. I'm trying to think of a good pun for Jue, but like nothing really sticking.
Oh, we'll
They
find some
say
decent double
JJ as
entendre.
they push into the site. I don't know.
That's the Jue. That's the here we go. That's the Jue the cookie crumbles. Boom. How about that?
Wow.
Do you approve, Valdez?
No.
No.
I liked JJ as they take over the site, but I'm a little bit biased.
Well, Mino is trying to be interesting here. He swings out. Eventually, he's taken up by ZY, so that's
very
not going to pay off.
I think at this point, Evolution Power is just like, we've got to throw something at the wall and see what sticks. And I don't know if... have you guys ever seen like that like coating you can put on your sneakers or something that makes it so that water just bounces off of it?
Yeah.
I think that's what all gamers have got for this match. It's like Evolution Power can do whatever they want, but it's just going to slide right off.
EPR water.
Yeah.
Okay.
Water
Nice
off the duck's back.
peak. Finally, it feels like, this is what I was talking about for Du, actually. You have to be aggro from the GR side as a sniper to get advantages and pick people off before the push comes in. Because if AG just free push 5 people on every round, they just win. Like, that's just the way it's going to go. So you have to do something. Mino tried to push. He got taken out. And finally, XQQ is able to get on the board here. Zay, the timing.
Oh, he got spotted. He 100% was seeing it. Now he somehow finds the headshot onto ZUI, but now he's going to get contested by 1-2-2. 25 seconds in. All gamers are going to force it down towards B. Jue is going to drop YH.
I don't know if they can go A.
bait out of rotation.
I don't think they can go back to A. There's no time. They have to commit to this fight. The bomb has been dropped, and it's really down to this one fight right here. XQQQ wins the duel. 10 seconds left. There's no way Jue will get there. That is going to be the round over.
Run!
Wait, he won't get there. He won't get there.
He's
over.
got no
It's
time.
over.
He's got no time.
He has to get the kill. He has to get the kill, right? No. Just not going to give it to him.
So
YZK, good job hiding.
GA whiffs that shot, and that cost them the round. I think that's the morale of the run out of the games here. If GA is able to perform, they win the round. If GA underperforms, they lose the round.
I just feel like it comes down to EP actually getting pickoffs and AG a little bit slow on the push afterwards. But yeah, they definitely need him to step up. Absolutely. I'd like to see a little bit more A focus from the GR side here for EP. This has been the go-to for AG to just push A. Just send 3 people up there, have a guy looking at mid, and then 1 on B. And if a push comes into B, you rotate out, you try to go for the retake. I feel like that's a little bit more standard from Ankara GR, but it's not really what we're seeing here from the side of EP. Meanwhile, we got a push coming in through the B connector. Underneath, we got smokes getting ready to be lined up. And here comes the push already.
This is going to be a faster round coming out from the side of all gamers. 4 players are going to be sending it through underpass. I mean, sure, XQQ has control of office mount, but now he gets pushed back, and the bomb site is free for all gamers to get the plant done.
Starting to feel a little bit of a shift in momentum right here, but 4 on 5, if AG can hold on to this, it brings it right back into their control quite squarely. Du low. Would need to hit his first shot here if he wants to have impact in the round. I don't know that he's going to get a second one off, assuming he misses that first one. Does hit it, of course. That settles the score a little bit for AG. Good trade back from ZY. We're back and forth. Still 2 players to find, but EP have enough this time around, and that attack timeout seems to have done wonders for Evolution Power. They've just been able to reset a little bit, and now the map's starting to look more competitive.
Yeah, 2 on the board for Evolution Power. Just need to pick a couple more to tie it to a 4v4. For all gamers, their execution was clean. They were able to get onto the bomb site. Just tried to hold it down. Du found the opening frag, but eventually, I'm not entirely sure who it was, either Zay or Mino, but that one guy just swinging out, takes down Du, and finds a couple more frags, and that was the round for Evolution Power. So they had to rely on the clutch and the individual mechanics of a single player, but at the end of the day, the round is won, and that's really all they need, to be quite frankly.
Yeah, I mean, I like that play from the side of EP. Look for picks. If they get onto the B site, so be it. You could look to get retakes just like that. It's very doable. You don't have to just, sit back and allow AG to get free 5-man pushes on the A without doing anything. Like, this doesn't have to look like the way they played GR on Black Widow, because that wasn't very impressive either.
Yep.
I mean, that's the beauty of Ankara, right? Like, if you are boxed in down towards A bomb site, you can put out a very strong hold as a blacklist side, since you can cover multiple angles. But if you're boxed down towards B, like, it's much harder. The retakes are easier to do, since there are only so many angles.
Say's the only one really, well, he was looking at mid. We do have XQQ watching this angle as well. Push comes out. That's another kill. XQQ make it 2.
Okay. Evolution Power are back. Man, they couldn't hit the broadside of a barn in those first 4 rounds, but now they're hitting everything. And pause for AG. Scoreline will be 4-3 on the pause, which still gives you a couple of rounds left in this half to work with. And, a 6-3 scoreline, assuming AG can make great use of this pause the same way that Evolution Power have, puts you in a really good position still. But on the same token, Evolution Power are, they're making a pretty crazy comeback here. So another 5-4 half could be potentially on the cards. I think it's a good time for a pause. These last 2 rounds of this half could really dictate how the rest of the map plays out.
Yeah, definitely not a bad time for a pause to be called by all gamers. Dude's gonna have a frag, but 17 seconds is not quite gonna cut it. Needs to find 4 more in just about 10 seconds. He's gonna whip the shot. Gets some consolidation kills, but eventually the round should more than definitely be secured by Evolution Power. That's another, sure.
Great for his KD.
Yeah.
But that's about it. 3 bonus kills, 12 and 4. Timeout for the side of all gamers. And, like you were saying, it really just comes down to Evolution Power beginning to hit their shots. Like, all gamers, they weren't doing anything wrong, per se, on those entries. Wasn't the cleanest. They weren't covering their bases. They didn't have a smoke in the face of XQQ. There is still stuff to improve on, but I think that the credit needs to be given over to Evolution Power, that they're actually here to play after dropping 4 rounds in a row somehow.
4 rounds in a row. And then Evolution Power just steps it back and picks up 3 in a row. Now it really just does get very dicey for all gamers, isn't it? Because, coming into Ankara, I thought all gamers was going to be able to swiftly pick this map up and then move into Compound, where Evolution Power should be struggling a little bit more than all gamers. But if EP can somehow make a comeback and take their own map point into their own hands, then Compound becomes very dicey. I feel like there's not a single team between these two really has a strong edge against each other on that map. So that's where all the funsies start. We might even have a good chance of going into Mexico for the series.
I tell you what, if we get to Mexico, that's going to bang. That's just wild. Neither of those teams having played it.
Then it's a coin flip, isn't it?
Yeah, literally.
Yeah. It's like, who do you give better credit to? Do and G8 rifle, or YZK and XQQ to rifle?
I think I'm backing ZY based on what we've seen so far.
Well, ZY is always going to rifle, right?
ZY is the GOAT.
Yeah, but that's fair.
He is goated.
I think that just the deciding factor for me for that map is
1v9,
is ZY existing.
True.
Yeah.
That is fair.
As long as he's alive, he applies that unseenable pressure to the side of Evolution Power.
What if he's in mid and he gets flashbanged 3 times in a row and taken out?
What do you mean?
Love Mexico. Great map. Awesome.
So is ZY like a reborn of Chuck Norris, or what's up?
He might just die. He's no Chuck Norris. I'm just saying that's
roundhouse kick to the face of Evolution Power.
That's the way that Mexico plays out sometimes. Get unlucky with some utility, you just lose.
Yeah.
And AG, they're going back to, well, if it ain't broke, just push 5 people into A. I like this strat. I'm a big fan of this one.
And the flashes are up and over. YH has to hold the spray down. Will be good for 2. Wasn't able to find the 3rd, but eventually Mino on top of the bump site is going to be good for deep frag. And all of a sudden, the tack pause is not going to help all gamers pick up a round. Down 3 players on a 2v4. G trying to make the best out of it is going to think about swinging on top of the stairs, but he's going to be well watched by 3 players, and somehow not being able to look at the right angle. Jay's going to be able to equalize back down to 1v1. The C4 will be picked up, and he will swap to another M4 with enough bullets in the chamber. 45 seconds remaining, and the retake from YZK is already near towards spawn, and he's not going to miss. YZK is going to find the final kill, and Evolution Power is going to be able to secure one more round, and we are tied back at 4-on-4.
A little bit disappointing for all gamers. 4-0 start, now we're at 4-4. Might not quite be the easy streak through Ankara to get the 2-0 lead that they had been hoping for. Especially with Do 13-5, like, it's actually kind of starting to get a bit egregious that AG have only got the 4 here. You've got your star player, especially the perfect guy for the map as well. You know, it is your sniper stepping up, and you might not even go through this half with a lead. Raises some questions.
Raises a lot of questions, actually, since you're playing on the blacklist side and you are about to finish your half on a deficit almost. It's definitely not going to work out. Going to be looking at a B split possibly, but look at this hold from Evolution Power, almost reading this like a book. It's going to put 4 players down towards B with Mino up front, who's been finding huge amount of success, holding Hotel by himself.
There's 3 people here in Hotel. I mean,
Oh,
Evolution Power,
cooked.
they're so ready for this. And they might think it's only Minnow. Very nice play there from the side of AG, but will they expect this many guys? And the flank coming in from XQQ. The cold shot gets in, it gets traded out, but this has been held so far very nicely from the side of EP. Watch out for Do, though. He's got the off angle coming straight down mid, but Evolution Power very nicely just going to back away, take their wins, not overcommit to the bomb. And Dway just kind of out here, though. A lot of lurking here from the side of AG. We'll see if EP can find them.
Dre's got to clear multiple corners before being able to actually see or encounter a player from Evolution Power, but he has made himself way in towards middle, down towards spawn. Oh, YH, the swing! Not there, and Evolution Power is going to be able to find the 5th round. It's going to be 5-4 as they switch sides, and all gamers will have to move into Global Risk, which is seemingly the worst side for them with a round deficit. So are we looking at a Mexico brewing in the pot here, Jordan?
I mean, I don't know, man. I think it's probably still a little bit too early to say that we're going to go all the way to Mexico, but I think we're definitely looking at a Evolution Power picking up their own map choice type situation. I will say it probably still is going to be a close one. Do, you know, very, very proficient with this Orm. He's moving on to the GR side. This is where typically you would actually expect to get a little bit more work done than what has happened on the BL side. So I think he's going to be a really big factor in this second half. And Gia picking up that secondary Orm. Big issue, of course, is 1-2-2-2's form. 2 and 8 out of that first half is not going to be quite good enough. And I don't know if maybe AG are going to struggle to hide him right now. That is the problem with the GR side. When someone's having a rough time, you can kind of just target them over and over and over and try to exploit their position. And Evolution Power, they should know where all of the AG players play, right? They should know that, you know, Zhui is this vent player. He's been playing there for a long time. He was on here last year as well.
Yeah.
Generally pretty good. So they should know where 1-2-2-2 plays, for example.
I mean, they tried to juggle with Jay's position on Black Widow for Global Risk. He was down towards middle. He was down towards catwalk. He was down towards long. I mean, eventually, none of those positions Jay was able to shine. So it was a bit of a problem. But Evolution Power is going to decide for a B push. However, ZY swung out and was knocked out by Zay. So that will be the beginning and the opening frag of the round. Down to a 4v5, all gamers, in a 2-2 split. And Evolution Power is going to send the rest of the players down towards A. 1-2-2-2 and Dre. This duo will need to hold down the bomb site, and looks like they're going to be readying the flashes up and over. They're going to send it. 1-2-2 clears one, but he's going to get re-picked. Dre with a huge double spray down. Looking for a third, not going to happen as YZK swings in, gets the kill, down towards middle. XQQ with the Colt will finalize the kill as well, and the round may as well as go down towards the side of Evolution Power.
I mean, they held that pretty nicely. You got to give them a bit of props there. 1-2-2-2 stays alive. He gets the first kill. Dway's there for the very nice AK spray after the fact. And then, I mean, YZK's getting a Colt kill. Dude's just kind of dying for free in mid. They were already down one after the pick in connector. And, yeah, this is looking very nice for EP to take this one. I have to say, it feels like AG don't really have much left in the tank, and Ankara has been much better to EP this time around. Map's not over, and I still like how Dway and 1222 were able to hold down the site together as a two-man unit, mostly, until YZK pulled out the Colt.
Certainly not over. It's only 6-4, but the showing that Evolution Power put out in the last round is so dominant. And I don't know, like I don't know if that last round should have thrown the caution to the wind for all gamers, but some way, somehow, they're not able to find the rotations in time in the right places, and Evolution Power is just able to walk into the bomb sites near freely.
Yeah. Oh. Gonna let one cross, and that is a mistake. YH shuts him down. Good trade, though, by Do. Another pause. This will have to be a tech pause.
Yeah,
Everyone's
they both
used their
paused.
attacks.
Yeah. We'll see what that's about.
Whoa!
Do! Okay, well,
honestly,
didn't have to be that aggressive.
If he hits that first shot, instead of having to pull out the Colt and get that second shot off and finish him, he might have actually gotten two there, the way that he's playing. So just purely by missing that first shot, a big difference is made in the round. AG pushing their way forward, though. They don't want to let this one slip. They know that a 7-4 is going to be difficult to come back from, but they've got no idea where Evolution Power are actually headed. So they're going to spread back out across the map, and does leave Shui kind of high and dry. Oh, he could deny the bomb plant here. No one's watching. YH. Oh, that's a freebie for Shui. Doesn't deny the bomb plant, but brings it back to a 1v3, which is much harder for YZK to win. And 1222 somehow has snuck his way in under the stairs. It'll be an easy kill. And in the end, an easy round for all gamers as well. That's worked out perfectly. So, negotiating the treacherous waters. There was an iceberg. But luckily, they're not the Titanic at this point.
Player reported an equipment issue here on the side of AG. We'll try to get this resolved very quickly. Yeah, that round, you know, again, kind of saved a little bit by Do. He was able to hold the push through mid. I think if EP open up the middle of the map there, and they get kind of like a double push on A, which we've seen many a time, could certainly pull apart especially Dway's position in the vent and make that a little bit more dicey for them, as this does look like an issue for 1222.
I feel like Jay's absence just continues. He's not being able to put himself back online. Even that mid hold, that arm shot, was sure, like you can by timing let one player pass, but you need to hit those shots if you're gonna hold spawn with on arm. If you can't, I don't know what else to say, really.
Well, at least he's got some backup from the rest of his team. You know, we've all said this from time to time, but maybe it's time to switch over to a rifle. You know, if the ALM isn't working for you. We saw, who was it? Sneaky was talking about a specific player that just wasn't getting it done on the ALM, and then he switched over to the rifle, and he was absolutely killing it on the M4. I forget who it was, but could be the play. I mean, Jay's a good rifler as well. You know, it feels like kind of a jack of all trades, and if one of your trades isn't really working out, go to the other ones. Wouldn't mind it. You don't have to double ALM on this map, but hope this tech issue gets solved in due time. Seems like
due time?
1222 still. Yes, due time.
I'm going crazy, man. There's too many tech pauses. It's making me go a little bit crazy.
This is only the third tech pause, okay?
Oh, okay.
Of the day.
Yeah.
No
So far.
Listen, it's all good, man. I'm only on 1 best of 5 today. I'm chilling.
Yeah, speak
it's
for
your
yourself.
funeral.
Yeah, that's true. You had a lovely day yesterday, didn't you?
Actually, it went about as good as it possibly could have, I thought.
Yeah.
Best case scenario?
Yeah, really. Like, I was very concerned that we were going to get a really, really long series in that first series. Antisocial winning that first map, I thought, you know, they've won it, but it was 10-8. It didn't really do enough to really convince me. And honestly, the rest of that series also could have, like, there was 2 10-8s. So you know how close that is, really.
Yeah, and it was like a 10-4, right?
And then a 10-4 or something on the
Q9
last
just
map.
kind of fell apart.
Yeah, I think once you lose 2 maps, 10-8, you're kind of doomed at that point. But if it's just one, you know, you can come back in the next one with the next one 10-8. It's a completely different ball game. But yeah, I think they were just mentally checked out in that third map. especially once it kind of started to get rolling, and it was like, okay, yeah, we're actually getting rolled. So pretty good display from Antisocial. I'm quite keen to see what they're going to be able to do on the stage, because those are big stage players as well. All got a lot of experience in that kind of arena.
Ooh.
Except for White.
You know, 1222, he's the one with the tech issue. He actually got the last kill in the last round, so I'm guessing this is almost definitely an audio issue.
I
Just
feel like
by the fact that his mouse and keyboard seemingly worked pretty well.
Sure.
At
fair.
the end there.
the issue has escalated to level 1.5. Now we have 3 admins present on the side of all gamers.
Yep.
And yeah, by far, flawless tournament except the equipment issues.
Yeah, pretty much. It's been relatively smooth.
Yeah.
You know.
Surprisingly enough.
Yeah. No, it's good to see. Always getting better. Everyone's improving as we come along here at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. As we do have 3 admins trying to help out Mr. 1222 number.
The fourth one was thinking about coming on stage, but he went back into the backside.
Yeah. Generally, in order to go tier 2, you would have to have the player take their headset off. But if it's a headset issue, he probably needs to keep it on in order to check.
And test.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's an issue with his comms. Like, he can hear fine, but his mic is not working properly. Yeah, that could be the issue as well.
Could be anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could also just be an entirely different issue, and I was just wrong in my tech pause analysis.
I have a fair share of experience with tech pauses as well.
Oh,
what was your worst? Like, not in terms of duration, but like worst as in like the damage.
Well,
like the issue.
Well, there was a guy, I'm sure you guys know, different game to CROSSFIRE, but he was an Indian player, and he was cheating. Do you know Word.exe?
Yeah.
You've heard of Word.exe?
Yes.
Yep. I've seen that live.
I was casting that game.
You were casting
I
it.
was casting that game, and basically the game paused just like this. Like, we were partway through a map. We were just sitting there, you know, yapping about, oh, what could be happening, tech issues, this or that. We were literally there for 45 minutes just talking. It got to the point where it was like, you know, we could go to a break, but like we were just having having a chat. We had these nice like morphling
down.
chairs, right, where you can like lean back. We literally were leaning back, like looking at the roof, just chatting, podcast mode, and then eventually we go to a break, and then it's another half an hour or so afterwards. And finally, because we were doing this remote, the event was actually in China. We were doing the broadcast from Australia. We eventually get communicated that the game is not going to continue.
It's over.
And
it is over.
Someone was cheating on LAN in a live event.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was basically the biggest scandal in that particular game.
Yeah. Now, Jordan isn't insinuating that anything like that is happening here.
Oh,
This seems to be pretty clearly a headset issue
Oh,
or
yeah, no.
some kind of audio issue, comms issue, something like that. But it seems to be a deeper issue because it's taking quite a while. So
And officially the headset is off from 1 to 2.
But yeah, that was probably the worst tech pause I've ever had to go through.
What was yours? What was yours, Valdez? Like in terms of like the toughest tech pause, not the longest.
Well, you were saying like biggest issue, right?
Yeah.
There was actually one where part of the it was a different game to this, but part of the booth. Yeah, so we're getting word now that it's a communication software issue here, so that's really where the deeper issue lies. It's not the headset's problem. It's more in the software, but there was actually a piece of the booth that fell on the head of the player while he was playing. That was the craziest issue for me because that actually was like, holy crap, is this guy going to be okay? Like, does he have a concussion? Is he conscious? He was okay, but in the moment it was like, oh, that's scary, you know? You're playing and the booth falls on your head.
It kind of got memed in Korea because I know which one you're talking about, but
yeah.
It's like the second official esports injury.
Yeah.
Weird to say this, but it looks like the
issue
has been solved and we are back.
Nice.
6-5, all gamers trying to catch up to Evolution Power. And looks like we are going underway with the rounds. Evolution Power is going to be looking down towards A.
Is he okay?
Okay,
now he's moving.
Yeah.
He was like all tapping and stuff. Okay, he's back in the game. Thankfully, Evolution
and
Power
he's on the rifle.
didn't push during that time.
And G's finally on the rifle.
Yeah. I mean, looks like ZY actually is going to be the one that's kind of playing mid and playing this kind of, I don't even know what you would call it, kind of like solo man, lone wolf position out there. Everybody else kind of holding a position. He's trying to hold down mid. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be a good way to put it. I thought Du would just continue to play the angle. He still has the long mid angle from B, but this is kind of what I was expecting more of, especially in the Chinese head-to-head. You know, a lot of focus on A in terms of GR defense, and then you kind of got like stragglers in mid and B that can retake the site if the push does come in. Du, he'd like to take a bit of a gander at the middle of the map. Let's see what he finds. The answer is not much at this point in time, and the timing here from XQQ is brilliant.
That is a good find indeed. Taking Du out of the picture. You wouldn't really want to get anyone more than him. XQQ looking pretty nice here. AG falling apart. And Jia waiting for his timing, but no swing to come. Ooh, late in the round. Looking to activate. Gets a kill on Domino. Needs more than that. I think he might have spotted YZK on the stairs in that sniper's nest. Jia 1-on-2. Try and save the day for AG. It's Zay and XQQ on the other side. Yeah, honestly, that feels like your best case scenario right here, but he is going to draw the peek out. And of course, there's no hope in that case. So Evolution Power will go up one round.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate timing for Du. Great work from XQQ. And that is the one issue that can arise if you're going to leave only one person on B. If the guy gets picked off before the push actually happens, then you just have nobody to hold it. And you're kind of a sitting duck team with everybody on A and no way to hold the push. So nicely done from the side of Evolution Power. Looking pretty good from their blacklist side so far of Ankara.
I mean, even ZY holding onto the bomb site didn't really have to swing the second time.
Yeah,
could
that
struggle with the boxes, wait, and burn the timer down. Wait for your teammates to come for the rotation, but eventually he swings out and dies, and eventually Evolution Power was able to swarm the bomb site afterwards. But in the meantime, 7-5, Evolution Power picks up another round, and All Gamers playing on the global risk seemingly is put to some they're putting their backs against the walls. Of course, global risk is not their best side and not the best side to play on Ankara as well. Gotta make the best out of it. Dre linking to swing. Oof, Mino. Now he more than definitely knows there's a player inside. Ooh, the barrel has been seen. Dre swings and almost catches Mino. Bunch of damage done, but eventually the push was right down towards main entrance.
Wow.
And YH and Z is going to be able to find a frag each. ZY comes in for the rotation, gets one, but gets traded out in a blink of an eye.
What a turnaround from Evolution Power. This series was looking like it was really in the dumpster, honestly, after losing map 1, going down 4-0 on your map pick. You'd think, oh, we're in a bit of trouble, but they've done a really, really good job of pulling this back. It's kind of somewhat reminiscent of what AG did on that first map, where it wasn't really looking good in the first half, or at least the start of the first half, but now we're kind of poised to see Evolution Power just close this map out. You know, maybe 10-6, something like that. AG trying to make something of this retake, and it did start to get interesting. Time, a factor here for Du. He's going to have to sit this defuse. XQQ should win it every day of the week, and will.
That was funny to see him trying to spin and hold on to the defuse there. Easy clear for XQQ. And yeah, look at this timing. Spots him.
Yeah, that's unbelievable timing.
Just not much you could do. This swing here from ZY was the one we were critical of. All he's got to do, he got that first kill. You just sit behind the boxes, try to survive, wait for your team to come over instead of wide swinging into the entire push. Evolution Power looking great. Looking to close out Ankara, their map pick, in a pretty dominant score. You'd be feeling pretty good about their chances for the rest of the series if they can close this one out very easily, as AG have been on struggle street ever since swapping sides. Honestly, even before that, when they lost a bunch of rounds in a row, 5 in a row, and then, you know, they got one along the way, and then everything else went to EP as well.
Right. I mean, all gamers at this point really just have to, like, scrap any round they can find. Like, they are really putting their backs against the walls. 8 rounds towards the Evolution Power. They just need to pick up 2 more to secure Ankara to themselves in a justifiable way. And now Du, out towards B, will find a bullet and has to fall back. giving up the control of B long, and this is going to continue to hurt to the side of all gamers. Trying to gain some maps, any sort of map control, really. It was a problem down towards Black Widow, and now it's the same problem continuing on to the side of Ankara.
If you want to make a comeback on this map, you can't afford this to go to 9 for Evolution Power. It's a must-win round for AG, and, well, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I think that's map over at that point.
Nobody was watching. It was just, it's like it's Black Widow all over again. They just, like, run at you, and AG are like, there's no way they're pushing. They're absolutely pushing. They were just not ready for that at all.
Looks like a sealed round to me, too.
And now, you know, again, it's like, can ZY clutch it? Can 122 clutch it? That's really the only way they were able to win GR rounds on Black Widow as well. They just seem lost on the side today. Here comes ZY. He's being poked out. He's got a flash. He has a million guys to take down. They have taken position on the site, but the crossfire coming in here might just be a little bit too much. There it is, the cleanup, and that is round number 9. Going to Evolution Power. One more. And they take down Ankara here and tie up the series.
And just the blacklist side for Evolution Power seems way more dominant and way more powerful than what all gamers is putting out, really. And even coming into round number 15, I feel like Evolution Power can just run into a bump site and get a free plan in. Just clear out the players that are holding it and win the round from there on. All gamers is not being able to put out the defense that they were able to put out in the past couple of years.
Yeah.
Maybe it's due to change in players. Maybe it's due to the change of tempo or meta, but I can't really tell what the problem is. And it's the unknown problem that just continues to persist and bites back all gamers in the back.
I think it's almost like HE, they don't have their basics down for some reason, but that might just be because EP has such a deep understanding of the way they play that they're really just able to attack those vulnerabilities and make it look so weak. I'm still struggling to understand how it can look this weak on the side of AG. I mean, look at this timing.
Oh, dear.
Look at this.
What is this? I mean, this is, again, the problems that we saw on Black
They have
Widow.
no info.
AG, no info. They're going to make a gamble stack over towards B, and at that perfect timing, Evolution Power waltz their way into A. Yes, Shia is going to be able to get one with the Orm, but 4-on-4 retake, you've essentially given Evolution Power the keys to the kingdom on Ankara.
All right, let's see it. I mean, they have 4 guys. Still a chance to go for the retake here, but that is first kill to Minnow. 1 headshot to ZY. Can he do more is the question. He's already down. And, yeah, Do and GA trying to come back in. See, as YZK under a lot of pressure. They will get this retake in. Nicely done by AG. Good rotation over to the front of A to help out with that push. Yeah, certainly a lot of pressure there.
Not too sold on that post plant from Evolution Power. I think they're just getting stuck on the site a little bit too much there. You could have got someone sort of working out a little bit further. Just give another little angle to worry about, but AG found it quite easy to make that retake happen because they all essentially just have to filter in and look in the same direction.
But now they got to do it 3 more times against Evolution Power.
And that's what I was saying last round. Like, if you're going to make a comeback here, AG, if the score right now is 8-7, that feels quite doable, but 9-6, it's a completely different ballgame. Winning 3 in a row, you have to have perfection.
And to make things worse, GA is armed out from the lobby by XQQ. So, gonna be a tougher one than last round.
This is kind of what I wanted to see Do try to do, but instead he's been playing like scout. He's not trying to make a big impact early. He's just like, let me see where they're coming in. As Dwayne trying to hold down the A site by himself. He's been pretty reliable, but only going to try and get the 1v1. Does go down. And now another retake going to have to come through here from the side of AG, but they're down a member this time, so a bit of a different look. And Do not going to find that angle either.
Barely won the 4v4 now, trying for the 4v3. C4 is down and is ticking away with the pop flash. 1-2 swings in, but with his back turned towards the wrong way, he's going to go down, and so is ZY. All down to his of Do. I mean, he's been able to find some success, but the wall bangs are going to connect, and Evolution Power as well to close the map out, and indeed, they will close their own map with Ankara in their favor. 10-6, EP.
Evolution Power are not done yet, and All Gamers can't quite keep that momentum that they gained towards the back end of map number 1 and even started map 2 with. And they can't really use it to amount to a whole lot there either on Ankara. Honestly, I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed in All Gamers there. I think they had all the building blocks for a very successful map, and they really just kind of let it slip away from them.
Yeah, they just wasn't able to find the final piece of the puzzle. It's just the way I feel is, sure, they have the individual mechanics ready and all that, but the team play is the missing part, the missing link of actually being able to connect and translate their power into winning a round.
Yeah. Evolution Power, though, looked a lot better.
Yeah, I think for Evolution Power, you can be very happy with the way that map went. I am a little bit worried for AG, the fact that I feel like I was a bit baited by the stats, like 60% win rate on the global risk side, but keep in mind they had a 10-1, 10-2 matchup up against Unknights early on in the group stage, so we're just seeing them get absolutely blasted from their GR side. Like, Evolution Power are taking so many fights and just winning them very heavily. I thought that AG were doing the same from their Blacklist side, but then Evolution Power were able to step up, get a bunch of GR-sided rounds. As you can see there at the end of the second half, they got 5 in a row, and then started off even from their Blacklist side with the win. And yeah, it just felt like All Gamers just very lost from their GR side, not seemingly knowing how to get the information, how to stop the pushes from Evolution Power. And any Chinese team that's at this level will absolutely punish you for that every single time, and Evolution Power are doing a great job of that. XQQ, excellent sniping. He's the best sniper on the server right now as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, ZY definitely fell off as well. He was a key proponent of the success in map 1 for All Gamers, and did go a little bit missing here on map 2, but more importantly, I want to kind of highlight again 1-2-2-2. We obviously had our conversations around him coming into today, and I think some of that was kind of neutered by what we saw on map 1. He did okay, but it wasn't obviously a standout performance from him necessarily. But he just basically did not exist there on
maybe
map 2.
Maybe the tech pause really just took the momentum away from 1-2-2. I mean, he was having a great map 1, but coming into Ankara, it was just not there for him.
I don't even know if it was the tech pause necessarily so much as maybe even the tac pause from Evolution Power. It felt like that tac pause did do a lot of work for Evolution Power. But nonetheless, here we are, 1-1. Scoreline is equal, which means we have at least 2 more maps left in this series. We're going to take a short break before we get into those, but don't go too far away. Map 3 is coming up next. back into the swing of things. But can we say the same for either of these teams or both of these teams at the same time? Here's my take. I think both teams have not necessarily shown up to this series in the way that we would have liked, at least not at their peak level. We've seen flashes of it, but I think there's still more that kind of needs to be done to prove both of these teams that they deserve to be in the playoffs.
I think this can happen, though, when you have two teams that know each other very well. It's like, generally what happens is like both of them are performing at a very high level. You see a lot of cool, interesting strategies, a lot of mind games and stuff. This one, it almost feels like they've both taken a step down, as you mentioned. You know, we're not really seeing them at their highest level, and they're kind of taking sucker punches at each other. But, you know, still a lot of maps to play, still a lot of time for one team to kind of step up to the plate and declare that they're going to take their series, whereas I feel like nobody has done that so far. You see the stats here. AG seems like they should be favored from the GR side, but I don't know. Their GR side has been very lackluster for me so far this series.
I mean, also in a best out of 5, that's not a grand final in the semifinals or the quarterfinals. You don't want to show all the maps to your possible opponents because you're going to be showing your weaknesses, and by far, so far, both Evolution Power and All Gamers have been revealing their weaknesses towards Black Widow, towards Ankara, and now you're about to show your weaknesses of Compound to the enemies that you're about to fight in the next rounds.
Well, unfortunately, you don't really have much of a choice in the matter anymore. You're definitely going to have to show 4 maps in this series now, whichever way it goes, maybe even 5 if we get all the way to Mexico. As wild as that sounds, it sounded a little bit crazy at the start of today, but now it's kind of starting to feel a little bit more realistic. Again, I'm really worried about the consistency on both sides. I think both teams have kind of had good moments, had bad moments. We're seeing, you know, players go from like insane, goated individual status on map 1 to irrelevant on map 2 and vice versa. So yeah, it's really hard to call which way this one's going to go. I still am, I think, leaning towards AG just because I kind of like the map pool a little bit better for them. But at the end of the day, if we do get to that 5th map, if we do get to Mexico 2-2 scoreline, at that point I'm going to say this is literally a 50-50. Just toss a coin in the air and see which way it goes. You know, there's no doubt that Evolution Power can really contest, but Compound last time they played was actually the most one-sided map, and it did go the way of All Gamers. So it should be a nice little inroad back for All Gamers to kind of get on top in this series again.
Yeah, Evolution Power's Compound wasn't all that proficient. Sure, they've taken the map into their own hands, but I don't think it was a flawless 10-0 that was, you know, for the side of Evolution Power.
It was 10-3, I think.
Yeah,
it was 10-3 for AG.
And then for All Gamers, it was like 10-3, you know, like one of the smaller scores being put out by their opponents. So, yeah, Compound is seemingly the more, let's say, more confident map for the side of All Gamers. But because of the course of the previous 2 maps, Black Widow and Ankara, just being very wonky, I don't think it's going to be an easy fight here, Jordan.
Yeah. Leaning one way or the other?
All Gamers.
Okay. For just this map?
No reason, just vibes.
Just vibes.
I mean, that's what this is at this point, right? Like, it all does just come down to
It really is just like, who's going to play better on this map? Like, they've both been a bit wishy-washy. Who's going to step up? Let's see who's going to do it.
There you have it. On to map 3, Compound, as All Gamers are gonna go on the side of Blacklist. And already, Evolution Power is going aggressive into the faces of All Gamers. Jay was able to take a leg shot towards YH, but he himself will be taken down to half HP in the process of trading bullets and trading nades. And a lot of map control is going to be taken by Evolution Power. They do clear out double pillars. They're going to back away, but they were also able to plant another player down towards A long. And it kind of pushes All Gamers around towards the back area. Now they're trying to reclaim control of double pillars, but it's going to burn a lot of clock down for them to do so.
I mean, it's funny, isn't it? It feels like Compound is one of those maps where there's relatively agreed upon battle lines that have been drawn. Blacklist side gets to take pillars, gets to take mid, and gets to take most of A long. But Evolution Power throwing a bit of a spanner in the works here by pushing Zay out of A.
Uh-huh.
They may be already causing a little bit of a ruckus, breaking a little bit of that semblance of normalcy. And all gamers might actually run into it. They're floating around in mid right now, and Do honestly does look like he kind of wants to contest in that direction. Grenade actually catches YH. Zay spotted out as well. Fantastic start for all gamers on this Blacklist side.
But the question is, can they translate these two-man advantage into a round? There's 50 seconds remaining. And so far, Evolution Power is planning to go on a retake, is what's being suggested here. They are playing on the backside of all things. If they do spot the players come into one side of the bomb sites, then they will be able to provide the rotation and defense.
Oh,
Not anymore.
1-2-2-2. He's back to play. He's coming in with a couple of very nice angles for himself. Gets that shot. YZK getting tagged down. He's alone. 1v5. All gamers, a flawless round, taking a little bit of damage across the board, but that's about it. Losing nobody. And really just comes down to meticulous Blacklist side play on the side of compound. We see Wolf Empire do this all the time. As you guys were mentioning with battle lines, you take pillars, you take mid, you win that fight in the A-long position as well. You get a couple of picks, and then you just get a very strong mid push, and it's easy from there. I feel like that's the best way to play Blacklist from this map.
Yeah, that was a very strong Blacklist side, and now they're going to force it down towards double pillars. However, XQQ wasn't able to find the frag last round, is looking for one coming into round number 2. Oh, the whiff and a miss, but Mino is still there to find one quick headshot. Couldn't quite connect the second spray down, and now YH will have to find himself in the deep side of the servers with the support of YZK. But, all gamers is not forcing the issue. They're going to be playing this one with patience. And this might cost Evolution Power another round.
That's good team play from AG. Nice round out from them so far. Working together to wrestle control of outside B away from Evolution Power. Dude's just been dropped off at the bottom of mid to wait and see if there's going to be anybody rotating around.
It's just a Colt
Gaming.
How did YH even get tapped out? Maybe he was trying to swing out a little too wide. We didn't quite catch the replay there. So.
Yeah. I think he was trying to get info on if they were still there. And this can be the struggle from the side of Global Risk. It's like they kind of need to know what angle Blacklists are taking. But if you're down members, you want to take the risk. You want to push out and get that info as early as possible. But sometimes you just push out and you get your head taken off. Okay,
one missed flash.
Kind of sad we saw that.
Oh no,
dude!
Oh god! And all of a sudden, it's gonna.
Don't do this to me again, man. Like this is literally. I'm just seeing it flash before my eyes. It's like Black Widow all over again.
After a strong Blacklist start, they fall off mid halfway through the first half. What are you suggesting here, Jordan?
Boom! EG get the site, take it down, and it was like pulling teeth. It was very difficult for them. I think we are gonna have a pause, not right now, but after the next round here. Probably a tack pause taken by EP. They want to make sure that they fix whatever is going wrong in their Global Risk side. Has been really the struggle side for both teams so far, depending on the map.
I mean, all gamers now have a foothold on the first half. They are able to pick up 2 rounds in a row, looking for their third.
But remember, they were up 4-0 on Anchor.
4, and then they lost 5 straight up. So yeah, like
6 actually in a row.
Well, there you go. I at this point don't think you can really read into anything. Past performance is not an indicator of future.
Can they unlock the future?
Can they unlock the future? I have no idea.
No. Well, this one's going to be more of a slower round coming up from all gamers.
Got to find their keys first.
Yeah. I mean, they have to find the vault first, if anything, even before the keys.
Isn't the vault just the future?
Maybe.
If you're trying to unlock the future.
But they need to find the future first to unlock the future.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's a huge step down towards the wrong.
Very true, very true.
Yes.
Well said.
I guess the future is going to be tougher.
Where the minimap go? Okay, there it is.
All gamers sending it down towards a long Evolution Power is going to be able to find some success here. YH with a quick trade kill. Looking for a second. It is good. And looks like the future is going to be running away from all gamers. And G's going to be able to find the frag.
Yeah, I don't know that AG was expecting 2 players actually set up in that room. Typically, it's just one. And, you know, you're sort of jump spotting similar to what we see 3BL do. Horus likes to jump spot on that line, get a bit of info, maybe take one fight, and then back off. But a bit more of a committed hold this time around from Evolution Power. It doesn't necessarily work out too poorly for them. I like the push here from Minnow, getting active. He's been spotted out, but XQQ in the meanwhile dealing with the rest of the offensive over toward B. Du has slipped his way past in through curve. He's not the big factor there. Jia is, and it's down to Jia to try to clutch. He's 5-0 right now. He's running out of Colt bullets. He's running out of time. And unfortunately, his deathless streak will not continue.
Yeah, that time around, push much slower. A lot of action there on a long, and Jia got the advantage, but they weren't really able to make much out of it. Kind of running out of time, trying to force in a B. They get cut off there by XQQ with a big kill, his first of the contest. And now, big push into pillars once again as the sniper duel does come through. It is Jie with the first kill as EP not backing off of this one, trying to swing into them. They're just getting mowed down as Jue picks up 3 kills in a row after the fact. That's only going to leave ZYK. And he is donezo.
3-1. Good response.
Definitely a good response. After losing that round, they were trying to change the tempo. But eventually, Evolution Power's decision to go aggressive on that round is not going to pay off at all. And now, moving on to round number 5. Early nades finding some sort of value. Now, YH stuck under HUD. Dre might even think about dropping down with a pop flash of his teammate. And that might be the opening frag into this round.
Or they just back away. We do have a smoke coming in, probably a door, I would imagine. There it is. YH, will he be able to trade out some kills? He's spotted, and that is a big one from Dre. Going to open up the middle of the map here. Huge value for the side of Blacklist. They don't even need to push it right now if they don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, they have all the time in the world. They have minute 40. They can rotate to wherever bomb site they want to rotate to. Although, the last round they lost, they brought the C4 to the bomb site where there's 2 players of Evolution Power didn't rotate out at all. So, that's how that previous round went. But this round, things are looking more prominent for all gamers. 5v4, taking it towards double pillars, clearing out every corner. But Mino is still alive. And all gamers, they're going to rotate back down towards middle, so they're going to play with their positions for quite a bit.
Yeah, this is totally fine. I mean, just you get the pick, you clear out behind you, make sure they're not rotating on you, and then you just set up a strong mid 5-man push. We can see that there's a big stack towards B and curve here from the side of EP. This is the more common place to push. As Zay in the corner. Lots of utility being thrown in. We already have a guy passing 1-2-2 behind the enemies. He's just in spawn. As EY going to take one down. And Dre not crossing in. They say, hey, we won this fight on curve. A's totally open. We can just plant it here and just wait for them to rotate over. Pick them off. Just like this.
Yeah, nice shot from Du. Maybe a little bit of an over-re-aggression there. Doesn't need to necessarily be swinging for info, but regardless, you've got numbers. And looks to be all good. Locked in for AG. 4-1. And you can really tell when AG's doing well because it's a lot noisier on the stage. Evolution Power, I don't think, quite try to hype themselves up as much as AG do.
That's a good indicator.
Really nice spray control from Zhui. Nice raw adjustment from him as well. Coming together.
To a 4v1, and it looks like All Gamers is looking to control double pillars once again, but the nades are going to find a decent value as Jay, Jue, and 1-2 both going to lose about 30 HP of their own, combined 90 and above.
Sure. Yeah, decent. from Evolution Power, but not significant enough to really worry AG at this point. I mean, what that would effectively do is kind of put you into headshot range for the M4s, but Evolution Power are running around with AKs anyway, AKs and AWMs, so honestly it might be somewhat irrelevant damage unless it kind of comes into a body spray battle.
True. I mean, there's still three frag grenades left onto the side of Evolution Power, and another nade stack on the retake may just do some magic based off of this early damage being put out. But all gamers, they're gonna switch out their tactics from B in towards middle and A, and EP's gonna have 3 players holding it once again.
Yeah, this is an interesting setup for all gamers. I know I've talked with this about this with Sneaky a little bit, taking that A long push as your main route. I'm not such a fan of. I think you definitely need to be having an A split here, but I'd rather see sort of 3 through middle and maybe 2 through long rather than a heavier stack over on long. But in this case, it's going to be 3 long. AG, they will drop a progression smoke. Maybe they're just interested in taking this map control away from Evolution Power rather than actually pushing through from there. I don't really half mind that decision at all. You kind of put pressure on A. These guys on A are now fixated looking in that direction. YZK just staring at it.
And it does open up middle quite a bit too.
Yep. Rotation off now though for Evolution Power. I wonder if AG have missed their window. They're going to have a couple of players to deal with on this push through curve. YZK gets one and then backs off. AG running that timer down. There's only 20 seconds left here. They need to get in. They need to get past XQQ, but that's just not going to happen. Round kind of falls flat for AG. A bit of indecisiveness. Kind of feels like it's gotten the better of them, but Gia has got a plan. 1v4, which has turned now into a 1v3 or 1v2. Maybe it's still doable. Gia, it would have been a miracle, but it won't be this time around, and Evolution Power will get their second.
Had he had a rifle there,
maybe
could have been clutchable, but good for one. Can't really re-pick quick enough, and he was swung with the Colt. Goes down, and the round is taken by Evolution Power.
Yeah, that round, AG, it feels like, you know, just really, they have only so many boxes to check. Like, you take pillars, you take down Minnow, you eliminate him, you know you're not going to be pushed. You take over curve, and then it's just like they stagnate there. They take just a little bit too long. They get picked off bit by bit, and XQQ gets way too much value. Like, there was a flash that hit XQQ. He just waited it out. He didn't get punished at all. And then they pushed after the flash, timed out. So XQQ could see everything. It just feels like,
timing's
yeah,
off.
the timing was very off for AG on that push. And you could see the coach was like, he's got his head in his hands. He was not very happy with the way that looked. And
yeah,
to be honest, I wasn't really either. It's good for EP. I mean, they were able to barely hold on to that one.
I don't know, man. If I'm coaching either of these teams right now, I'd be very frustrated.
Yeah.
There's a lot of the fundamentals, the basics are not being done right.
Maybe the faces we were able to see on Q9's coach yesterday is going to repeat here.
It's just not acceptable at this level. If you want to go further in this tournament, you need to be hitting the basics almost 100% of the time and then going above and beyond.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct with that one. I'm with you on that point. It's not showing right now between these two teams. Some bullets being traded, missed shots here and there, but at the end of the day, XQQ is going to be able to find the corner to work with. Nate's flying left and right. Less than a minute left, and all gamers, are they really willing to force it down this way?
Well, they can't get through XQQ. He's got a Colt out. He's just holding the angle. He's totally fine. He just rotates around them. We saw that the team was able to come on over, help him out. He's now just way out there in blacklist spawn. I mean, he's just
Chui's in no man's
disappeared.
Land now.
Yeah.
Oh, trigger discipline. He's going to hold this one. Wait for information. Oh, he pops it off, but he couldn't find the second shot onto Mano.
I mean, holding a Colt there, but obviously couldn't reload yet, but still able to hit the long shot. A chance for Dre to do something insane. The rotation is coming in, but it's not going to happen. EP continued to get on the board here. 3 rounds in their favor now.
Are we looking at the repeat of Ankara here, Valdez? Because 3 already up on the board for Evolution Power is going to be it might just be good enough to take the map away once again.
It feels like AG, they get these leads, and then they just kind of forget to cross their T's and dot their I's. They're like, okay, we're better than you. We're going to run at you. And EP are like, no, you're not. Like, what? We're just going to shoot you down if you do that, if you don't respect us. And Evolution Power just playing kind of a more relaxed, stable style from their global risk side. And they're taking what they're getting from the side of AG. I still feel like all gamers, if they just kind of slow things down and they get the right timings on their pushes, they should still be able to get some very effective pushes going. We haven't really seen that the last couple of rounds. Maybe a mid-hit once again here for them.
Well, they were pretty successful with this earlier on in the half. But a lot of map control for Evolution Power over towards the A side of the map. YZK gonna fire a shot off, giving away the Orm presence on that side, but Evolution Power might actually have a little bit more of a handful over towards B. It seems like AG right now are kind of just searching for anything, hunting for an opening, hunting for some information, looking for something to give them the direction into one of these two sides, but they have to choose eventually, and they do go A. That hasn't worked out too well at all. Evolution Power holding strong, holding very strong. 1-2-2-2, eventually will bring one back on his A, and he knows why H is next to him, calls that over to ZY. Maybe there's a chance, a slim one. 1-2-2-2, wants to step up here, but he can't. And AG unable to convert yet another round.
A very wild one there. I feel like Evolution Power read the situation very well. They gave up Curve and Spawn, and they said, okay, we've got, I think maybe it was Minnow or XQQ, watching Spawn for the rotation. They had 3 guys down A, realizing that the push was going to come A. And the second that AG committed to A, the rest of AP was able to rotate over and get there on time. But it was wild. It was back and forth. I mean, if AG were a little bit crisper getting into A, there could have been a chance for them to take it over and hold it, but instead it was just like multiple trades and smokes, and I feel like that first kill onto Jue, who had pushed through Spawn, that was really the key one for Evolution Power Gaming, because once they didn't have the pressure from Jue from Spawn, they kind of just had to push through the smoke, and EP were very ready for that.
And now you can really see the frustration that's built up on the side of all gamers. Once again, being tied back up to 4-4, they are not going proactive at all. They're going to be really burning the timer down, and now finally thinking about coming down towards middle. They don't have info on towards double pillars. They don't have info out towards A long. And this will only make this round harder for all gamers to take on.
I mean, they have time to get that info if they want it, though. That's the thing.
They're not trying at all.
But you're right. I mean, it's a similar approach to the previous round that AG took, which is work our way into middle, go through curve, and again, it seems like that's where the plan kind of breaks down a little bit. It's like, what are we doing from here? Where are we going? We're going to wait for all this util to get tossed, but you know, you've got Gia's kind of floating around towards A. The rest of them not too sure if they want to commit to B, keep going through A, go back around the world to A. It's just nothing confident necessarily here from AG, but YZK gets his timing wrong, looking in the wrong direction. It won't maybe matter. YH picked up a triple. And Zay is still there to lock down the site. Do will drop. That's a great round from Evolution Power. And yeah, it's fallen apart at the seams really there for all gamers. Bit disappointing how that half ended up. And it's same kind of vibe as Ankara, which I'm honestly starting to get worried now for all gamers that this is not just an exception to the rule, but it's actually the trend. And maybe the series as a whole is represented also by the way that the maps are playing out, right? It starts well for AG. Series started well for AG. They get the first map on the board. But long term, it is kind of feeling like Evolution Power are kind of with their noses in front at the moment. And that's been represented on the final 2 maps as well. We saw it on Ankara. Great start for all gamers, brought back by Evolution Power. Same here, Compound. Great start for all gamers, brought back by Evolution Power. Can we say the same for the series? Great start, all gamers. Evolution Power, destined to win.
It only gets harder for all gamers because Ankara, the rotation path, the rotation time, and the rotation length is a lot shorter for all gamers to actually try to go for a retake. But Compound, it takes a different turn, right? It takes way longer for a flank, and the length you have to take is definitely much longer. So I feel like it's going to be harder for all gamers to really just get a good retake in there. given Evolution Power now really has the caliber to just break the defense and take the bomb site on their own.
Yeah. Still feel like AG, you know, they have the individual ability, but their executions were really falling off there. I feel like halfway through on Car, we began to feel it as they lost a bunch of rounds in a row. And then now here they're kind of losing their confidence once again on Compound. And EP, I mean, getting 5 rounds on Global Risk, that's very nice, pretty normal. And I've been more convinced by EP's Blacklist side. We'll see. Oh, boy. Come on. What is that?
What are those?
XQQ's just free kill.
I mean, Gia, I'm not sure. Yeah, just watching the doors.
What are those?
Trying to play an
boy.
off angle, but that has just blown up in the face.
Free. This is a free B site.
That's crazy.
All right.
XQQ, like, he almost does a double take there, looking at that guy, thinking, what's going on here? Saw how long he just stared at him before he actually fired the shot.
Like,
this is a
have
decoy?
I been duped?
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen anybody get a kill like that before.
This is a done deal for EP.
I'm not prepared to say that just yet. Give it another round or two, but I mean, it's definitely looking like it's headed in that direction. 6-4 though, not quite dominant enough just yet. But if it keeps going in this fashion, then yeah, I'm on board.
I just think EP have been a lot more consistent.
Oh, yeah.
Across the board. I feel like we've seen some high highs from AG, and they've had times where they really come out swinging, and we're very impressed, and we're like, oh boy, I guess AG's gonna take this one. And then they just kind of go missing for 5-6 rounds in a row.
Whatever that happened to G8 wasn't supposed to happen. Like, minus, with regards to all the consistency issues and all that, that last moment is, I feel like, to me at least, is like the final nail in the coffin. At least for this map.
Do as well, not really finding the kills this time around. He definitely struggled from Blacklist side of Compound. It can be rough for snipers on this map, but I don't know. I'm not seeing the angles. Evolution Power now. You know, that was a pretty straight up kind of free round, that last one, right? So we haven't even really seen Evolution Power take over the map with like a very slick engage. But let's see how this one looks as AG. There is a smoke in the door, but there's 2 people pass through it, and still the entry is strong from the side of EP. They're going to push straight through those 2 guys. The shot is missed by Do, and that'll be the time to go for a pause, as we are going to have the Plantier free on A, and GA is alone.
Stuck in a 1v4.
Impossible, especially with an Orm.
Yeah.
You just can't multi-frag walking into a site like this with an Orm. You know, maybe you get one with the Orm, pull out the Colt, grab a kill or 2, but there's just going to be too many members you've got to feel, and obviously with that timing a factor as well. He's actually already played himself out of this round by watching middle. He was hoping for a pick here, hoping that maybe someone from Evolution Power was on the flank, but it's just not going to happen, and so that is going to be 7 for Evolution Power.
This forced retake almost feels like a desperation to me at this point. Eventually is going to go down without it being able to find a kill, and now the pause comes in, but it just might be a couple rounds too late, I feel like. It's the defense or setup, whatever AG is putting out is not wrong. It's EP is seemingly stronger in their offense, really. Just being able to get onto the bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels that way.
And the trade kills are much cleaner.
I think just everything in general seems to be a little better, a little bit more switched on for Evolution Power, outside of a few flashes of brilliance from all gamers. You know, maybe the first half of Ankara, the second half of Black Widow. We can probably say all gamers was the better team.
Yeah.
In some, at least definitely the second half of Black Widow, some of the first half of Ankara. But outside of that, it has generally kind of felt like Evolution Power have been the better team. And the more data that we're collecting, the more match we're seeing, the more that is kind of starting to be represented in the scoreline as well as our opinions and thoughts.
AG have just been very wobbly for a while. They're still in the air, they're still flying, but it's wobbly. And Evolution Power, the consistent force, has been just a lot more reliable. And I think that AG, their time might be up at this point. They really need to figure it out here in this timeout, or you know, you lose Compound to EP, and you might be out of this tournament here. And then it'll be up to Evolution Power to carry the torch for China.
Well, that will be the first time in a long time we would see AG miss out on the playoffs, let alone the finals. As you say, Evolution Power would then be the only remaining Chinese representative, and honestly, even that is kind of treacherous waters. It kind of feels like this event, it is anybody's guess as to which way this one goes. This could be... I'm starting to feel realistic that like even CFWL could get a win at this event. It's just been super, super difficult to call. But yeah, Evolution Power not missing a beat after that tack timeout from AG. This map is looking pretty done.
I think that 3BL look like better than AG right now.
I agree.
For sure.
I agree.
I don't think that's even crazy to say.
Which, can you imagine saying that last year?
No way.
Like, that was...
Or even like 2-3 years ago. Like, it's impossible.
Yeah. That's just a mad statement, but maybe not.
Well, Evolution Power is going to take things boots on the ground, and XQQ almost gets J as well.
Ooh.
Down to a 3v5. If they do end up losing this round, AG is gonna have a hard time coming back 8-4. Having to find 4 rounds in a row for a tie, 5 for the map point. It's gonna be a tougher task. Evolution Power is, in the meantime, gonna find themselves out towards a long. Sure, it's being watched by Untitled 2 and ZY, but just the way Evolution Power runs into the bomb site, they're making it look so easy. And let's see if that is going to continue on to round number 12. XQQ leading the charge with a Colt.
Oh, he's got so much space.
Just ran in. Gets one. That was a free kill indeed. I mean, ZY is going to swing out, get a double kill, but the damage has already been done.
I mean, look, it looks silly, but at the end of the day, it's a bit of a risk for AG. Purely because you're down 3v5, you kind of have to you have to ignore an angle and hope that you're going to gamble correctly there and that they're going to come through a long. They gamble incorrectly, obviously, in this case, and so they end up looking like they've got a bit of egg on their face, but you're kind of doomed. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. 3v5 in that kind of a situation. 8 on the board, though, for Evolution Power. And they are stepping ever closer to finishing this map off and giving themselves the lead in the series.
Oh boy, XQQ just running circles around them in that replay. That's one that we didn't necessarily want to look at again. I mean, I guess for science, take another look at it and see exactly how it happened, break it down. But really, it was just pretty simple. Like GA did not know the angle, got his head taken off, and then
thank you, Bill Nye.
Yeah, just ran circles around him, and ZY was not able to punish it either. So. That was a couple of rounds ago, and then the previous round as well was pretty free. They got a couple of picks. You know, the push through mid from AG was very lackluster. They got punished for it. Only a couple of guys pushing up there. Not really sure what the play was. And now maybe just going to leave mid open, see how it goes. 1-2-2-2, the one guy swinging around. We've got GA maybe looking at curve at this point in time. But EP have been so strong from this Blacklist side, much more consistent.
Instead of curve, they might just force the issue down towards A, but this time, Du's going to find the first quick frag, and 1-2-2-2 is going to add on to it as well. Down 2 players, and down 3 as ZY is going to find a quick headshot onto XQQ. It's all down to hands of YZK and Zay, but these two were the ones putting out the big numbers, and Zay's going to be sitting on 12 kills. So, let's see if they're going to be able to find the round.
First of all, they have to find the C4. I mean, they know where it is, but they have to collect it. That is easier said than done because Du is watching that line. YZK will dispatch of him, bring it back to a 1v3. However, he's going to need to do a little bit more than that, and that's a nice kill. Way down. Interesting cross from YZK. He's going to go back over to A. Shia and ZY in danger of giving up their lives here if they get their timing wrong, but he'll opt for the plant. That'll give some space over for the retake, and this might just be a little bit too late. YZK hitting a brilliant shot, though, gives him a chance. ZY, can you step up in the big moment for all gamers as YZK waits patiently, baits patiently, and does look for the fight. Almost hitting the shot, can't quite get it done. He nearly had it.
Almost deathmatch-esque movements, and he got the bomb planted, brought it down to a 1v1. Unfortunately, he does go down, but even that round, won by AG, wasn't the easiest of all.
Should never have gotten that close to begin with.
Yeah, 2v4.
Yeah.
2v2, then 1v1. What is going on?
I mean, that round he was playing pretty standard looking into mid. They had a smoke in the door, but the timing of when they pushed was right when the smoke was dissipating. So Du got the free kill and got excellent position from the A site. So that blacklist push kind of fell apart for the side of EP. Still have to respect Du. I mean, he's gone a little bit missing here, but was able to have a big round to maybe give AG a chance to catch up. I think we're all kind of collectively feeling like EP have already won this map, and I think that's absolutely fair. But we'll see. Maybe Du goes superhuman mode and turns this one around. I think it might just be up to him, because as a team, AG not really playing as a unit, you know? So might just have to rely on individuals to get 2Ks, 3Ks, or more to make it happen, whereas EP certainly playing as a team right now.
Jouet isolated though, and this could be the position that EP get themselves a player advantage. They are going to hard clear that box. The way things are looking, they are staring right at it. They want to clear it. Going to flash the long angle, and they do get the clear.
Oh no.
So that's one player down already for AG, and really an untradeable frag. Obviously Du is able to get a kill over in mid, which will kind of help. But a lot of map control for Evolution Power. They take outside of A, and AG don't really pick much up, although ZY is now clearing out pillars and working in towards middle. But again, solo push here. You actually want to see maybe 1-2-2 have a little bit of a look into mid at the same timing here as ZY. That's not going to happen. And so ZY ends up going 1-for-1.
Which again with the flick. And now 1-2-2 gets swung by two players. And also Du goes down.
I just feel like there's definitely something being left on the table here by AG. They might still win this round. YZK tried to pick the pace up. Now he's dropped the C4, and Gia hitting a nice shot with the orb. It comes down to Minnow, who cannot land his spray. That could have been cleaner though by AG. I really would have liked to have seen that swing into mid at the same time as the peak from ZY. So again, those little things doesn't punish them this time.
And begin to hear a little bit more noise there on the stage from AG as they get a couple of rounds in a row. They're staying alive in this one. They are absolutely giving themselves a chance. It's still very iffy, like GA. All he had to do was hit one cold shot. He fired like 5 and finally killed him. But,
took a while.
Rounds are rounds. Sometimes you go through struggle times, and if you can barely claw your way through, that can also be ways to win best of 5s. But let's see. Jue also, I mean, he was in here. They wanted to clear the angle. He stayed alive for a very long time. And he gets the drop on the one guy, and he just totally whiffs the spray. Like, little things like that have to be crisper if you are going to win against Evolution Power right now. And Evolution Power, you know, they've struggled a couple of rounds now. Let's see where they want to hit here. Certainly still need to show that respect to Du, who has been changing up his position a little bit. I feel like he's getting more and more aggro here on this angle. He's definitely closer now. Let's see how aggressive he wants to get with his peeking.
But one misstep is going to cost him another round. Evolution Power has sent it down towards middle, now creeping in towards A. One whiff shot, 1-2-2 is going to be able to put out enough damage for Drake to pick up a huge triple kill to hold the aggression down. But now to the ends of XQQ and YZK, they're both going to go for the rifle. And somehow the whole thing is right on point, and the bomb site is nearly free. I mean, G still up in heaven. E4 soon to be planted. Nades are flying. C4 now finally is going to be tapped. And down to a 2v2 we go.
Yep, Util getting tossed back and forth. XQQ, got to keep an eye on heaven there. Oh, it's being watched by YZK. He gets a 1-for-1. Now it's ZY in yet another 1-on-1. Needs to win this one to keep AG alive in the map. A 9-6 feels like a death sentence once again. Same as what we saw on the last map. He's going to sit the defuse. He's actually going to sit the defuse, and the push comes through from XQQ. No problem for Evolution Power. They're up to 9 now.
Zay is not having it.
He's getting pumped up. XQQ, the one who clutched it, he's like, Jayo.
And Zay's like, Jayo.
Rest of the team is pumping him up a little bit. You gotta love it.
Good to see the spirit,
is, he's doing the job on the server, but maybe not in the gyos. That's fine.
Gyos for the boys.
Mm-hmm.
Push here.
That
through
point.
from Shui. There's a smoke. So he's kind of just watching that smoke. I'm scared if he decides he wants to go any longer that he's going to walk into this default from Evolution Power. But as has pretty much been the case for AG this entire series, they are not going to do anything too outlandish on that GR side. Really not taking matters into their own hands all that much. He'll just back off. A re-smoke in for middle. Once again, we'll slow the play down. But I think that, again, sort of plays into the hands of Evolution Power. They're not looking to go anywhere too quickly anyway. Happy to wait out a lot of this counter util. AG won't have a whole lot in the late round when Evolution Power actually starts to make their move.
Flash up and over. 1-2-2-2 has nothing about it and will have to fall back. But the long push is coming through as well. Swing and a miss, but Mino quickly gets a double spray down to open the bomb site out. However, there's still dew on the bomb site. Blind, but he has a decent angle to find a kill or two if he can hit it. Colt out, good for a kill. Down for Mino in a 1v3.
Yeah, he's up the creek without a paddle, let's just say. He can't do anything from that corner. The second he moves, he was a dead man. He had 3 players looking at him. It was a firing squad. So, map not done just yet.
Dre is just so good into multiple people. He always has been. It's part of why he's so good at entering onto sites. But, yeah, excellent spray down there from him. And AG, they're not giving up just yet. Keeping it close. A couple of rounds go their way. We might go to extra. I mean, feels like this whole match is so close that whenever EP get close, they kind of slow down. And then when AG get the lead, they kind of slow down. It really shows the push and pull between these two very close teams, which, as we mentioned, is kind of a new feel for this year. Wasn't really the case in previous years with AG and Bishop at the top and everybody else below them.
The aura has definitely changed, didn't it?
AG no longer stands for Aura Gaming.
Aura gamers.
What's funny is all gamers, they used to just cycle through smokes during this downtime, but they're going to hold on to it. Not a single smoke being invested until just now.
That's not a bad shout, honestly. Evolution Power have been playing very slow, so if you can hold your smokes for the first minute or so and then start to use them later, makes it actually a little more difficult for Evolution Power to make those pushes in the late round. Because at that point, then you're starting to have to push through smokes with 20, 30 seconds left on the clock, and it's pretty scary then.
No, it's not an easy task, and riflers can always pop up huge onto the players that are crossing in from the smoke. But while still that less than a minute remains onto the clock, and with the setups out down towards middle, this would be yet another mid take.
Looks like a tech pause, maybe.
Yeah.
Not sure if EP took theirs. We are faking through curve. This looks like an A hit to me.
Yep.
Flash over the top. They're going to look to try to get in onto Do, but they're losing their lives as they push in. It's just so one-sided to the side of AG. It's just like that. 5 members go down trying to push through the smoke.
Well, that is very much as a consequence of what you noted earlier on in the round bench with AG holding onto their util. They have a bit of counter util this time. Evolution Power, you know, not a huge amount of information for them to make that push. They are going through a smoke into the A site. You have no idea where any of the players are. Walking into a crossfire, I don't like that strategy at all for EP. I think they could have spent a little bit more time navigating around the map and seeing if they could probe anywhere, but instead they just kind of say, let's send it, and give up an 8th.
They full sent it. The problem was it was returned. The package was returned in a blink of an eye. 1-2-2 just holding it down by themselves, and now 9-8. I mean, still, it feels the way that Evolution Power should be able to come out on top if they do go into overtime, but all gamers are now putting up a better fight. They're actually able to throw some punches back, and maybe that's enough for them to make a comeback here.
I don't even know if you can say that, though. Like, it just feels to me like this can go either way. Like, you can't
You still think it's a coin flip?
I think it's a coin flip at this point. Like, if AG make it to 9-9, Evolution Power can win. All gamers can win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just feels like they're so close. Like, that's part of the reason why we're seeing, you know, streaks at times, but then the other team will streak. Because here's the replay of it. You know, they have like 7 different angles, 3 smokes in the door.
Yeah.
It's so covered and very desperate looking from the side of EP.
Like, why is that our go-to there? Why are we... Honestly, if that's going to be the go-to, if you're going to push through a smoke and you don't have any information, I reckon you go B. Because 9 times out of 10, B is going to be a 2-stack. So you might have a little bit of an easier time of trading that one down. If you get 1 kill, it's a lot easier to kind of isolate that last player. But if you get the opening kill on A, there's still 2 players you have to deal with. You can still have to worry about a crossfire. I think just if you're going to gamble on a push through a smoke in a late round and you just have no other choice, B might actually be a better option.
Yeah, I mean, in the worst case scenario, if you're able to somehow jump into the servers without dying, then you can actually juggle around for quite a bit.
Yeah.
As opposed to on a bomb site, you really can't go anywhere if you're the blacklist side entering into the bomb site. I mean, you can hide behind the partitions, but you're going to get wallbanged at the end of the day, so... Nonetheless, minute 30 onto the clock, and could be an A split, or they can just bring the C4 back out towards middle for another mid take, which, I mean, has been failing in the past couple rounds. Evolution Power, they are going to have YH leading the charge, slowly clearing out the A-long area.
Yeah, Evolution Power, they take the timeout, and probably the coach said, okay, you know, it's been a bit rushed. It's been a bit desperate, you know. But the way to really have confidence is to clear out all the corners and then just go for a very kind of default push. Now, we do have a big presence here from AG in mid. Maybe expecting this. Maybe trying to get ahead of what could be just a classic mid hit from the side of EP. We've got set up with most guys looking to flash into mid. They got the smoke down in A doors, but 122 is out here. He's going to be the first one to go down. Jue, not good for one, but the swing out is caught by EP actually. Now Do, under pressure, they push through and they take over the A site.
I don't know how Du's still alive at this point, but he's going to have to get it done solo. 1v3. This is looking like Evolution Power will be going to 10 unless Du can wind back the clock, and that's impossible. Game over. 10-8. It's another map for Evolution Power, and they're now up 2-1. Well, now this series has really started to turn on its head, and we may have a little bit of egg on our face with the way things are going. Unanimously across the board, at least on the English broadcast, we did predict all gamers.
Yikes.
Evolution Power now having that 2-1 lead. Obviously, it's their game to now close. That may not necessarily happen, but it's looking a little bit better at the moment for Evolution Power. And I say a little bit because I don't know if it's a huge margin that's the difference between these teams. I mean, even that map, I think, is indicative of where we're sitting. It's a 10-8 victory for Evolution Power. It felt like a real grind to get that one over the line, even though they had a fairly sizable lead at one point. So I don't think All Gamers is out of this by any stretch of the imagination, but facts are facts, and Evolution Power are in the lead.
Evolution Power Gaming is, of course, going to be in the lead, but the summary suggests that they were, they were able to win the map, but it was very slight chance of actually losing 10-8. Just one round off.
Yeah, I mean, Evolution Power got so close to just closing it out, and then they really struggled to get across the line. It turns out, saving the timeout until the very last moment, 9-8. A decent call by the coach to just calm them down, say, okay, gather yourselves, we're going to do one nice push, and they were able to execute it on it at the very end. Everybody mostly pulling their weight on the side of Evolution Power. You saw that Du wasn't really able to put up the big numbers for the team. He had, a couple of rounds. Definitely looking to see if he can step it up moving into port, but GA and Du, I feel like, have mostly been outshone by the snipers on the side of Evolution Power. I said it earlier on. Next QQ, once again, going to pick up the set MVP. Not a big surprise.
Not a big surprise indeed. Of course, the kill KD is going to be a little bit lower, a little bit less than the previous maps, but he is still going to put out a decent number of 1.27 on the KD, and he has been dropping some great shots across the board. I feel like it's almost like a domino effect for all gamers, isn't it? Because like whatever they're trying, it gets them very close to actually being able to take off the map. But like one little mistakes here and there is like those mistakes are like the beginning, the initiation of the falling apart for all gamers to start losing the rounds. Like sure, they start off great on the first half on the blacklist. They pick up 4 rounds. And then you see one bad rotation, one not being able to spot the enemy player, so to speak, and you start to lose from there on. After you lose like 5 or 6, you start to get yourselves back together, and then start to win the rounds back. But like at the end of the day, you still lose the map. Like that's what's happening essentially.
They do indeed. Port coming up next, and I got to be honest. I think you look at this and you say, well, it's AG's pick technically. Was it AG's pick? Oh, yeah.
Evolution's pick, yeah.
Ports. It kind of doesn't matter. This is my point, though. That is the point, right? Like, the point is, it doesn't actually matter who picked this one, because I think either way, regardless of who actually had that last map pick, choosing between Port and Mexico, they both would have gone Port. So look at it and say, oh, X picked Port. It's like, well, yeah, that's true, but the other team would have also picked Port. So I don't know that it's necessarily like favorable for them in any significant way, shape, or form. It's just that this is like the lesser of two evils. But even there, having a look at that, like, there's not a huge amount of matches played by either team on this map. It's definitely not a go-to. But when it comes down to these last 2 maps, you're really wanting to get it done here on Port, regardless of which team you are, because Mexico's just if this is a bit of a coin flick, if this is a bit of a question mark, Port, because they don't play it a huge amount and they're not super comfortable on it, Mexico's like the extra extreme version of that. So both teams looking at this and going, this has got to be it.
And now all gamers are stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? Like sure, if they are able to win on Port, then they are going to go on Mexico, which is practically a coin flip. You can still lose on it.
Right.
And for Evolution Power, if I was EP, I should feel very confident. Like, okay, it's dicey. It's 10-8, 10-8 across the board, but we were the ones that came out alive of those 2 maps. The confidence should be high for EP, and maybe that might just translate into another round.
Maybe. I mean, very, very confident. I think it's probably a little bit of a stretch here for Evolution Power, but definitely more confident than all gamers, especially with the way that the day's been going. So, yeah, I'll give the benefit of the doubt to Evolution Power at this point. I'm ready to sort of jump ship from all gamers. I think for me, the legacy name, the brand name, all gamers, it's always a tantalizing prospect when it comes to those kinds of predictions. But when we're looking at on-the-day form, when we're looking at the eye test based on today, current viewing, those issues that we've been talking about for all gamers since Summer Champs, that we've been saying they haven't really looked as good as they were with the previous roster, with even in ZQ, it's really rearing its ugly head up today as well. And I think this could be potentially the end of the all gamers dynasty.
I mean, yeah, might just come down to one map of Port. Like you would think coming into this one, you might give a little bit of an advantage over to Du. GA, what can they do? But right now, I'm kind of on that Evolution Power train as well, just because I feel like their snipers are playing better. And yeah, just as a team, everybody's pulling their weight, whereas it's like AG's kind of going missing from time to time. Yes, it's still close, but I feel like it feels worse mentally as well to like, you're playing your game, you're winning, and then all of a sudden you drop the ball. And then you're like winning again, and then you drop the ball. It's like the ball was in AG's court, but now they've thrown it away so many times that it can be mentally taxing to be like, okay, well, how do we come back from this now? And it's going to be up to the IGL. It's going to be up to the coach to really, settle them down and say, we're still better. We're still a very strong team. We have the ability to do this. Otherwise, if they can't settle down, I think EP have just been the more consistent team, and they're probably going to take it here on Port. But again, it'll really come down to the way it looks. EP will be starting off on the blacklist side, so maybe that's an advantage for AG to kind of get some footing underneath them and start to gain a lead.
And also Port being the map with more, so to speak, the longer ranges. Maybe this is the time where Do and GA can really put out some work and lift some heavy weights, as opposed to Compound, which is not the easiest map for the snipers to work with.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's a fair point, but I think, Valdez, at least you are probably on the other side of the coin where Evolution Power seems like they've had a little bit more success with the snipers, and that's where I'd be leaning as well, again, from what we've seen on the eye test so far today. So if we're going to actually go and say, yeah, look, the snipers are going to be important on this map, I actually think the argument then even falls on Evolution Power and sort of favorably on their side of the fence as well. So I think that's, you know, it's like almost wishful thinking. You know, we've seen one good map from Do, which was Ankara, which ultimately didn't even really amount to a whole lot for All Gamers, even when he was kind of popping off. So I don't know, it feels like kind of maybe a non-factor for All Gamers.
Yeah, I mean, it really just depends on what this beginning of Port looks like. You know, how confident are they going to play? How aggressive is AG going to play?
Who starts GR side?
It's going
AG
to
on
be
GR.
AG on GR.
Yeah.
AG on GR. So, I mean, maybe that lends some credence to what you're saying, Bench. But tell you what, doesn't matter. We can talk all we want. What really matters is what happens in the server. Let's jump into Port. This might be the last map in the series. Now will largely be up to Evolution Power. See if they can put together a really solid first half right here. And kind of throw a spanner in the works for All Gamers. Can set themselves up for success if they get, you know, maybe 2-3 quickly here, and already a great start. Look at this. YZK pushing his way forward. He is fearless at this point, and that's going to work out really nicely. Do also will drop. Evolution Power have just blasted AG in this first round.
YZK parkouring down towards middle. Quickly enough is going to find a double kill at the bomb site, getting it opened up. However, ZY and GA is on the mission to retrieve the bombs. Oh, Zay crossing paths. ZY will get a drop in a second kill. Zay not being able to spot out ZY is going to cost 2 lives. But at the end of the day, that doesn't even matter, as XQQ is going to be able to secure the kill and the round. Evolution Power.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick hit. And AG, we're not ready for it. I love starting off Port like that from the blacklist side, you know, just kind of running a quick play before they can really set up, before they can feel like, okay, we're settled in on our GR side. And that's going to give them a big advantage here as they do move into the rest of this one, because a quick blacklist round really going to help them solidify a bunch in a row. But now we do have a bit farther up of a push here from the side of AG. And so Evolution Power are going to slow down once again. I think that's totally fair.
Yep. I think you really can catch AG off guard with a change of pace if you're Evolution Power, because they haven't been going particularly quickly for the majority of this match. So that adaptation like early on, or I suppose change up really early on in this first round was quite nice. But go back to the tried and true. Try and work the map a little bit more methodically and lull AG back into that false sense of security.
Evolution Power, after a very fast first round, is going to absolutely drain the time here.
Yeah, this really keeps AG guessing, right? Because they just ran at you, rolled over you on the A site, took it down, and now you're going to have to wait until the very end. We do have Dway in a pretty forward spot here, but it's oftentimes a little scary, you know, if you're alone out there, but he's still getting some good information for the team that says, okay, well, there's nobody out towards A that I can see. It's most likely a B hit, and we have 3 people over here from AG. Well, I say that, and one is going to rotate out now.
Ooh.
Oh, 1-2-2-2. Nice start for him. Grabs the headshot onto Zay. Drops back down. That's perfect, really. Evolution Power are out on the side, but it's really difficult for them to actually get the plan here, especially with the flank coming in from Jue. All AG need to do is buy time, but they can't. That progression smoke from Evolution Power allows them to take the fight forward down. And they do trade 2 for 1, which brings back to 3 on 3. Now, the big X factor here is Jue. They've already lost Jia, but Jue lurking his way out. He seems to have been spotted. Du's grabbed 1. He's down. Jue known and easy for Evolution Power. That's 2 on the blacklist side. Oh.
You know how we were yapping about this is going to be Sniper's map and all that?
No.
XQQ is going to find a M4 and convertibly find a double kill with it. So that be it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map where you can make it into a sniper map. And generally it is, you know, especially if you're pushing A. We talked about it a lot this tournament, how a lot of teams are just kind of ignoring A and, you know, looking for mid, looking for B fast hits. And that's one way to really neutralize the sniper power, especially if you're on the blacklist side, right? You want to just flash them out. If you are going to go A, you need to get control of connector. You need to get flashes over the top onto A. Otherwise, I mean, you might as well just not even push that way, right? So it is critical to isolate and neutralize the snipers still. And I feel like EP have done a really good job of doing exactly that so far. And it's really rough for AG. You move into port and you lose the first couple of rounds from your GR side. I'm not really liking their chances at this point.
Not really. I mean, in the previous maps, All Gamers was able to at least pick up 4 before start losing out. And now, on possibly the final map, they are going to start off in a very slow manner, not being able to find any rounds. 2 rounds deep too, and this is the side they chose. As a matter of fact, GA looking to go out aggressive. He could technically swing out, and same applies to Zay as well. They're just gonna hold their angles, as there is some long-range support being provided by Du on top of the bomb site, so
will he peek it is really the question.
probably not. Zay as well is just going to fall back, and Evolution Power is going to look for a B hit once again.
Worked well last time.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. This is good info, though.
It is.
I mean, G is just going to be able to send all 4 members over to B.
It might be too little too late, though, with 30 seconds left. Evolution Power are just going to have to hit the site quickly, and this is before the rotation has come through. It's just 10 seconds too late for All Gamers to really get any success out of that flank.
That's a quick pause.
C4's been dropped, though. 15 seconds here. Gia, ooh, he's out ahead of that smoke. Zay's been spotted, but no harm, no foul. Evolution Power will get themselves the round, and it's a timeout, of course, for All Gamers. As you say, fast timeout. I mean, they're in a pretty desperate position now, having lost 3 rounds to Evolution Power's blacklist side as well on port. I think we are looking at the closing statement of this series if CHENGDU All Gamers are not able to turn things around right now.
Yeah, I mean, the past 2 rounds, EP forcing the issue down towards B, it's not that they're having like a special execution of any sort. They're just pop flashing once and running out, and the players, the defenders of All Gamers are not being able to find the shots they need to find. And it's going to be 3-0 on the scoreboard, and like you said, if they do not find the valid response to whatever Evolution Power is doing right now, they might be knocked out here, down and dusted, on the knockout stage of all things, quarterfinals.
Yeah, it'd be pretty rough. I mean, at this point, we're only getting 1 Chinese team in the top 4. We assumed it would be AG, but Evolution Power are playing a better series. And AG, this is potentially their last stand, right? You take 1 timeout, it's port, you're up against the wall. Either you turn it around here, or Evolution Power are going to roll you. I mean, 3 rounds in a row from Blacklist, that's kind of unheard of on this map, unless we have like a big disparity in terms of team skill.
Could be more. Could be more.
And the coach is just livid,
He's
understandably.
Molding. Yeah, he's tilted.
So much emotions going through him right now, I can tell.
There's only so much he can say.
I have no doubt there will be changes for All Gamers if they get knocked out here. You know, if you fail to make playoffs as All Gamers, it's not going to be good enough.
Yeah, definitely see someone, or rather a roster change.
1-2-2-2 is not going to last, I don't think.
I don't think Jay's going to last either.
Probably not.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Those were the 2 new entries in the squad.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they were given the chance to prove, but they are not able to do so.
Yeah, well, it's not over yet. The AG still have a chance, funnily enough, from here. I mean, it does feel like the writing is on the wall a little bit with the way this map has been going. But let's see. You never know. Evolution Power, I love the way they're playing this map, by the way. I feel like they did this on Black Widow as well, where, you know, they're giving an opportunity for AG to try to take parts of the map and try to get information. But the fact that AG are not, and then EP are just able to set up, like, pure 5-man, very strong executes onto sites with basically no punishment means that it just ups your percentages of actually succeeding for EP.
It really does. It really does. And Evolution Power drains the clock down towards the minute mark, and this time they're going to be going down towards A, it looks like. Looking for connector fights. J will take a bunch of damage down towards middle before rotating out. Oh, Evolution Power. They're going to send it right down towards B once again. And the pain might just continue. J's already down low. And I don't think they have the force to stop the push coming to shove. And just like that, J is taken out now. All down to the ends of ZY.
Yeah.
Flashes up and over. YH will clear him out as if he's taking a grape off of a tree. Apple off of a tree.
I don't think grapes grow on trees, so that's probably a good little catch from you there. But Evolution Power, nice confident swing from them out the warehouse. Easily getting this one done. I mean, AG are not even looking like they're contesting on port right now. And every round that slips by makes this more and more assured.
I mean, is this a blacklist sided map?
apparently, if it's
Maybe
Evolution
today,
Power. Yeah.
It's 4-0. 1-2 is just running away. There's just no hope for them in this round, so that makes sense.
Use the time to actually talk about some tactics.
This is like
Fefe-esque.
This is just and they're hunting him. I mean, I would do the same, right? Execute. He wants the kill. Oh, he's not looking the right way. Doesn't matter. That's the round over to Evolution Power. It's 4-0 blacklist side.
I don't know what to say. I don't know that AG really knows what to say either.
The core problem is still unidentified. And it's just eating into the rounds here.
Well, ZY maybe looking to take it into his own hands. Going to take more position and possession of B main. And they get some smokes down. Issue is, though, you know, you can't smoke off this angle forever. And Evolution Power have been doing a good job of just baiting out all the utility, waiting until the last second, and then getting the strong push-offs. So for AG, unless you're going to look to push into this, you're kind of just wasting your time until a little bit later on in the map. EP, they sense a big presence in B main. They would be correct. I thought maybe they were going to look to head towards A, but, you know, EP playing very patiently on this one. It must be so frustrating for AG to play into this when nothing is going right for them.
I feel like they have kind of given up on holding on to their speed. Like, I think they would have a better chance of winning the round by retaking it. They will continue to fortify the defense down towards mid and A, but this time, I'm not entirely sure what the action is going to be. Evolution Power surely is going to send this one down connector. Nate stack on towards Du, and he is going to go down. Dre tries to hold it, but he only gets one before getting traded out. And all of a sudden, bomb site is getting completely swarmed up and over. GA trying to get some bomb shots in. Not going to happen as the C4 rotates in on top for the plant to happen any moment soon.
Can't hold B. Can't hold A. Can't win a round. Looking at 5-0 now for Evolution Power, unless Gia and ZY pull off a miracle clutch. But 3v2, timer ticking away, smoked off. It just feels like this is so done right now. AG are getting absolutely blasted. I mean, there's no conversation even to be had right now for all gamers. Like, there's no redeeming qualities about this port.
Yeah. It's almost awkward. Like, there's just nothing really to say.
No one's getting any frags. They're barely doing any damage. Gia's best, well, actually 1-2-2-2, 54 ADR. So you're basically killing half a player around. It's like, well, that might get you 1 or 2 kills around, but that's just not even remotely close to what you need.
Yeah, that's like a guarantee as well. You know, if you're playing GR, you will have a very easy time of stopping these pushes. You should be able to do at least half a man in damage, but that's just the bare minimum, and he's on top right now. So something's gotta give. I feel like if I were the coach, I'd say, okay, just run down A long, see what happens. Like, just force a fight somewhere else, because sitting here, waiting, allowing them to push, not taking map control, not doing anything, you're just continuing to lose rounds. Nothing's going your way. So just try to mix it up.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta try anything to really change the vibe here. It's very down right now for all gamers. The vibe is definitely gone.
Yeah.
Not only gone, but it's actually damaging them, I feel like. Oh,
most definitely. And I don't know if there's a way really back into this one for all gamers now. If it was 5-0 and Evolution Power was on the GR side, I think you could still kind of be sort of saying to each other, you know, we'll have GR side, let's get like 2 or 3 here, and maybe someone clutches up big, you can build the momentum back up, but it just feels like the cards are stacked against AG right now. There's no, like I said, no redeeming quality. Even if AG win 1 or 2 right here, it's just not going to be enough to make it exciting. Maybe if you can get all 4 remaining rounds in this half, that's better. Nice from Gia, actually. Gets 3 in a row. Clean shots. And so at least there is some resistance from all gamers, but that is one of many that's going to be required. And that's obviously assuming XQQ doesn't just clutch this one out and put the nail in the coffin. Ooh, if Shui would have fallen. But okay, 1 for AG. What can they do with that? Where can they go from there? Can they build off of this? Or is it just a one-hit wonder, some false hope, and then we're back to square one as soon as Evolution Power win this next round?
Yeah. I mean, they surely stopped 10-0 from happening.
Yeah, like, keep in mind that that push, like, Gia is just sitting on the back of the site. There's no flash in his face, no smoke, utility, anything. The push came a lot slower, it felt like, from the side of EP. It didn't hit as hard. So definitely giving a lot of time for GA to do that, right? You're kind of giving him like the alley-oop, essentially. So not even the best round from the side of EP. But again, you're taking anything right now as AG. You know, wait for their mistakes, take down a round, still got to feel better than getting 0. And GA maybe beginning to get some confidence, but you're not going to be pushing through there.
I mean, ZY on 1-2 was thinking about getting proactive. They were able to gain some control. Also having a player out towards the B connector down towards middle. Don't know if that's going to help out towards A. I think Dre's counter boosted. Yes, he is up on connector. However, all 5 players are going to be coming in from long. This A take might just be brilliant. Dre might be checked out here. Yep, and he is down and gone, and long gone he is going to be drained. The smokes and the setups are now out. A bomb site.
Yep.
There is not a single player that is holding onto it, so it's going to be a freebie.
Painful.
Once again.
You just lose the scissors, paper, rock. I mean, same thing that happened to them on compound. It was Gia, I think, over towards B that just got picked off for free by XQQ. Same kind of vibes. This time Shui taken down 5v4, instantly started the round, bomb plant. In the post plant as well, it's a fast plant there from from EP, so AG have to move quickly here. It means they have to push through this smoke, and what are you really going to hope to achieve at that point? Gia, like, he would literally need to be cheating to win this round. Like, I just don't think it's possible. Even if he was, you know what I mean? Like, even if you had 100% aim lock and you could see through walls, I don't think you can win that round.
No.
This is one of the ports of all time. It's 6-1. The Blacklist-sided team is winning. What am I watching? It feels like the AG coach is asking himself the same thing. Evolution Power have made a stand. They have made a declaration that they are going to be the ones that move on to the next round.
I know I'm just rubbing it in there, but maybe that one round All Gamer has is probably... It just might be enough for a greatness of comeback to happen.
You're capping. What are you even saying? Listen to yourself, man. No way.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a done deal to me, to be honest.
That would probably be the biggest comeback I've ever seen in CrossFIRE history. If AG come back from what would be, I guess, an 8-1/2 on Port Blacklist side. I don't think I've ever seen anything better than that.
Are we about to let this one happen, though?
Hey, I mean, it would be pretty crazy. But right now, it just feels so doomed for AG.
They'll be goated if they actually do that.
That would be. But even then, like, even if they did do that and come back on Port, they still have to then win Mexico.
But then Mexico, now that's a real coin flip, so they stand 50% of a chance.
50%, you either win or you don't. There you go.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got the facts right here.
A cat in the box.
Well said.
Schrodinger's cat.
Yep. All gamers in the box at this point.
Schrodinger's Mexico.
Yeah.
All gamers will either win Mexico or lose Mexico, but we will never know until we open Mexico. ZY, that's kind of their way to Mexico, and then maybe their way through Mexico as well. Good round from him. Nice couple of taps, and Evolution Power, they tried to sort of employ the same strategy this round as what they did last round, which was the slow contact play walk on one point on the map. They, unfortunately, this time chose wrong and went through middle.
Yeah. There's only so many times you can coin flip like that, right? And actually make it work out. So glad to see that AG were at least able to punish that and move on to get a second round. Definitely better than only having one. Doesn't mean that they're going to come back in this map. And as Evolution Power, after a round like that, maybe you look to mix it up. A big, fast movement into a connector here. Now, for the side of AG, they do have a couple of guys on A. They're pretty ready for this, all things considered, especially with no flash to stop Do, who just gets the free shot down. As now the push does come in. That's the first kill going the way of Zay. Another good spray, giving them a chance, but ZY comes on over and holds on to the point. EP trying to rush another round in here from their side, but it's just not meant to be.
I mean, XQQ had some huge moments with the M4, and he's holding on to one this time. ZY gets clapped on the ladder. However, Jay will swing out in the right time. And All Gamers is going to be able to find a couple more rounds going into the second half. 6-3, better than 8-1, of course.
Yeah, but still pretty bad.
Very bad.
EP moving on to the more favorable side now. Guess it's not over yet for AG. They have a little bit of a platform to work off of. Need to start well, though, on the Blacklist side. Get themselves a couple of rounds under the belt here just to build that confidence back up, make that belief real again.
Absolutely. Feels like this definitely could have been worse, but AG getting 3 is better than nothing. I thought for a second we're going to see EP push out of A long here with just 2 guys. That would have been a bit crazy, but I like the boost. Even clearing it out with a nade just to make 100% sure. Now you've got YH in a pretty good spot. Let's see how much value he's going to get, as it looks like ZY wants to try to clear this out himself with a Colt.
Oh, he's got the M4, so Colt would be a one-shot headshot, but YH a bit too clean on the spray there. Doesn't even really give ZY much of a chance.
After losing ZY up on A connectors, they're going to try test B. Bomb site of all things. However, it's going to be held up by Mino and YZK.
Oh boy. There's already so much value for them. And now, trying to push out here's Minnow. He's going to see 2. And that gives them all the info he needs. Ooh, he's not behind the box there. Looks like he'll get there as no push actually does come in. A is totally secured. And mid is held down by XQQ. That's going to be another kill to him. Kill on B as well. They're just falling like flies at this point.
Calling for his teammate to come over. Just has to hold the time, and Dre will be flanked any moment soon. But the angle from Zay on top of Bridge is good to take a kill, and Evolution Power is going to be able to secure the round. And all gamers now really stuck, but waiting for the time to come for the end of their tournament run.
Back's very much against the wall, that's for sure. Maybe no way out. But not done yet.
There's still hopes, just not high.
So yeah, not a lot.
I've lost hope.
Lost?
Yeah.
Or lots?
Lost.
At what point did you lose hope?
I feel like once Compound started to go the way of EP,
Right.
that was kind of where I lost hope. And now, you know, seeing the beginning of Port, that kind of just solidified
your point of view?
My hope standing.
It's funny, isn't it? Because in reality, regardless of what the score is, in a game like CROSSFIRE, every single next round is as winnable as the last.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no economic metric. There's no advantage necessarily. It's all purely mental. You don't have better items or better levels or whatever.
It's
you
purely
might get.
on skill.
It's purely
beauty of the game.
The exact same thing every single time. Every single round has the exact same chance. You can come back from a 9-0 and still win that map. But just doesn't feel like AG have got that in them at the moment. Maybe they can rewrite the script a little here. 1-2-2-2 and Shui both finding an entry, but YH is standing strong. The rest of the swing comes through late from AG. He will drop, but they're a little too late to escape the rotating orb of XQQ. And ZY has to go back and try to clear that one out. XQQ will stick around, fight it. Do they know YZK's here? Maybe not. C4's been dropped. 45 seconds left. It's plenty of time for Jia, but he's stuck on the left side of this angle. And it's out to YZK to hit the shot. What a clutch. Evolution Power are putting all gamers in the ground.
The two flanking alms get the job done. That's kind of crazy.
That indeed is. And going back to what you were saying, Jordan, like, I mean, as much as the chances are still there, but the mentality is now really becoming an issue.
Yep. That's just indecision from AG. I'm not sure why those three players take so long to swing into the site. Like, if you're going to hit B like that, you've got to be going together.
Like, you can tell from their aiming, it's they feel defeated already. That's an issue here.
Sure.
Well, at the end of the day, down another round is going to be all gamers stuck between A-Rock and a hard place. 8-3 Evolution Power is going to find a strong lead. Just looking to close the series out at this point. 2 more rounds and that's it. And really feels lost based on the rotations all gamers are giving. Even that last round you were just mentioning, they're not pushing in fast enough.
Yeah, AP are just in total control of this map right now. I mean, what can you say? They've really put on the hurt from the Blacklist side. Now here on the GR side, even in a close round, able to barely claw it back. They just look like the much better team. AG losing a lot of confidence. And, of course, I'm sure the coach is pulling his hair out. Doesn't have another timeout. Nothing he can really say to change the course of this match. Flash over the top, trying to get in. Zay on the off angle, very nicely done, but it's only one. And now the headshots coming in. YH not missing. Minnow also coming on over. And they, once again, have held this with flying colors. Do, though, able to pick up 2. Giving them a chance, a small chance. But hey, better than nothing.
But YZK and XQQ, if anybody, have been pretty reliable in these clutch scenarios for Evolution Power today, even when they've been at a numbers deficit. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt here. Do has got a lot of space to cover. A lot of territory to clear as well. And he's only got 19 seconds left here, so he's going to have to collect that C4. Makes a bit of noise, and instantly the peak comes through. Evolution Power up to 9. And this is now series point. All gamers on the precipice of being knocked out of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. And how the mighty have fallen. Baisha versus All Gamers last year in the Grand Final. Baisha don't even make it to the event. And All Gamers, it looks like they're not going to make it to the playoffs. It is a massive turnaround from 2023 to 2024. And that dominance between those two great Chinese teams has just completely disappeared.
The new guard taking over, taking control. The match point music has already begun. 9-3 right now for Evolution Power. 1 round, and they will be representing China in the big stadium. They will have all of the fans behind their team, whereas the other Chinese teams have fell by the wayside. Du holding a passive angle. ZY, it almost looks like he's alone at this point. Couple of nades thrown forward. Where are we going with this one?
I mean, all gamers, they failed to take on B mightily. Looks like A is going to be the more favorable side. I mean, they had some success, not a lot. They had 1 win down towards A, but it's going to be held down strong by XQQ and YZK, the double ARM setup. So rather, instead of going towards connector, they might even think of just running down towards middle, and this might actually work out. Only YH has an angle. The flashbang is good, but he gets traded out. All gamers, this is full send by them. 1-2-2 is going to find the huge call to YZK. Zay does get him down. However, the send is already in towards spawn. The C4 getting caught off guard. This might just hurt all gamers in all due rights.
Well, time not a massive factor just yet. C4 having been dropped, it's a spanner in the works, but they'll be able to retrieve it easily, and it doesn't really matter as XQQ will drop. It's not over yet. All gamers begin to trudge their way up this mountain. I mean, they've basically not gotten out of base camp just yet, but
play the music again.
Yeah, it kind of feels like at this point that, you know, 10-4 looks better than 10-3, I guess. All gamers, you know, there's so much work to be done before we even begin to talk about a potential comeback. Like, that was a nice little play. I like the work right up the middle there, taking control, taking the fight to EP, just trying to use your individual manpower to really get the job done. But, yeah, they have so much work to do. 5 more rounds would have to be taken by AG.
Yeah, picking up 5 in a row against EP with the current form of AG. It's gonna be very hard. Let's just put it that way. And really, the only reason All Gamers was able to pick up that last round was because only YH was looking on top of the bridge.
Yep. I mean, it's just a bit of a gamble push, really, from All Gamers that pays off. But you can't expect to make that kind of a push work 6 rounds in a row, which is kind of what they would need. They've got one of those 6, but going to have to find something else. XQQ, very, very tight line, but it's a safe line for him to get information. And he's already spotted them. He's seen them. Information's come across. Look at the rotation straight away from Evolution Power. They are full stacking towards the A side of the map. This is it. This is it. It's done and dusted. Surely All Gamers can't get past this kind of a setup. The Orms are singing on the A side of Port, and it is looking doomed as ever for All Gamers. The Giants have been slain. Evolution Power will take the spot in the playoffs. Evolution Power with the big win will put themselves as the 3rd team through to the playoffs, joining the couple that we saw make their way forward yesterday. And we've got one game remaining, of course, to find out who their opponent will be. But taking down the scalp of All Gamers, it's got to be a great feeling for this squad. I mean, that's one of the big threats of the competition now gone.
Yeah, I mean, they put out a very close score on Compound, was 10-8, but then right after that, it just feels that the wind has been taken out of the sails. Oh, they're just gonna rub it. Oh, well, English casters have failed to choose the right team. At the end of the day, Evolution Power will be able to close the series out 3-1, and maybe that just might be enough to push themselves into the grand finals.
I mean, the pathway is definitely open for them. When we're looking at teams that have made it to the grand finals in previous years' events, it's typically been Chinese or Brazilian. And the fact that they're on the opposite side of the bracket, basically, to the strongest Brazilian team, and there's no other Chinese team, maybe their run forward is going to be a little bit easier. But we'll have to talk about that as we get into the playoffs tomorrow. Having a look at the summary for that last map, XQQ again, you were sort of highlighting him time and time again, and he's delivered once again. It's pretty grim kind of a look for All Gamers, though. Nobody going above a 1.0 KD. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I think that XQQ probably going to pick up a 3rd set MVP at this point. And for All Gamers, you know, not able to rise to the challenge this time around. There it is, XQQ once again, 2 KD, 2 first kills, 1 kill per round. It's all very even numbers. Great stuff from him and from the team this time around. Absolutely deserves all the praise. And yeah, this really leaves the path to the throne, you know, the actual champion here at the grand finals, very wide open. Like, I guess from here, Evolution Power probably the biggest favorites, but
Wolf Empire, surely.
Yeah, I guess it is Wolf Empire, actually. Yeah, I forgot about that. Because, you know, Evolution Power, they looked good, but also it did feel like they were kind of beating up on AG, who weren't playing their best game. So, yeah, Evolution Power are a strong team, but are they a team that actually can take the champs here? I'm not so sure.
I don't think Evolution Power looked nearly as good as Wolf Empire did yesterday. Honestly, I think Antisocial actually looked better than them as well. But that's, yeah, I mean, I kind of want to contextualize this as well from the perspective of All Gamers, because while it's important to talk about Evolution Power going forward in the competition, All Gamers, they have been in every single grand final since 2021. So 3 years in a row, 2021, 22, 23, and you would have thought 2024, but not the case for them. They even won one of those. So this is a massive, massive step down for the organization, especially the core of players that have been there and doing that pretty much since 21. It's got to mark some big change-ups for this roster, I think, and very, very disappointing, obviously, for what is perhaps the most prolific organization still in this competition, or that was still in this competition at this point in time. Now they've obviously been eliminated, but we're talking Baisha's not made it, obviously. That's one of the big names out of the picture. Imperial also out of the picture. So, you know, as far as organizations as well are concerned, All Gamers, not only the team, but also the organization missing out on even making playoffs. Like, we're talking about a team that made finals 3 years in a row. You don't even make the playoffs.
Yeah.
That is just a massive drop-off.
Yeah, there's just going to be a lot of work to be done on the side of organizational stuff. Of course, the roster is bound to change. At least we're going to be expecting 1 or 2 players getting replaced. And on top of that, we're going to be looking at a lot of practices being built in there too. I mean, even for the rifling core, that's not the new players. You were able to see some little whiffs here and there, and those kind of things will also need to be fixed as well to bring back the old AG, the greatness, the one that was able to make the finals 3 years in a row. It's not there right now. It's not present.
Yeah, I mean, but that is going to have to be something that they focus on going into 2025. I mean,
yeah,
the story for All Gamers today and for this year is now done. But honestly, I don't hate it. Kind of opens the door up for a very, very interesting final. Yeah. We obviously don't have the defending champions in Baisha. We don't have the defending second place team in All Gamers. So we're going to have a very new look playoffs and finals.
Who's the last team? Do you actually know, like, who the last team to win it that wasn't AG and Baisha was? You have to go back some years.
I think it was Q9. I think it was Q9 because it was
that
Q9.
That does sound nice. Right, rather.
Q9 in 2020.
Yeah.
And then 2021 was All Gamers.
All Gamers and then Baisha.
And then Baisha for 2022-23. And this year we're going to have a new winner.
Before Q9 it was Black Dragons?
2019, I want to say, was Black Dragons. Yeah, I think it was a Brazilian. It was a Brazilian team.
So like, who's the
Vincent.
last? Oh, Vincent. That yeah.
Yeah, Vincent, and 2018 must have been Black Dragons in that case, because it was 2 years in a row of Brazil. Yeah, Black Dragons and then Vincent. So, I mean, what if Vietnam first time? Obviously, that's a big talking point. What if CFWL first time potentially as well? You know, obviously for Evolution Power, most of those guys have not gotten a title under their belt either.
Yeah.
Antisocial, run it back. Like, a lot of those guys have actually won on this stage before in that Vincent or Black Dragons
It's just
outfit.
wide open.
So,
like, there's a favorite in Wolf Empire, probably, as you were saying, but like, could easily be a Brazilian team. I think Snare and the guys over at 3BL, they've got a decent shot. It's, I don't know. I feel like the predictions every day now are going to get very interesting because we've seen already, you know, EG had more predictions, not just from us, but across the board. And this one, that fell by the wayside. I don't know, man. This is getting to be a very, very fun tournament now.
Even Evolution Power now really has a chance to put a trophy in their practice room.
Maybe, yeah.
Yep, I dare say that is going to be the case, but who knows? I mean, 3BL's kind of looking pretty good at the moment, so if they get up over Vasco, I actually think I predict 3BL over Evolution Power. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right with that point. Slayer's getting cracked out of his mind, and Snare, of course, is pretty consistent with his performance. And yeah, I mean, all in all, this tournament has been exciting, and it's about to get even more exciting.
It is, in theory. We'll have to wait and see,
In
obviously.
theory.
Looking forward to this interview on the stage. That's going to be coming up in just a second, but I think there's a lot to think about with regard to All Gamers, and then also, obviously, Evolution Power now, how they're going to proceed forward in this competition, because, again, we sort of talked about this many times when, you know, back in 2017, 2018, when those Brazilian upsets were kind of starting to occur and we were starting to see China maybe fall off a little bit. There's a big fan contingent, obviously, of, you know, Chinese fans for CROSSFIRE. We are obviously in China as well for these finals, and so they're going to be basically rallying now behind Evolution Power. But on the same token, that's a lot of pressure for Evolution Power going forward, being the only home team now to sort of try and lift that trophy.
And maybe there's going to be a bunch of fans going for Gokhan and Antisocial as well. You never know.
That's true. But enough about that. It's time for us to head down to the stage, ready for that interview with Evolution Power.
Welcome back to the main stage for the interview session, and we are joined by the XQQ from Evolution Power Gaming for winning the first match and getting to the playoff stage. And congratulations to the MVP, XQQ. Say hi to all the savers. Hi, I'm XQQ from EP. So it's been a long time since we did the last interview with XQQ, and it's again back to the interview session. What do you want to say to all the fans? I think back to the main stage, I'm very excited to play on the stage. I like the feeling of winning the victory. So especially in the PL region, we didn't do a lot of interview for you, but we back to the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. It's very impressive, so we enjoy the process of playing the game, right? Yes, the player said yes. And for today's match, everyone was in great form today. What kind of preparation did you do before the match? Nothing special. We just make concerted efforts and do our best. Just do whatever we do during the training process. So, is there any special strategy against the opponents? Nothing special, just play our best. So let's recap on today's different maps. For the first map, the Black Widow, in the first half of the game, we finished a 2 versus 5 clutch. Can we re-elaborate on that part? So we just focused on our own strategy. We didn't know the position of the enemy. We just moved state by state. And for the first half of the game, we have 5-4, but then the score was reversed in the second half. What do you think caused that? I think initially we didn't get into our best form in the first half of the game. and then we gradually get the hang of it, and then we just recovered to our best performance. And for the second map, Ankara, and we lose 4 points when we were global risk. So what do you think is the most challenging part given by the opponent? I think they are very challenging for us in all aspects. And we cannot hold on the defense position, and then we got points consecutively. So what adjustment do we make? So we just move forwards and try to be aggressive, and we push on the site on multiple times while on the attacking side, and then we got the victory of the second map. On the third map is for the compound, and we like to focus on the second half of the game, and we found that we successfully pushed the side for multiple times while on the attracting side, and we forcing the opponent to rotate. How do we manage to achieve that? I think it's just through the concerted efforts, and we gradually get the hang of it, and then we succeed in this map. And also we follow the leadership of YZK, and also our teammates are also in the best shape, right? Yes, everyone is in the best shape, and also for the map compound, we usually adapt the 5 rifle attack. What do you think is the advantage? I think that is we can quick rush, and so we can finish the enemy as quickly as possible. And for the last map is port. So port is very advantageous for the global risk, and we got 6 points in the first half of the game. So what was the specific attack strategy? We just followed the leadership of YZK. So finally we secure this match. It's a very hard-won victory, and also we took a lot of time for the training. So before the previous games, who do you think is the most challenging team for us? I think the team in this stage is very challenging. It's very competitive for us. We just play our part. So teams from other regions are very competitive as well. And next match is 3BL versus Vasco Esports. So who do you think is more strong in strength? I think they just play in different styles, and it's just up and down, neck to neck. But for me, I think SV is more competitive. What is the reason? And I think they are more competitive in strategies and in executions, and also the players have better performance. Congratulations for winning the victory, and thank you for taking part in this interview session, and we hope to see your wonderful performance in the following games. And congratulations for securing the MVP of this match. And next we will have another BO5 who will be listed to the playoff stage, and let's see later. Let's hand it back to the casters.
أنا اسمي محمد محروس، عندي 24 سنة، بدرس كمبيوتر ساينس في الجامعة العربية المفتوحة. ابتديت ألعب كروس فاير من وأنا عندي 12 أو 13 سنة، كنت بلعبها عادي فور فن، وبعد كده ابتديت ألعبها كومبيتيتيف وإن أنا أخش في مسابقات من أول 2017. كان أول فريق أخشه، وبعد كده اهتميت باللعبة شوية أكتر وابتديت إن أنا أديها اهتمام.
انا اسمي بينجوين وكنت كابتن فريق 3 بي ال السنه اللي فاتت. يعني انا عرفت حورس من 3 سنين، كان عندي مكان في الفريق، كنت بدور على لعيب زي حورس، شفت ان انا ممكن اقدر العب معاه، اتكلمت معاه قلت له لو انت عندك فرصه انك تقدر تلعب معانا، هو رحب بالموضوع، بدا يجي معايا. كان علاقتي بيه مجرد لاعب في الفريق، انا كنت انا كابتن الفريق وهو كان لاعب عندي في الفريق. طورت العلاقه بينا بصراحه وبدا الموضوع يكبر بينا، بقيت اتخذ حورس كصديق معايا ليا اكتر ما هو كان لاعب معايا في الفريق. يعني بصراحه حورس المينتاليتي بتاعته ساعدته جدا ان هو يخش في الاجواء بسرعه. كان من اول، انا فاكر اول سيزون جدا حورس بدا معايا يلعب، كان اول سيزون كان يعتبر احسن بلاير موجود في الفريق، كان احسن واحد بيبقى بيساعد الفريق، وكان اكتر واحد بيفتح، كان اكتر واحد عايز الفريق ده ان هو يتقدم. فبصراحه المينتاليتي بتاعته دخلته في الاجواء. فاقل من اعتقد 6 شهور كان حورس اسمه بيتقال على كل المنصات العالميه لكروس فاير ان واحد من امهر واحسن اللاعبين اللي وجدوا في الميدل ايست.
بصي، في الاول طبعا احنا استغربنا جدا، يعني كنا مش متخيلين اصلا. يعني كان محمد بيلعب مع اصحابه طول الوقت في الشارع، عجل، انتشار. فاضطرينا في فتره نقعد في البيت، فبقت حياته كلها الكمبيوتر واختفاء بقى طول الوقت مع اصحابه. واحنا ناس ما نعرفهمش، يعني معظم الوقت محمد انا بلعب مع اصحابي فاتعزل فتره كبيره جدا ومفيش خروج خالص، وطول الوقت في البيت. احنا حتى اتخضينا، يعني محمد ليه ما بتنزلش، ليه ما بتقابلش اصحاب بره، ليه ما بتروحش الكليه تقابل اصحابك اللي في الكليه، تعمل علاقات اصلا مع اصحاب اللي في الكليه اصلا. فلقيناه طول الوقت لا قاعد في الاوضه ومحبوس. بس جه فتره لقينا انا مسافر، قلنا له مسافر فين يا محمد؟ قال المسابقه وهنكسب، لو كسبنا هنسافر. فسكتنا، فخدناها كده ايه، خلاص اوكي او كلام وخلاص. بس لقينا بقى ما شاء الله كسب، والتيم بتاعه اوريدي خلاص احنا مسافرين.
خلينا نقول ده تمن القعاد لوحده، تمام، وانعزاله في وقت من الاوقات، لان في اوقات ما كناش بنشوفه باليومين. اقفل الباب، خلص لعب، نام، وخصوصا في الاوقات اللي بيلعب فيها مع دول مختلفه معاك في فرق التوقيت، تمام. فممكن يكون بيلعب مثلا الفجر، فخلص نام، فاحنا في الوقت ده صاحيين عادي وهو نايم. بعد كده عنده دور او لعبه تانية او بطوله تانية، ففي اوقات كتير ما كناش بنشوف فترات. زي ما قلت ده احتراف، والمجتمع خلاص تقبل الشكل ده من الالعاب، فبالتالي بقى ليه سبونسر، بقى بيقدر مدى مهارته للعبه، وبالتالي ابتدى لما بيخش مسابقات يكسب، فبالتالي بيبقى ليها مردود مالي. وده زي اي العاب رياضيه عاديه، زي كره القدم، زي السله، زي الهاندبول. واحد
علاقتي بحورس على مستوى صداقه او مستوى الفريندلي يعني قويه جدا من زمان، او هو اول واحد كلمني في الفريق، او لما جينا نسيطر في كروس فاير. والله حورس من النوع اللي هو متعلق باصحابه بشكل جامد. فاحنا بعد السنه اللي فاتت لما قدمنا بشكل كويس سيزون 1، لما بدا بعد كده كان هو محتاج يلعب يغير التيم، او انه يلعب مع ناس قريبه منه فاهم اسلوب لعبه والكلام ده كله. فلما استيطرنا بالتيم بتاع السنه دي كنت متوقع ان هو هيكون من افضل اللعيبه على مستوى العالم، واوريدي احنا حققنا حاجات كويسه جدا السنه دي مع بعض.
سافرت 4 مرات، مرتين في كوريا ومره في الصين ومره فيتنام. كل مره رحت ما حققتش اي حاجه، كل مره بروح ببقى اطلع نفس المركز وبيبقى من ضمن اخر 3. انا ما حققتش لسه حاجه، ومستقبلي في اللعبه دي بالذات ان هو عايز اخد الخطوه اللي بعد كده. انا كانت اول خطوه ليا ان انا اكسب دوري، تاني خطوه ليا ان انا اسافر، تالت خطوه ليا دلوقتي ان انا عايز احقق حاجه في السفر. هو نقطه ان انا اسافر دي خلاص بالنسبه لي بقت ممله، ما بقتش زي اول مره. لا دلوقتي بقى عندي هدف اكتر ان انا احقق حاجه، اللي هو يبقى مثلا يكون اول فريق في الشرق الاوسط كله عملها، مثلا ان انا اطلع من التوب 4، ان العب في السيميز، لا ابقى توب 2 او توب 3، ابقى حاجه اللي هو ما بقاش على الستيج العادي، لا ابقى قصاد الجماهير، ابقى قصاد المين ستيج كله.
nome é Vinícius, tenho 20 anos, meu nick é VNC, moro em Cabo Frio, Rio de Janeiro, e jogo no Vasco vai fazer 2 anos. Quando a gente chamou o Fefe pro time, a gente já tinha essa ambição de ser campeão da CFS, nosso foco total é lá. E a gente ganhou aí os 2 brasileiros agora, vamos jogar o Vietnã. E esse campeonato da Coreia também já deu pra ver que o nosso nível tá alto, dá pra ganhar dos caras tranquilo. E é isso, chegar no final do ano ali na CFS e vamos ganhar dos caras. Eu acho que o melhor momento da minha vida tá sendo agora, 2024, e foi 2023 também. Acho que é o meu auge da minha carreira, onde eu tô me sentindo muito bem jogando aqui com os moleques do Vasco.
Dócil, sempre foi um menino com muita atenção, com muita força de vontade, determinação. Ele começou a dar um pouco de preocupação por ficar trancado muito tempo dentro do ambiente com o computador, até que nós fomos ver que era jogo.
Ver um moleque fazendo o que ele gosta, né? Ganhando o dinheirinho dele, escolheu a profissão, sempre botando na cabeça dele que é uma carreira muito rápida, né? Tem que investir o dinheiro que ganha em alguma coisa, que é o que ele já fez. Torce bastante, vibra, onde ele estiver, sempre vai estar junto.
Pô, ele comia jogo, só computador. Dormia em computador o dia inteiro, a noite toda, saía, chegava e estava no computador. Então, tipo assim, totalmente mérito dele, trabalho dele, suor dele, tudo mérito dele realmente.
Sim, meu pai, minha avó, meu irmão, minha família toda sempre vai nos jogos, sempre tá lá gritando, comemorando, tudo. Quem tá lá já viu. E é isso, o apoio deles pra mim é excepcional. Mandar um abraço pra todo mundo que torce de verdade. A gente vai jogar o Vietnã agora, tentar garantir mais uma vaga pro Brasil e no final do ano ser campeão mundial.
Welcome to the closing match of the knockout stage. Will Vasco Esports defend the honor of the Brazilian region? Or will 3BL Esports make history and show us another stellar performance here on our stage? The relentless challengers. So many good wins so far and looking to take Egypt to the big time. 3BL Esports. Now the final one of our Brazilian contenders, Vasco Esports. Can we get a fourth national representative into the playoffs? Or can Brazil get two? It's Egypt against Brazil for the final spot in the semi-finals. Let's unlock the future!
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Bit of a change of the guard here as well for our final game of the day. And our final games, of course, of the knockouts to see who is going to be our top four heading to the arena in front of the live crowd. My name's Neokai, joined by Sneaky Frog and Valdez once again off the back of a, in quotation marks, upset, but I think a really good performance out of Evolution Power. And a bit of an underperformance in general from AG side, who are arguably favorites.
Yeah, you can see they're 3-1 Evolution Power over All Gamers. And All Gamers just... I don't know. There was a time in the middle of the series on Compound where it's like, okay, they're coming back. It seems like maybe they're going to reach their form again, but it's kind of lost it. You know, another, I think it was 10-8 or 10-7 there on Compound where EP were just able to close it out. It felt like even though EP were sometimes running into walls, they ended up being the better team at the end of the day, and All Gamers on port just kind of looks dunzo. The fact that, excuse me, that it even got there was kind of crazy, to be honest. I thought maybe, you know, they were just going to end it before that even happened, but then All Gamers had to really struggle on that map.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. Moving on to 3BL, taking on Vasco, the best from the West, and arguably the best team we've seen as well from Brazil. I mean, Antisocial, of course, have also looked very good as well, but Imperial underperforming. Actually, Vasco were pretty bad in groups as well, so it's a very up-in-the-air sort of expectation coming in towards this. But what is up in the air is how well 3BL have been playing. Obviously, we always expect big things out from Snare, as we've got. Snake got stepping up, Slayer looking good, and despite the rating not really showing there, I think Horus has played very solidly. His impact's been incredible.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not really Horus's responsibility to be the fragger for the squad. He's kind of the guy that pushes the line forward, either in offense and or in defense, so it's fine to have a 0.98 KD. I mean, it's impressive that he has a 0.73 KR the way that he's playing.
Yeah.
And yeah, in all honesty, I feel like Horus, I mean, if he has a good day, then this might be easier than expected.
It's true. It's true. The big question mark thing for all of us is actually talking about Vasco, right? Because this is a side that performed better than Imperial at the Summer Championships. They went a little bit further. Imperial obviously looked quite weak, and with Antisocial coming in and with Vasco doing better than them domestically, all expectations for this should be better. But
the groups were incredibly janky. This is a side who very nearly didn't even make it out of groups, which in itself would have been a massive upset. But, I mean, so far, we've just not really been impressed by the level. They're massively underperforming.
Yeah, Group A was kind of interesting. I mean, Ranking Esports kind of underperformed. Even LCK had an opportunity. They weren't able to get across the line. Vasco Esports kind of default into second, and then Q9 were first, and they also already fell in the knockout stage. So I am a little bit worried for Vasco. We'll see how they do up against 3BL, who basically just kind of rolled their group. A lot of us thought that Antisocial might be able to take them down, but 3BL able to take them down, and Antisocial won against Q9 and knockout. So how strong are 3BL really? I think is another question we are trying to figure out. I mean, they take out Antisocial. I think they're a very strong team at this point.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, we've got the team data, of course, of Vasco 2 over LCK. Fair enough. 2-0 loss to Q9. Again, sort of fair enough. It's that ranking game that I probably maybe want to focus on a little bit. Ranking had a bad tournament. They did not show up in any sort of way. Yeah. If Ranking and 1-2-0, they would have got the spot in second place in towards the playoffs. So all came down to that best of 3. And the fact that it did come down to that in itself was quite worrying. In the end, Vasco win 2-1, sure, but we weren't impressed by the fashion at which they did it.
Yeah, especially all 3 of the maps went to overtime, actually. Yeah. So, I mean, if Ranking, arguably the weakest team in their group, is being competitive with you, it kind of raises questions on what level are you really at in this tournament. But, of course, we're going to take a look at the key players. Obviously, there's going to be Snare, there's going to be MG, both sniper players. On either side, I would argue Snare is having a way better tournament compared to MG. But MG does have his moments, especially when it comes to the best of 5. You know, it takes him a bit of time to kind of up, get into the series, but in terms of explosiveness, I feel like Snare does have it down to a T, because MG is more of like the guy that is gonna sit back, is gonna try and see if he can support his teammates with the sniper, and you know, more of a Gouken kind of style, but with a lot less flair. Yeah, exactly that. Right? We've seen Gouken probably sort of tournament historic numbers from him where he's looked incredible, where MG, we always expect big things out of him, and it's not exactly like the stats have been terrible, right? But it's just because we know there's more, and that's the thing. He hasn't quite hit his ceiling, and I think that's been the storyline for this Vasco side as a whole. They're kind of playing at like 80%, right? And at the moment where we've got 3BL playing at arguably like 100%, is it going to be down to the here and now, or can Vasco sort of unlock this next step? Now, in the group stage of the Summer Championship, 3BL, they take them down 2-0, and it was a pretty simple game all in all for them, where this 3BL side looked very, very solid. So they've already had their number ones, and with them playing, I would say, even better than they did at the Summer Championship, I'm pretty high on 3BL right now.
Yeah, you gotta like their chances in this one, I'd say. Just rolling through the rest of this entire year, they've had a lot of great performances up until this point in time, and then they get to this tournament, and they're already performing really well here as well. Getting out of their group 3-0, and Snare's popping off, all the Riflers are popping off. We talked about, you know, the MG clutches at the end of rounds. Those haven't really been real. The Gouken clutches have been real. Sure. Snare, he's kind of the opposite, where he gets a lot done in the beginning of the rounds. He can be reliable later on as well, but it does feel like he does do a lot of work in the beginning as well. We have a lot of votes here, actually, from the Chinese side for Vasco, which is pretty interesting. I think the second page here is going to look very different.
Interesting as well that we just see the Chinese stream differ, because they've actually all stuck together for the most part. Pretty much everybody said the same vote in every single game. This is the first time we've seen actually a little bit of deliberation. Same over towards the Vietnamese stream as well. We got 1 for Vasco, 2 for 3BL, and that is probably going to be the expectation for us. We've all gone 3BL. I think that's fair enough. There is a bit of a change up as well to the Philippines. 1 going 3BL, and no surprises. Portuguese go Vasco.
Yeah, of course, it's no surprise. I think us on the English broadcast, we did see the quality of the series that 3BL had in the group of, you know, technically the group of life, right? I mean, they beat Antisocial, who I argue playing way better than Vasco at this very moment. And yeah, I mean, I like what I saw from the best of 3s. I think it's just a matter of can they keep it consistent, because this is the exact same way that 3BL got eliminated in Hanoi, which is when he started the best of 5s. It seems like the map pool problem started to show itself.
Yeah, and that is probably an issue that we have to keep an eye out for them. Of course, revenge or extend the momentum, of course, is the kind of key narrative we've got throughout this. In the CFS Summer Championship 2024 group stage, 3BL did take down Vasco 2-0, and they meet again with the chance of going forward to that playoff. So it's all about, will Vasco get the revenge, or will 3BL continue to be one of actually the best performing teams we've seen so far at this tournament, and definitely overperforming by expectations. But for those who've kind of covered the West, we know this is the best team that we've got to offer up, and it's good to see that they've been able to translate that internationally. That seems to be a kind of a continuous conversation that we've had so far this tournament. It's teams that are very good domestically, not so much internationally, i.e. ranking.
Yeah, I feel like 3BL are kind of a known quantity at this point in a positive light. On the side of Vasco, I really don't know what to expect, right? Like this team, they seem pretty good, but at the same time, we were kind of doubting them. You know, are they the third best Brazilian team, which is not a good thing. You know, are they outdone by Antisocial? It feels like after Antisocial's result, that seems to be the case. But still, a lot of people thinking that Vasco can take this one down and not really giving credit to 3BL's wins so far. So maybe just banking on the fact that Vasco has some really high highs and that 3BL kind of had some easier matchups and Antisocial kind of underperformed in that best of 3 against them. I'm not so sure. I mean, we look at the map pool here. Certainly Mexico is something that Brazilian teams are not scared of. I do wonder, you know, where are 3BL going to go with their one ban? Because it feels like, you know, they've played one map of Eagle Eye. They won it, but, you know, they don't play it all that often. Same can be said for Mexico. They don't play it all that often. Whereas it feels like the 2 Brazilian teams can go to either of those.
Yeah, I feel like if I had to guess, judging by kind of domestically in the West League, I would probably assume that Mexico gets banned and they float the Eagle Eye, because that's actually been a pretty good map for the West League. You know, LCK looked very good on it. Untitled had good moments on it. And I think for 3BL, they will be well prepped on it. They just don't get that many times to play it. So that's where I feel like they'll go. But on the flip side, one map that for them that I feel like is a distinct advantage for 3BL over Vasco, I would actually say is Port. Port, for me, I actually think they play to a very, very high level. It's so common as well in the West League. That's one I think they're going to try and float in their favor. We do see the Ankara picked in quite a lot by these Brazilian teams. That in itself is quite risky. 3BL don't mind it, but this is the thing. We talk about the map pool issues, which I think is true, right? The issue is that they can get rid of just one, which actually gives them a little bit more leeway. I think Mexico's the only up in the air one because it's just never played in the West League, so I don't know how their reps are going to look like. But if they can get rid of that, every other map I feel like they're probably okay on.
I think if this goes to 5 games, I feel like the chances of 3BL kind of decrease a bit because, you know, just like I said, the map pool issues. But you do have a point with the port one, right? I mean, surprisingly, Vasco, they don't have too many reps on that map, despite the numbers do have. I feel like it's more about the enemy picking into them and them just winning. If that's that map. But I feel like 3BL with that priority on port is going to be a very important one, because I feel like the bans are going to come out, and I feel like 3BL, or rather Vasco is actually going to be banning Black Widow, if I'm not mistaken. They do not play that map, and that's one of 3BL's better maps as well.
It's true. It's very, very true. That feels like maybe where they can head in, unless they really throw a bit of a span in the works. I'm very interested in this 3BL ban, because they've got 2 distinct places they can go in terms of maps they don't play that well. We've kind of touched on it. It's the Mexico or it is the Eagle Eye. I think this is the right ban. This is what I'd expect out of 3BL. Ban out Mexico. Don't risk it. We don't play it back in the West League. So why take that gamble? And it does leave open the Eagle Eye if we want to try and quote-unquote punish here for Vasco, if we want to pick into it at some point. The issue is, though, I really would keep an eye out for that. They're not banning it, 3BL. So the ban for Vasco here, we're expecting a Black Widow. I think that is a good one. They're going to go for the compound. Now, I don't hate that in the sense that in the West League, it's basically a guarantee in your series. In the first 2 maps, you're going to get compound.
Yeah, for sure. I think Black Widow is going to be probably the first pick. This is a no-brainer by 3BL. I think I was doing a bit of theory crafting here with the veto. I was actually already thinking that 3BL is going to ban Mexico because they don't play that map for a ban. Sub-base, actually. Damn, that was...
They've gone back to sub-base.
It was in my priority list for it, but I didn't think that would go map 1 for it.
What I'm going to say with the sub-base, do you think... Here, Valdez, this is reactionary because Vasco as a whole have actually looked quite bad on this, even though it's a map they do like. I think when they've picked into it, they've lost, and then after that, teams have picked in against them and said, actually, you're not that good on this. We can actually take you on it.
I just feel like 3BL have just gone back to this time and time again, and they've had mixed results. They've also really dominated on it. I think the first map they played against Next Top was a bit of a fluke. After that, it's been pretty good. I just expected something else first, but they, time and time again, have surprised us by saying, no, we're going back to sub-base. That's our map. Ankara here for Vasco, not surprising.
Yeah, one of their better maps as well.
Yeah, they picked it in first time, I think, basically every series, more or less. I would actually really like a port here from 3BL rather than floating it. I think you can float that Eagle Eye later, or you can float
I think
anything else, like Black Widow, you can float later. I would actually love to see them going towards Port here. I think Port's actually quite punishing towards Vasco, in terms of reps and also just how well 3BL have looked.
Yeah, for sure. I think 3BL has done 100% better on the Port map, but yeah, I do see your point. I'd rather have Black Widow as my decider because that kind of solves the map issues for 3BL, that if they do go all the way to map number 5, at least it's going to be a map that they're going to be comfortable in. And I think Vasco for map pick number 4. Would it be surprised? Wow, this early?
So I'm assuming that means we just get Port floated as the decider.
Yeah, Port 5.
But I gotta say, Port as a decider is not bad either. I just felt like Port feels like more of a guarantee. So I feel like Vasco will be ready for the Black Widow. They should expect it. If they were kind of considering this compound ban, as you know, last night to this morning, whatever, preparing for this game, they've got to know that Black Widow is going to come in. But it's just a question of does it come in second wave or third as a decider. So the fact that it is here, they're going to go for a Port pick. I think that's very risky.
Very ballsy.
It has to be said.
Wow.
And of course, you know, for them, I feel like you're hedging a lot of bets on that, which could actually end up coming back to bite you. Hence, as we saw in the previous series, which was 3-1 as well.
I think from what we can see right now, as long as 3BL can somehow get through Ankara, even if they lose it, I feel like they're not in a bad spot. You look at sub-base Black Widow Port, that could be an easy 3 maps for them to take down. The Eagle Eye being left for so late by Vasco, a little bit surprising for me. But maybe going to try to challenge 3BL at their own game. Very, very interesting stuff here on the side of Vasco.
Yeah, I mean, but this just means, Brendan, that the chances of Vasco getting 3-0'd is slightly higher now.
I think it is. I think Ankara's the kind of make or break. If I'm being completely honest, for Vasco, if they lose Ankara, I think they're in a lot of trouble. My expectations that Subbase will go the way of 3BL, judging not so much on how 3BL have played, but actually more how Vasco have played. I think Vasco have actually looked quite underwhelming on that. This boy's chilling, and if he's chilling,
wow,
we're in a good position. He has been lights out this tournament. So if he's feeling confident, that's all we care.
You have to think as well, right? I mean, it's the Horus 8 defense, man. Like,
is
he going to be popping out in woods? Is he going to be just sitting in the site? It's very hard to predict where this team is going to come from in terms of the pacing, in terms of the position that they're going to take. So, yeah, a very good veto, honestly. Like, very good veto, honestly, for 3BL. I think 4 out of the 5 maps, they could probably work on it.
Yeah, I'm so surprised that Compound is the ban coming through, because I actually think it then works in favor of 3BL. Of course, with the sub base here, we know Vasco play this, and we know they've had decent success on it, and it has been a map that's had its up and downs for 3BL. And of course, when you look at domestic data in the West League, you've really got to take it with a pinch of salt. Not a great group of teams there. Outside of LCK and Unnight, it then dips off quite significantly. But I actually think, from what we've seen so far this tournament, because I've been underwhelmed by Vasco, it feels like they've really got a bit of a mental block, confidence issues on this map, and confidence is kind of the name of the game, really, for 3BL, especially for Snare in particular.
Yeah, we're going to have the typical huddle here. Seems like Snare's got a lot to say. Gets a little pat on the head from Horus.
Of it. Spurs getting fired up. There's one thing that I want to see for 3BL that, for me, I feel like seals the deal, and I just want to see an extra 10% out of top. Domestically in the West League, he's such a good closer. He's very good in these clutch situations. He's a reliable factor, but I feel like for me, he's been a little bit quieter than what we usually expect out of him.
Yeah, he's a bit of an anchor, you know, gets left as that last guy very often, just kind of holding the opposite side of the map when the team's pushing, and he is capable. I feel like there are times where he does go pretty quiet, but also times where he goes very huge, so not the most consistent player in my mind, but yeah, they might just need that little extra 10% from him, as you were talking about. If he's able to be on his game, I think this should be actually easy for the side of 3BL. If he's not, and he's kind of playing the way we're seeing so far, I still favor 3BL, actually, but I think it could go either way. That might be Vasco's way to really pull apart this team.
Yeah, what are we feeling score-wise? With the veto has come through right now in the current form, what do you think this is sort of eyeing itself up to be?
I'm thinking 3-1. 3BL, not gonna lie. I feel like
so Ankara goes the way of Vasco, you think?
Yeah, I think Ankara goes in the way of Vasco, but if 3BL has been watching some Wolf Empire games, it's just you get destroyed in Ankara. That's fine. Let's do it next time, man.
That just happens.
It just happens. But yeah, I feel like 3BL, this is going to be a 3-1 for them, in all honesty. I feel like just like I was said, 4 out of the 5 maps, they're probably way better on compared to Vasco, especially with the way that they're playing as of recent. That's the thing.
Yeah, I think the only risk really in this veto for 3BL is if it goes to map number 5. Because of that Eagle Eye being a little bit less played for them, it could be uncomfortable. Either way, we're about to kickstart our second and final knockout game here in the quarters. It is sub-base to kickstart 3BL taking on Vasco. Welcome in to sub-base. Oh, Vasco, how you need to start strong on this map. It is a priority off the back of what has been, like we said, a little bit of an underwhelming tournament, all things considered. And Snake is wanting to get a bit of aggro here. This might work out for him. It's not going to do too bad. There's the first. And he actually is given the luxury of getting away.
I love that change-up, though, from the side of 3BL, right? You kind of expect Horus to go up the stairs, you know, kind of test it a bit. They didn't expect Snake to be right next to the door at the start of the round, and they were just kind of recklessly swinging it, right? They're trying to punish Horus for that initial aggression, but instead, they got bamboozled.
Yeah, he does do that every so often, and it's great because it really keeps you guessing, right? You don't really know, is Horus coming up, is Snake coming up? Can we really control Woods? Feels like oftentimes a lot of teams can't control Woods against 3BL. They just have great control of that, especially with Snare watching from jail oftentimes, although a lot of damage has been done here to the 3BL members on B. They still haven't broken through, Vasco. They're down a member. They don't have the bomb. It was really just kind of a poke, a prod into there. They get some nice damage done, but it's not going to break the camel's back just yet.
I feel like this Horus play is incredibly important. If he was to fall here, it does change his narrative of this round quite quickly. So I like this sort of decision to dip away. As that smoke's starting to fade, dip a little bit back. You don't have to commit down towards stairs, but you can just get a bit of information, but you've got to make sure you fall away. I think sticking around is really risky, and that's where he falls. Thankfully, there is the all-map range of Snare. With the damage down toward action, this does give them still a little bit of a chance. Snake is here, and he's wanting to fight, but he's alone. He's a window player who then gets caught, and Silver trying to be a nuisance up from window himself. Snake's in a lot of trouble. Down he goes, 2 versus 2. Both sides taking damage. Both sides now trying to do something in action. And VNC all tagged up top. Is he going to commit through the smoke? He will, and that will be at the cost of his life, leaving Snare all alone. And we now need one of those rounds. He spotted out the rifle. He spotted out the gun itself. I don't know what you do here, though.
Just got to send it down the stairs.
Yeah.
And the real question is, which one do you go for? It will be this one as action. Waiting for it. Waiting for the spot. Jumping down the stairs is Snare. Too much to do. A nice hold here by Vasco. You're talking about that nade. It actually bounced off the top of the missile. Did not actually go past it, so kind of unfortunate. Could have done a little bit of extra damage, but it still wouldn't. I don't know if it would have made the big difference. I feel like just the fact that they get past Horus and they only lose 1 to Snare on the way down there, and obviously the nice fence play at the same time really is what opened up that A site. So started well for 3BL, but Vasco able to really put the pain on later on.
Just a little giddy to fight, it feels. If it kind of just tucked their heads back a little bit, they probably would have been a little bit stronger and playing the numbers game, which unfortunately they didn't. They got isolated a little bit too easy for my liking.
Yeah, I feel like they should have just went 2-man retake on stairs. I think I would have loved their chances, knowing the existing information that you do know Action is already going to play that stairs position, 1 player stuck on site. But I think Snare maybe saw an angle where he could kill the missile player, and then maybe he could circle back from tight stairs. But yeah, could have been played a lot more efficiently. I feel like Horus, I know the crouch peek that he's going for in stairs. He could go further back, man. You don't have to commit that hard.
And the issue with him as well is that even because he's sort of stuck around for a little bit of damage, which was good on towards Action, it's still, because it didn't get a kill, it actually works against him. He then gets caught rotating out of the stairs. Top playing up close here. 1-for-1 wouldn't be bad. If he dies without finding anybody, though, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, you can see he's just going to back right up. Knows that he could have been like double swung there. He's alone in lockers. He does have Slayer that can potentially help him out on the angle. They do get in onto lockers here. Do Vasco. Bomb nearby. Don't know if they're going to go for a full commit here. They still have 2 guys over by Woods. But MG looking to potentially join up. 50 seconds left. We've seen a lot of slow Blacklist sides, even from Evolution Power and All Gamers in that first series. So maybe this is just the way it's being played here at this tournament.
It's true. They're conditioning them early. The issue is I don't think 3BL are too annoyed at this, in all fairness. They're all 5 alive. They're happy in the spot that they are in. Oh, it's a shot, though. Bad miss shot from Slay. Had to hit that. And it does leave Tot now a little bit uncomfortable. And it makes it worse when Slayer falls. He's probably got to try and get another behind this if he can. The flash will catch him. He can't get another kill behind it. And Snake and Horus a lot to do in a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, not much you can do. Horus, Snake, obviously known entities on that A site, so they're going to know they're either going to come from the long angle and or that passage position. Woods is going to be caught off because there is zero information of any members in that, but Snake going to get one miss from MG. If they can kill MG, this is actually going to be very, very possible for 3BL, but Silva and MG just going to finish it off. I love the detour there from the side of SV. Obviously, if they went straight to A, they would have been absolutely dead in the water. So instead, they recognize that, oh, we already killed Snare. B-side's going to be a lot easier to take since there's no sniper in jail anymore, and they just went straight in.
Yeah, it just felt like that rare moment where you're actually able to take down Snare. Now we got to push here into the machine room. Horus going to start off with the first kill and look to maybe force them over. You can see the crouching Snare versus MG. MG slightly backing off the angle, but he's got some help, and they're looking to maybe push a bit deeper in here. Fefe looking to M4 some people down, but I don't know how long he'll actually remain in here.
The Snare versus MG head-to-head is definitely one we're going to be keeping our eye on throughout this series. Those two are of the utmost importance. Missed shot from Snare, though. Uncharacteristic. He normally hits those, so this is a little tough. Thankfully, top sight can start utilizing at range. Tot going to get caught, though, but Slayer's made his way downstairs. It might work against him as he falls, and everybody falls for 3BL in quite quick succession. This is now where Vasco are starting to play their best crossfire, if we're being completely honest. I mean, they've looked very shaky throughout the groups. They've looked a little bit woeful by their standards, but if ever there's a time to come alive, it would be now.
Yeah, timeout for 3BL. Super early timeout.
I don't blame them, though, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I think Vasco has done this multiple times for the past 2 rounds, where they're just avoiding the better part of the defense on the side of 3BL, but at the same time, they're always finding that first frag. No one's really going too far forward from them. When it comes to map control, it's going to be 1 against 3. If Horus does go forward, there's going to be 2 dudes right behind the first guy forward. So, understandable timeout from 3BL. I think now is the time for them to go slightly more aggressive. I feel like they're maybe giving too much map control for Vasco here. Yeah. I really want to see them kind of fight back in Woods, especially in Machine Room. They did try, but they backed off immediately. But I want to see that fight in them to be shown against Vasco, because that's kind of how they won their prior series back in the group stage.
Yeah, just having Snare pushed off the angle over and over just doesn't really bode very well for them. And I feel like Vasco, they've got their sights set in the right direction. Makes you wonder about this sub-base first pick. Yeah. They had a lot of different options. You know, you could have gone Port, you could have gone Black Widow first, like we were talking about, but instead it goes to sub-base. It has been one that they've gone to a lot of times this tournament, but yeah, there are other teams, especially Brazilian teams, that are very good on this map as well. So I'm not sure if this felt great as a first pick, especially from what we're seeing right now, where it seems like Vasco are very well prepared for this map.
Yeah, 3BL seems like didn't watch enough Ubek Maniac. Yeah. Unfortunately, best team in sub-base in this tournament. 100% win rate. And, you know, it's the creative solution that they actually come up with when Loy was actually getting absolutely pelted in second mid. Yeah. They're like, hey, let's just put 3 dudes in second mid to kind of help Loy with that second mid control. And that could be the solution, but it seems like 3BL have different ideas.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough showing from 3BL so far. Not to the level that we've seen from them this tournament. So they're antisocial. They've looked good throughout the groups. Obviously, we kind of called it the group of life because it was the easier group. So maybe that's where you get the blessing of that. But Vasco are never an easy side to dispatch, especially in playoffs, as we saw at the Summer Championships.
Best of 5 Vasco is vastly different compared to best of 3s.
Saw Fefe get legged there through the door. A bit less pressure this time. And that means that Snare's going to move off the angle and actually look at B, which has been another one of these angles that Vasco have done really well with. You know, just getting into lockers, especially that first round. They would have put on a lot of pain from there. And now we've got Tot in the same spot.
Good spot.
The smoke. Flash comes around. Tot will get out. That's the main thing. It was a little close there, but it wasn't that much of a commit by Vasco. Just again, looking for that information, waiting for under the minute mark to make their decision. We are seeing 3BL this round hold a little bit more of that util for the late game too, which I like that. It's a good reaction at the very least, saying, okay, these last few, they've not been doing a hell of a lot in the early part, so we can just hold on to a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes, and just say, utilize them when necessary. Snare, you can hit one of the cross hit. That'd go a large way, and the rifle get another behind it, but Tot, that feels like an overpeak. I feel like we don't really need to be going that aggressive there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now Silva's going to go down. It's going to be up to Snare. And even
Close.
Snare cannot take down VNC. And VNC actually way better games that we saw in the group stage. But Horus is going to come from behind. 19 seconds left. Not much time to do so. HP could be a bit iffy for the side of Vasco. But they already know exactly where Horus is. So they're just going to play around it. And MG, he's going to keep it simple.
MG moment. But yeah, really, that just comes down to a lot of people getting picked off on that entry. You see Silva putting up some big numbers so far. Just able to get in very quickly. And Snare's just kind of left alone on the back of the B site. He has to cover both hallway and the entry through lockers. It's just way too much pressure on him alone. And it feels like the rest of the team not really showing up so far. I mean, even Snare himself has been pressured a lot. Yeah. Here's Snake finally going back to Woods, seeing if he can replicate some of that success they had in the first round.
I wonder if they're now ready for it. I mean, Feifei died here in the opening round. Is he now sort of akin to these sort of plays? MG holding for the stairs push. I'm assuming the way they're going to play this, that Horus doesn't really move unless we see movement out from Snake. But again, I just don't know if that's necessary from 3BL. They're trying to change the tempo a little bit and re-aggress, but I think it's done more damage than good.
Yeah, and this is like post-timeout as well.
Yeah.
And I feel like Feifei just has a complete read on 3BL and their defense. It's kind of too defaulty for my liking. And Feifei, one of his main characteristics, but never mind. Hold that thought. It seems like Horus is going to try to fight back, but Action, that is the third time that he has fell from vents, but I mean, no one still punished him. He still got one. It's a 2v2, but they have the A site, man. And look at Silva, bro.
Yeah.
Doesn't even need to peek, really. They can wait for MG to take contact here. This is difficult. As long as they play together, there's maybe a chance, but then you've also got to try and face off against MG with the Orm. He's taking a couple of pop shots, hopeful ones, and he's missing more than we usually expect, but up close shotgun Orm makes that utilize very well, and the flank that comes through. So far, there's nothing really to complain about at all for Vasco. This is very solid.
Today's kind of a weird day where it feels like teams are just like, they're coming in and they're supposed to be much better than they are, and they're just falling over. Vasco are looking fantastic today. They look very prepared. They look ready to go.
Wow,
we cannot say the same here for 3BL. They're getting wrecked.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we expected that Vasco would be performing like in their group, but Slayer going to fight back. MG's going to go down, but Vasco, look at the other side of the map. They're already trying to get some control here, Brendan. And look at Tot. Going to miss his shot. They already know that he is here. But Snake is going to back off all the way to jail, but it's a classic Vasco right there. He's going to make presence in lockers, and I think 3BL is going to assume that there's going to be one more player there, and they're going to take so much time to re-clear too.
Some presence in Woods once again. You see Vasco, they can sense it. I mean, that's a very far up smoke. And you don't necessarily have to re-clear that, although if you don't, then 3BL might just expect you to come through on B. Gives Snake a much better chance of holding the angle. I mean, he's kind of in the dark room right now. I thought maybe he was holding a sniper, not the case. And with an M4, that's kind of iffy as well. But, ooh, Feifei wants a little bit more room, wants some space here in Woods. Not going to get it. And now the push comes in. Action. Holding an Alm. Looking for more. He's got the bomb.
Got the C4, brother.
Yeah, needs to be very careful. Slayer's already got all the way in behind. Action's rotating back. The spam will get there in the end. We might be finally seeing a 3B round on the board. It's better late than never. It's more, is it too little too late? 5-0 start is pretty dominant.
Oh, this is classic Manila sub base right here, man. Everyone's all over the place. There's a guy in spawn. But VNC, though, and just like how I said, man, VNC, he's been playing a lot better compared to group stage, that's for sure. I mean, group stage, he didn't play too well, but seems like playoffs is more up his alley. But 3BL, the numbers are a bit too much. And just like I said, man, if they want to go a lot more aggressive, they're going to be allowed to do so. And they just gotta find Vasco in the right positions. But I feel like Vasco's anticipating it, but you know, sometimes you miss, man.
So far, 3BL, if you can return to something along the lines of a 5-4 or a 6-3 at a worst case, I don't think it's the end of the world. Slayer's playing up close again. Now, this is not always worked out, and 2 for 1 again is not exactly the way to go about this either.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, 3BL, they finally got on the board. It was a very wonky one.
Wow.
And then they have a round like this where they try to get aggressive again. They try to do what worked for the one round that they won, and they get absolutely flattened. You know, I'm not even sure how much of this comes down to strategy as compared to just Vasco or very highly overperforming, and 3BL are just totally missing. MT's having his moments. Silva's having his moments. VNC's having his moments. They've all stepped up to the plate, and
Fefe's chilling.
Fefe is he's just calling shots.
He's the assist. He's got
Snares
6
3 and 7 as well, right? You know, that's actually a talisman who's not even remotely
He's playing
looking.
StarCraft. He's microing his units right now.
Yeah, it's really not looking good at the moment, is it? When you've got the Orm on the other side who's been playing lights out so far, it is a pretty damning thing in itself to see.
Yeah, and this is what I was worried about Snare, especially when they came to the best of 5s, where is it going to be the same Snare that we saw from the group stage? Now we have additional pressure, and obviously Snare has had pretty bad games, but he's had pretty good games as well, but it's just unfortunate that we're seeing that version of Snare in map 1, in the map pick of 3BL. But I do feel like Ankara would be a whole lot better for Snare specifically compared to Subbase, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you would expect, except they keep going back to this map. And we'll see how this push does come in. And Silva behind the boxes, waiting to see what can happen there. And he's just going to back away.
This is a weird spot that we're in.
Yeah, no fighting at the start of the round, but this is understandable. Both teams don't want to give any information to each other, but look at this. I mean, Vasco is treating second mid like it is curve on compound. They would want to get that first and then figure it out from there. And Fefe, that's one of his main strengths, that mid-round calling. And it's been working so far.
Very true. Deep nade. No one playing back box, though, so Snake a little bit further back. At least this time they kind of changed it up with Snare actually finally putting a bit of Vents aggression. Stop VNC. He's been constantly just pushing through and getting at least the kill. And holding 4 lurks as well. Looks like a late pop towards B is the play. Blockers isn't always the easiest thing to get this late on, though. And again, Tots also had his problems.
Snare isn't here, too.
Yeah, it's going to be a little awkward. Either way, in they come. VNC's already got pretty advanced. He's wrapping his way forward already. And Tot, play back pillar. Needed probably a couple. Doesn't even get one. It's Slayer and Snake who do a lot of the heavy lifting. And MG also going to deliver with the Orm. So already we're back into a numbers advantage. 14 seconds left, but that C4 shouldn't really have any problems crossing to get a plant in. They are being put under pressure, and a big shot coming through, but leaves it all down to one man. Snare, 1 versus 2. Time is of the essence. Stay alive, and Snare's won the round, and he will win the round. It came down to the time, and we played it just a little bit too slow. Well played from Snare. A calm head on his shoulders, not to peek, not to fight. And I think a pretty grandiose mistake, all things considered, by Vasco there.
I was thinking like VNC, like why is he chilling on site? Why isn't he pushing the line forward? A lot more space could have been taken by him, and just allowing Snare to get into jail, into dark room, getting that pistol shot wasn't really the play here for Vasco, because for most of that round we were thinking that Vasco was going to win. MG was covering second mid, Lockers was already taken over, but yeah, a bit of a mistake, and it came at the hands of Snare, so that's going to give him a bit of motivation here, honestly.
I certainly hope it does. We'll see if that makes the difference in this one. Very strong start here from Vasco. If they could get 7 from Blacklist side, that's going to be over average, you would say, for sure. Definitely feels like this is a Blacklist sided map nowadays in many regions, but They've certainly put in their work early on in this half to stake their claim on potentially taking down 3BL's map. Still waiting for 3BL to wake up here. For now, it looks like 3BL getting a bit close. I mean, Horus always seems to play this angle.
Yeah.
Regardless, this is not something that every team does.
I like it as like a sort of a one-off pocket strat every now and again, but the consistent wood pressure, there's a lot of risks behind it, especially for a 3BL side that are really struggling at the moment. It feels like, is it warranted? Would a bit more of a defaulty style of play actually be more beneficial to them? I feel like without a doubt 3BL need 3 at the half here, or else they're in a lot of trouble, and Tot himself feels like under a lot of pressure. Has support at range, sure, from Slayer, but again, Tot still struggling to have that impact. Even going 1-for-1 seems to be a big ask at the moment for the youngster.
No, but they still have the option of the A site, though. If they're playing nameplates here with Tot already out, that means Lockers is not going to be that deep. So why not go back to the A site? The only person you have to worry about is Horus on those stairs. But taking a look at the rotation, seems like Snare is the one holding the stairs that time very aggressively. But I think he spotted maybe a member of Vasco. But Vasco might be punished. They're taking a while here.
Yeah, I mean, they got to push an A at this point. There's only 20 seconds left. They ran out of time on the last one, and they're not even going fast enough. The flank comes in, but Slayer finally able to lock up one. The damage has been done. And Silva against the world. He picks up one.
It's ambitious there.
He's got 10 seconds to plant and kill everyone. No, it's not going to happen.
Snare
6-3.
just on top of the missiles. Very ambitious there, I've got to say. But,
nice.
You know, I think they knew it was a bit of a conclusion there already. Only mistakes really for MG feels to be the clock, which is now something that's probably not going to be too big of an issue for them. I think, all in all, they can be pretty happy with that Vasco. I think they played pretty well.
Yeah, and the funny part there was I can see Action just slowly turning around. Just like, this guy's 100% on 400 DPI. Like he couldn't. It took him 5 swipes to discover that there's a man right behind him.
Breaking his elbow doing it,
Yeah, but 6-3 though. I mean, Vasco, pretty good on defense, usually. But 3BL, they have gotten their moments as well on this BL side. I mean, they've done amazing macro fakes time and time again against Antisocial, so can they actually run it back?
We need something quite historic here from 3BL. To respond from a 6-3 down on a map like Subbase, now going on towards your BL side, requires quite a big ask, because it doesn't really feel like we're seeing that 3BL 100% that we saw in the groups. And maybe it's a confidence thing, maybe it's a respect thing over towards Vasco, which I think is sort of fair enough, but unfortunately for 3BL, I think they do their best work when they don't respect their opponent. And at the moment, it feels like they are playing quite timid and quite standoffish.
You really need Snare to just be unleashed, right? He can't be sitting back in the jail, just kind of holding one angle, not really getting value. Only 4 kills, not really enough. I'd love to see the typical Snare, you know, peek over the box, try to snipe someone down. Does look like his teammate, Horus, is going to be able to do that as they do push in through the lockers. Getting a decent amount of pressure there. The bomb, as we know, not there. Nice shot here from Silva, actually, on the snipe.
That is a lovely shot. Oh, that's a good response, though, from Snare. Wow. That is more like it. Snare, we need to see this incredibly audacious, these wild plays where he just does it all on his own. Action should be traded. He will be traded. The Snare once again delivers yet another VNC last man alive. They know the B site's open to get that C4 down, and a long rotate for him. 1 versus 3 feels pretty impossible. There is also the flank being held here by Tot, so I think when VNC crosses, he should get spotted. He will get spotted eventually. So now they can avert their attention over there. I think Timer is going to be of the essence in this sort of retake, which it doesn't even matter. Tot gets that kill. 3BL, they had to start off the half like that.
Yeah, and that was a well-needed round from the side of 3BL, especially from Snare, man. I feel like, not gonna lie, I feel like he was bored in that first half, just holding and sitting there on the GR side, and he was really asking his IGL, can I get out? I want, free me, bro, free me, let me
absolutely.
At him.
Finally, right, guys? Finally.
You need an unchained Snare. You need him to get aggressive. That's how you're gonna win. And here they go. The whole team is unchained now, just trying to push down the A stairs. The flash is excellent, and Silva's going to have to back off the angle. The A site is free. There's a snipe from Snare, pushing by himself in a second mid. And this is looking so much more like the 3BL we saw in group stage.
That's my entry fragger right there, Horus. A new role for my king, and he's doing a pretty damn good job on it, but that is a hell of a shot.
Why'd you stand up?
Might still be a bit of risk
Uh-oh.
here. Horus, who started around, had to close it, and he couldn't. They didn't actually plant the C4 as well, so that fell apart very quickly. Great execution on towards the site. Very poor once they got there.
I was just thinking, like, why is Snake stood up?
Yeah.
Maybe his pinky finger got tired from holding control button, but there's no reason for you to be standing there, especially fully knowing that there's 2 dudes in heaven. So your head is going to get taken off if you do just peek it for a second.
Yeah, just little mistakes, you know, it just, I don't know, maybe 3BL woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. It's like we're seeing some of what made them so successful in group stage, but also seeing some weird mistakes that we're not used to. So a bit of both. Whereas Vasco, obviously, very much on their game right now. 4 rounds over to the side of 3BL. They've definitely put in the work to at least come back a bit. The round prior to the last round was much better. And now, maybe with Snare a bit unlocked, a bit more aggressive, will they have more angles, more opportunities to take some of these rounds down, especially from BL side of sub-base? Absolutely. We'll have to see if they can actually execute on it, as there's that first kill going the way of Snare in the corner. VNC not cleared out. A lot of spam on the angle, and they will be able to take him down.
This is better. And they got the C4 down early, which is the problem they had in that last round.
Yeah, I mean, this is great. I mean, Vasco, no choice. I don't think this is winnable. 5 men on the site against 2. It's going to take a monumental effort. Something magical here from MG. But look at Snare. Oh, gets one tap by AKT here. That actually, AKT... This is the AKT that we've been seeing in Brazil. And look at that nade into Snare, but it seems like Slayer's just going to retake his position. But
not like this, guys.
Is he going to check it?
Spotted. No, he knows.
Oh.
He pushes anyway.
No!
Oh, no.
They thought the angle was covered. And he
time,
just
right?
pushed through. I think so.
Plenty.
Yeah, they do. They do. Oh, man, that is...
that could be game losing.
2 versus 5 they've just lost. That is a terrible round to
Slayer
lose.
went in. They thought, okay, Slayer's going to hold the angle. He just snuck past Slayer and killed the 2 guys on the site.
That could be game losing.
I think that I hate to say it because, you know, 3BL are my boys, but that is probably one of the worst rounds I've seen so far. Like, a 2 versus 5 loss, that's sort of, yeah, like you said, that might be game set. MG, lightning fast. Top going to get clipped. At least it's a response in kind as MG's still alive, but he'll get out of there. But, oh, man, this is the thing that we're seeing so far, though, for 3BL. The start of the rounds are actually fantastic. It's the end of the rounds that aren't.
Yeah, and they're just kind of running into MG. He's the only one left, but man,
C4.
you're giving him a lot of kills.
He's stuck in real life. Let's see. He's locked into the game. Snake. Oh, this angle's so good, but he's not going to cross it. Slayer's going to go down. Snake almost takes a head off of the Snake, but man, MG. I actually overlooked in the veto how good this map is for MG, because you could just sit there, you know, be the anchor, which is the MG
Yeah, I feel
special.
like absolutely historically, I've been a little bit unimpressed by MG at this tournament so far. Maybe that's part of the reason why I just didn't give him the credit that he deserves, like we were talking about.
15-7, man. This is more like it for MG. This is the MG that we were supposed to see back in Vietnam, but here comes Snare trying to be the entry. Horus right behind him, but Silva with a quick response on Slayer. Where is the rest of the squad going? I think Vasco. Oh, they're going to pull the Imperial. Just retake it.
Yeah. Honestly, how much 3BL have to fight, even for a chance in a round, is the thing that worries me the most. None of these rounds are coming easy. They are being made to work tooth and nail. Silva should get caught in the cross. Oh, that's a little late, but Tot just fall away now. This is the issue, right? Tot's had his confidence problems, and I feel like that's relaying in some of his decision-making. We do not need to peek there. We don't need to fight. Tucking his head is absolutely fine, because his presence alone is going to drag attention away. I don't know, man. Some of these decisions are really starting to look killer. A double here could be huge, though. If he can catch MG, he can't. This is where it starts to flip. Snare left in a 1 versus 3. If anyone's going to do it, the 6 stick on the defuser. He's just going to stick it. And that's going to be a 9th for Vasco. Wow. Another round just squandered by 3BL. And it continues to be the same thing for them on this BL side. The start of these rounds are fantastic. The ending is dreadful.
I think they give this map and then go to the back and just forget about this one, because the amount of times of mistakes in this map that 3BL has done. I mean, my eyes are sore because of it, but
absolutely.
But man, like, what is going on with 3BL? Usually we do see them being beastly in this map, but it seems like Vasco, I mean, with VNC being back, MG's hitting his shots, in action, a lot better of a game from him. And what a tragedy for the side of 3BL. Usually they win those types of rounds, but they're just getting absolutely smacked by Vasco in spots that they should win.
I kind of love it from Vasco as well, because different to the groups, in the groups that, we kind of spoke about them playing quite slow. Yeah, lovely little double stack. Playing quite slow in terms of how they approach, especially on this sort of GR side. But they are fighting fire with fire, and say to 3BL, you guys like to play quick and you guys like to rely on your mechanics. Well, we're fine with that. We can pug against you. We can play this quick style of play, and we're more than happy to kind of go toe-to-toe in this sort of situation. And that's where things for me are looking very janky towards 3BL. I mean, decision-making has obviously been a big issue for them, but yeah, this is tough. MG should get one for free here. He was trying his best to bait out that shot.
He doesn't know the spin. The X-Day spin.
Yeah.
He was trying to bait, and it just didn't work. I don't know about you fellas. 5v3, I think this one's done.
It's done,
it's cooked.
I mean, I agree with Sneaky 100%. You just go backstage, reset your brain, and pretend like this didn't happen. Because Vasco just absolutely pummeled them on this map. 3BL were nowhere to be seen. Snake trying to do something. Now, if Snake could get like a 1v5 pop-off, maybe they start some kind of craziness, but I still feel like 3BL just...
I think losing in peace is way better here, for sure.
They're just not in this map at all.
Yeah, at least not coming in too much of the mental. Spotted out. It's a spam battle as VNC wants to join in, and he actually will dip away.
They're going to chase him.
Yeah, he's got sort of a bit of time to work with, but not loads of it.
Oh,
Action rotating over. Action could see it off here, and he will.
That's it.
What a start for Vasco. Map number 1, sub-base. 3BL's pick goes their way. Well, where do we begin with that one? One of the most strange maps to sub-base we've seen so far. And unfortunately for 3BL, for all the wrong reasons. Great starts on the BL side, but poor finishes to the rounds, questionable decisions, individuals not stepping up. It was scrappy and all over the place, which sometimes has actually been 3BL's gift, but in this time it was their curse.
Yeah, I feel like there's so much to say about this match, this map actually. Like, we could go on and on about all the mistakes that 3BL made, and we will. I mean, we already have. We're going to talk about a bit more. First off, I do want to start off by saying that Vasco have really upped their game.
Yes.
I do think that they look like a much more improved team. MG's popping off on a map that he should be popping off. This all seems to be going like what we expected from Vasco from the beginning of the tournament. Struggled a little bit in the group stage, you know, dropping a map to ranking and going down and stuff like that. They didn't play 100%, but I really love that when it comes to crunch time, these Brazilian teams really pop off. We saw it from Antisocial. We see it here from Vasco Esports. That is a way to set the tone in this series in a huge way.
Wow, MG 2.43, that's the MG we wanted to see, right? We kind of spoke about that head-to-head between him and Snare, and it was a non-existent head-to-head. Snare barely got going, where MG never stopped for a brief moment. And for Vasco, with all the doubts and the question marks around your team, especially off the back of the groups, and how close you were to not even making it here, to start in towards the knockouts in a best of 5 like that and take your opponent's map pick, it doesn't really get any better.
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect start here for Vasco, right? You get the momentum from this first map. You recognize that, oh, MG's hitting a shot, Silva is alive. I mean, AKT and VNC, when those two are on, this is going to be pretty hard for the other riflers to kind of keep up with them. But set MVP is going to be MG, understandable.
Yeah.
Just like how I said, I think Brendan agreed with me earlier, where this map, where I did overlook the point where this map is actually perfect for MG, because MG just like I said, more of an anchorish type sniper, and this map does reward the anchorish type snipers more. Obviously, Snare started to hit the shots on BL side, but with the map being a lot more closed, you're going to have to run into the snipers on GR a lot more, and yeah, that's up the alley of MG, man.
Absolutely, and as well with kind of how things are panning out. I mean, generally speaking, Subbase is not a great map for snipers as a whole. Most of them do tend to kind of struggle there, and MG anything but. So arguably maybe good signs for the series as well. If you can get MG playing at that sort of level, even kind of 75% of that sort of level, that still should be enough for Vasco. We've got Ankara coming up next, and well, we touched about it in the map, but 3BL need to go away from this and have a a pretty tough 10-minute conversation sort of now and say, guys, right, we have to forget about that and move forward.
So we talked a little bit about region strength here. I think, we talked about how 3BL, they can have some really nice looking numbers and stats from their region because they are the best team in the region. But honestly, like 50% for most of West, that's not that great. And Vasco, in a tougher region, they didn't play it as much, but they have over 50%. It feels like, even not looking at the stats too, like this should be a very good map for Vasco. That's why they pick it second here. And we talked about how, 3BL going to start off great on sub base, and then from there, maybe they drop Ankara and then just move on to win. But after the sub base performance, Ankara should look maybe even worse. I'd say maybe the one factor that you have is like Snare's got some more room to make crazy plays, and maybe that can help you. But as a team, Vasco might just roll them on this map.
Yeah, and there's two things as well, right? You've got, first of all, when you look at the statistics from Summer Championships, 3BL was really bad on this map, right? I mean, we saw that kind of GR side, it was like 5%, it was like below 10% win rate. Not a good sign, right? Not a good sign, really, at all. And then you've got kind of the other thing where, when we were talking about the veto, there was two things that we brought up. A, we sort of questioned the subbase as a whole as picking into as your first pick, because we were talking about maybe the port, maybe going into even potentially like an Eagle Eye as sort of a map that you've not played a lot, but you've done well in it when you have played it. But they go for a port. We felt that was quite risky because Vasco pick it a lot. And then you now go to Ankara, which, again, in the veto conversation, we were saying, if there's any map that's guaranteed to go Vasco's way, it probably is Ankara. So now the fact that they go 2-0 up in this series, not a good spot.
Yeah, not a good spot. Especially, we were talking strength of regions, right? And Ankara is one of those maps where Brazil is actually very good on. I mean, and Social's really going on it. Obviously, Lucam, very good mid holder. Imperial, before they bounced out, they did win an Ankara map heavily up against the Wolf Empire squad. So in terms of just strength of the regions, I mean, Brazil's way better in Ankara compared to the CFWL, of course. And I mean, 3BL, I feel like their mindset after Summer Champs, or let's just spam Ankara as much as possible in CFWL to get some reps in, but I'm not sure if Ankara in Umena is comparable to, Brazil, for sure.
No, and definitely not in terms of the level of practice you're going to be getting as well. So I think the kind of the sentiment that we're building up here about it is that we're actually quite concerned for 3DL. It feels like if things go the way they should go, which obviously doesn't always happen, but it should be a Vasco 2-0 lead in the series, and then you're putting a lot of weight on that third map, and I don't know, for me, I'm pretty concerned right now.
Yeah, I think it definitely should be a 2-0 from here. That's the expected result, but this is part of the fun, predictions aside. It's part of the fun of getting into a knockout stage where you get to see the group clashes between the teams. 3BL looked great in their group, but, now they go up against Vasco, who's overperforming and maybe had a more difficult group. You get to really see the true strength of these teams when they do go head-to-head, especially in a best-of-5 setting. I think that 3BL, you remember they started off slow against Next Top. They dropped sub-base, actually, in a 10-5, I think, as well. I think it was a 10-5.
Who is just goated?
Yeah. Who? But at the end of the day, they were able to come back in a best-of-3, and they come back in a best-of-5 against Vasco, who's much better than Next Top, like miles ahead of that team. I would say probably not. I do worry about 3BL that if you start off slow against any Brazilian team, any top 8 team, you're probably just going to lose. You don't really, you can't afford to start off that slow.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, as well, we kind of saw this a little bit at the Summer Championships, but especially now for 3BL, it feels like when they're a side that are being maybe underappreciated, they do their best work, and then when they finally get the kind of respect that they've been trying to fight for, they underperform. So this is the kind of the tough predicament we're in for 3BL. They've got to try and, I think, whisk away a lot of this externalities and just focus on the game here and now. I think Brendan touched it, but for me, the one thing that we have to really get here is we have to actually get the proper snare out
For sure.
And I think the call for me, if I'm the one leading the team, is right, Snare, do your own thing. You do your best work when you're let loose. I think when they're putting Snare in a bit of a system and they're making him, you know, hold certain positions or play in a certain way, that's where I actually think he has all these limitations above him. I think the best way to go about it is the rest of the team fill gaps that are needed, and Snare, you have to just roam. Do your best work and rely on your mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, he's like the opposite of MG, right?
Yeah.
Like MG, you plop him, he's like a human turret. Snare is more of like the artist in the map. So yeah, I do see the point where Snare, I would have wished that we seen more freedom from him, maybe in sub-base, let him do his own thing. He did do it. He did entry second mid by himself multiple times, but just like how I said, strength of map, he was sniper, not really his style in sub-base.
Yeah.
But man, Ankara is going to be a doozy, bro. Ankara is going to be a doozy, because I feel like MG, if you just put him in the position, like maybe in A site, maybe in B, just sitting there, maybe in tower, maybe in top A, and just out-snipe Snare, because Snare, I feel like his responsibility for 3BL is to kind of open up the map for them.
Yeah.
But if Vasco can kind of play around it, then it's not going to be much of a problem, because I feel like Buffet, if as soon as he has the read of the opponent, he's not going to let that go. But if he does, then timeout is still going to be there for Vasco. So a lot of factors to think about.
Exactly that. Well, map number 2 about to get underway. It is Vasco's pick is Ankara.
Coming up next.
Welcome in to Ankara. 3BL need a defiant response from them off the back of a very lackluster sub-base. It is safe to put it. And I think kind of the sentiments that we've all been building on the desk is that we're increasingly concerned for the West.
I don't want 3BL to kind of fall to the wayside like AG did on that port. That was very sad to see. EP were playing a great game. They won 6 rounds in a row from their blacklist side and just went on to absolutely roll them there. That was AG just really running out of steam after what was a close series. I want to see 3BL actually show us what they've got, because they're much better than what they showed us in the first map. And it would be a real disappointment if they just went out like this, as now Silva gonna spot them. He's got a nade. We got a flash coming in. He's gonna get out, and he will be just fine. First kill, guess what? Goes to MG in the sniper duel.
Oh, no. Is it going to be one of those again, where MG's just got Snare and, well, maybe just 3BL as a whole's number?
It might happen. I mean, it's pretty rough now for 3BL. First round, you're trying to let Snare go off and do his thing and open it up, but he loses the sniper duel. Now you got to try to entry here as 4. But as we can see, there's 3 members over here by Vasco. MG, he spots it. He knows where the pressure's coming from. Slayer, though, is going to come over and at least be able to stop that. And now he's in through the spawn in the corner here, giving the team a chance. VNC just a little bit AFK on the A site. Now he's going to rotate over as Slayer does pick up his 2nd kill. Let's see where it goes from here. Tot going to open that one up. He's getting low as well. And, okay, Snake with a headshot of his own. This is the team coming together and actually getting something done. VNC finally shows up, gets that quick headshot.
Still doable, though. 1 versus 2. Tot barely alive. Don't discount VNC. He's really ramped up. Tot could be in trouble as well. That nade banked well. Oh, it doesn't. Time's starting to tick now, and VNC trying to decide how to play around this. He doesn't really know where they're set up here as well. So he's hoping for an overextension. He's hoping for an overfight.
He defuse.
Thankfully they're not. He could just defuse. He just tap it. And it might even be a bit of a fight as well. They swing forward. See nobody there, and it's seen off in the end. That is better. That's the start that 3BL needed. But it can't just be a flash in the pan. We need a bit of consistency.
Yeah. A lot of let's goes.
It's all the momentum. I feel like that's in due time here for 3BL, right? This has been a frustrating sub-base for him. Just like I was said, I think 3BL needs to watch more Ubik Maniac VODs on that map, but being a whole lot better despite Snare dying. And I love that Tot, he was just covering his teammate most of the time. If he dies, he dies. He still gets information for his teammate and puts the last player in a very bad spot. But 3BL, I think just a bit of default going on in and around the map. They just have to be careful because Vasco has a tendency to just kind of send someone forward and try and see if they can get the first pick, especially VNC. Look at this position. He could just go forward and vents, check if it's long. If there's no one there, they're going to rotate to B.
I got to say that already, even though we haven't seen it work in that previous round, I do like that they are just sending Snare roaming around a little bit, right? At the very least, they're letting him try and do his thing, but it's not quite working out. Opening couple of kills going the way of Vasco, 3 versus 4.
Yeah, it's kind of awesome to see Silva picking up the sniper and having this much of an effect on the match so far. Still early on, though. 3BL coming in, and with smokes down, probably just going to get a plant, but it looks like Vasco already setting up for the retake, as you should. Let's see exactly what angle they want to take here, because they could potentially push 3 different angles.
Oh, I mean, did Todd know that there was already a cross? But look at Horus clearing the hotel room service cleanup in Ankara.
That's crazy from Horus. And that man walking. What a round Horus had, yeah. Talk your talk, King. This, you know, I gotta say, this tournament's been very, very strong for Horus. For a guy who, you know, generally doesn't put up great numbers in the West League because it's not his sort of role. I'm glad we're seeing, especially in times of need, he is stepping up and delivering.
Yeah.
And this is what 3BL need. On the BL side, especially on a BL side of the map, we have to see them actually show quite a bit of dominance if they want to chance it.
Jeez. Sometimes you just gotta swing it. Yeah. And that he did. Very Brazilian. But, no, Fefe has a sniper, first of all.
Yeah.
I think he borrowed it.
He does it from time to time.
Oh, Horus
does. He doesn't need to with his roster. Here comes Horus. Just running up the stairs, the hop up there, but the flash, I guess, got them. Not sure. They're just kind of sitting there on the stairs dying. Todd does get one. Horus gets one. And those are the two that are really putting up the numbers now. The A site here available for 3BL. A lot of smoke in the face of Vasco, who will once again be forced to go for this retake.
This opening kill is basically everything. If we can get an opening kill early here, especially on this flank, we have a chance. It's a great smoke, though, over towards main. That really nullifies them.
I mean, this is classic Vasco, right? They'd rather stick together, come from behind, act like the BL side. But they do have nades to do so, but Snare announces his arrival in Ankara with a quick scope, but Action gonna get one in return. Spray's gonna be good for Tot. Oh, one tap there for MG. Very crispy, but he's up against Horus.
I love this.
Easy.
That's so well played from Horus as well. Because he very easily could have fought there.
Yeah.
And he just says, there's a quarter of the time left in the C4. I don't need to fight.
This is
so well played. I gotta say, quite poorly played from Vasco as well. You can really see how much he caught them off guard. They had no clue about that. Rio stop.
I mean, he just caught him, like, at the exact right time, right? Like, all 3 of them about to set up the push. He's like, no, I'm going to get ahead of this. He immediately gets the perfect spray down. They just had no chance against him when he's on point. 5 kills to him, 5 to Tot. Those are the 2 carrying the weight right now. We got a need over the top, but no committal in towards A. 3BL, I feel like, also doing a pretty good job of reading the map, trying to figure out where they can actually get pushes in, and then being very effective about it. Another nade over the top, but they're not going into A. It's just going to be probably some mid to B pressure here. Pushing underneath. Is anybody here? The answer is no. MG on the site. And a couple of guys playing over towards the hotel.
Every time I see somebody play this angle that MG plays, they never hit the shot. It's good for information.
Yeah.
But no one ever hits the shot. Everyone always misses.
It's not a hard shot to hit, honestly.
Yeah, I know, which is the kind of the crazy thing about it. Also, he needs to be a little bit careful. I know they've got second mid control, but there we go. Miss shot. It's kind of a given at this point, but you always give the luxury of getting away. And your HE can also sort of do it for you. Slayer never turned around, so Silva just gets another one behind that. MG still stuck on the site. And a 2v5. Feels pretty unlosable when MG's hitting shots like that. The Orm's doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, that's more like it for the side of Vasco. They're reacting to information a lot faster in this map. You know, taking mid, taking that spawn control. And that's the strength of the mid-round calling from Fefe coming in once again. But MG with some very nice shots on the sniper, which was well needed here for Vasco, especially in this series. But what is going to be the response for 3BL? They are going to go jump straight into Hotel. Silva going to go for the peek, but not so sure about that one, action. They're not that distracted.
A lovely shot. Drive-by as well. An opener, 3BL will also just sort of pump the brakes for a brief moment. They don't need to keep rushing.
Yeah, they are a team, though, that at least is willing to, from the side of West, to just put on a lot of pressure, pump the brakes, wait. You can see Snare, he's getting a lot of value just waiting for them to try to get info. Fefe does a little song and dance, hops his way out of the smoke.
What a psycho peek.
He's fine, says Fefe. Snare still here, still holding the angle.
Yeah, we got a minute 30, so I actually do kind of like this from 3BL of pumping the brakes because they can also sell the ruse that they're wrapping all the way back towards A long, which is going to sow the seeds of doubt towards Vasco. Silva up on the site. Playing between the two angles, so...
You ever see anyone hit this one?
Yeah, definitely not. There's a world in which you could get caught on timing. They are actually out, but he hits his shot. Both hitting their shots, in fact. And it flips the script so damn quickly. It's fallen apart instantaneously. And this is credit where it's due. This Vasco hold towards B has been excellent.
Yeah, and this might just be a Slayer fully blinded Colt against 4, but you can see the tip. That's not part of the body, my friend. You're just shooting his gun.
That's a couple of very strong rounds to the side of Vasco.
For sure. I mean, once again, it's the mid-round calling from Vasco, calling the rotations just in time. Once again, making sure that their presence is known on the site itself. So I think 3BL, they're just thinking, all right, we're willing to fist fight for control of the site here, but then all of a sudden Silva and MG hitting their shots at the same time. Surprisingly, that setup is actually very similar to Q9, where they just run double sniper in the B site, and the rest of the riflers, they're just going to control the rest of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was... It comes down to them needing to hit their shots, but especially when these two are playing this well, I think you've got a decent amount of confidence that they can be able to hit some of those dudes that are running full speed into the sites. MG certainly, and Silva as well. Snare, he wants to open up the site. He's not going to hit the shot. And VNC does dodge out of there. But it is only Snare on this side of the map. The rest of the team is still in mid. And there you go. Wide swing from VNC does not pay off.
That's quick. Seriously quick from him. Actually going to reclaim some of the space. Not only reclaim it, but he's also going to push as well. If he swings, he could be a dead man upon arrival here. Snare does. He has an inkling. He sort of expects this. Just about whether he can hit this shot. Shotgun sniping.
He could no-scope.
Yeah, can the no-scope connect, basically? Will he get a bit of fortune? He's making noise, though. Action. Ready! Yeah. Oh, that's so quick. This is prime Snare. That's what we want to see from him. Relentless aggression, but the spray control was so damn close for at least another one behind it. Missed shot by MG. Uncharacteristic from him as well. The site will be taken 2 versus 3. Smoke down towards fence. C4 not down just yet.
Yeah, no access on the rifles as well, so it's going to be the snipers doing the work. There is an AK dropped. But Snake, why are you there, brother? 2 snipers. Do you think one of them is not going to go to F?
Yeah. I mean...
Come on, man. We got to play smarter than that.
Some mistakes. Gives them a chance. MG... He's not swapping out for an AK anytime soon. Let's see. Colt coming out here. It's all up to MG. The Colt gets the job done. He's going to go ahead. Now he's going to swap. He's got a bit more time. Oh,
he spotted him.
Spot him.
I think.
That's
yeah, he did.
Flushes him out.
So smart.
Oh, is he going to be looking the right way? No, he will not. Not able to get the swing on, and Tot gets there first and takes him down.
Tot's having a lot more impact in this map, actually. He really struggled to get going in map number 1, but actually probably the majority of the groups. But he's sort of taking these rounds into his own regard. I'm kind of saying in the West, he does a lot of the late round stuff. And that's it, once again, into a 1 versus 1. Quite calm. Nade forced him to move away, and he repositioned so well over towards stairs on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, if Silva found a rifle there, I would have actually loved their chances in that retake. But speaking of Silva, does go back to the M4. Very effective in this position, knowing that the wall bang can happen. But If you do wallbang, you're going to reveal your position, and it's very hard to back off of it. Silva still trying to fight Slayer off of Hotel entrance, and he does, and he just walks away like nothing happened.
Free kill.
That's well played, yeah.
Not bad. And now you got to get some kind of push going. Still really early in the round. MG a bit more aggressive on the angle. He's not looking the right way. He does do a nice little dance there to get out of the way. But that was a bit scary for him.
MG's really good at that. He was really good at contorting his character.
Yeah.
So he doesn't get hit. I mean, I think I know like 2 snipers who can do that, and they're not in this tournament anymore. Sorry, Du.
Yeah,
sorry,
I thought
Xiao.
so. Yeah. Doing.
Xiao.
Yeah.
I think Xiao's been out.
True.
He's been out. You can see. This is one of those bit of rock and hard play sort of positions, and he can't get a kill from it. Top sight. A bit of pressure now as well. Rapping. Horus needed that. Feifei. He does well. Not only does that, he's actually trying to get away, and he's been given the luxury of it. Snake and Snare. Now in actually a pretty difficult spot here, and there's no real rush for Vasco ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, Feifei can send it, actually. He could be the information.
Human flashback.
Oh, but Snare tried to take out Silva and Long. That would have been a nice kill, but Feifei's just going to swing with Silva here, most likely. Never mind.
Oh, it's a solo swing. Oh, just like that. A couple of 1v1s that go heavily in Vasco's favor. They're coming back in this one. That's for sure.
If they can put up a good GR side, I'm very worried for 3BL. They have to put up kind of bare minimum 5, but I think honestly like a 6-3 feels like their only chance for me. So 3BL, I want to see them get the next couple of rounds. I don't even know if it's possible.
I mean, look at this. 112 ADR on 2 players. Feifei, despite being the IGL, has been very effective in supporting VNC in that A-site defense. And with the M4, you do have the advantage of those wooden panels in front of the site, and you can just spam through them. The amount of damage he's doing to these 3BL players is absolutely insane.
It's kind of funny, too, that VNC has ADR of 8. But he's oftentimes just the bait. You know, he's the first guy there. He takes a lot of the attention, a lot of the shots, and then Feifei and the rest of the squad just clean up. As you mentioned, you know, Feifei's kind of the guy who's...
It's going to look like Willem Dafoe in that one movie where he's looking up and he's seeing just all the flashes coming through.
Yeah. It's not a fun time for VNC, but that's fine. Team's doing well. They're still behind, but again, you know, GR side of Ankara, it's doing okay. 3BL did come out very strong, though, so got to give them credit there. MG might be the first one to see this push coming in, but he backs off the angle. There's nobody in mid. This is just a dry push right down the bottom, but MG's good for 1, make it 2. He wants a 3rd. He gets a 4th. MG.
That is ridiculous from MG, and he could even still get the ace as well. Last man has crossed. But Tot surely not a lot he can do here. Avoids the flash. He's trying to tap away. VNC should get cleared. And MG has done something absolutely miraculous. This is a man in some defiant form. Him and Goken right now with the numbers they're putting up. I think they're actually, you know, with Ice Cube not performing outlandishly, there's arguments to say that if we get this MG in the playoffs, they're the 2 best snipers.
I mean, MG special in best of 3s.
There we go.
MG special in best of 5s.
Yeah.
That's more like it.
I told you the MG special was something.
Just
I was
came in
cooking. I just had to wait for him to cook a little bit.
It wasn't real. Now it's real.
Neo manifested that into existence.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you know, it just takes a little while to cook. And the Goken special was real.
It's been real.
MG special, still real. 14-4. How well are we going to curse him here? Like, I mean, he just had a really big round. Here comes Snare around the corner. MG feels the pressure. He gets flashed, but he will stay alive for his team to come over. And there you go. He is going to be taken out. A very nice round here from the side of 3BL. Just comes in quick, rolls over the entire defense of Vasco.
Yeah, I mean, that's more like it for the side of 3BL. Being more teamwork-ish, more representative of Umena. And, yeah, they've gotten into the B site. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss, and MG did miss once. So, yeah, I mean, AKT's good, but is he good enough to make a 1v5 happen? Not when you're getting shot from your backslayer. I mean, you can see the emotion of 3BL they're still not comfortable in this map despite that.
Yeah, big celebrations actually. Just have my headphones off and they're shouting, which I think is a good sign. If they're getting sort of fired up in some regards, oh my god, MG, it's absolutely ridiculous. He was running out of ammo as well on the Colt, and he's tapping away. He's making sure to preserve just in case. I mean, that is a ridiculous round we've seen from him, and he's actually had quite a few rounds this tournament which have been sort of insane, in all honesty. He's never been a doubt for us, right? MG's always been that player who we know can deliver, which is actually just the rest of Vasco, which we had our question marks. VNC was a little bit, you know, off his game. Silver, I think in particular for me, is something that I've always really respected on the side, but we weren't seeing those numbers out from him. But, I mean, honestly, ultimately, who gives a damn? If MG playing this well, you don't even need the rest of them. Action's got 4 kills, but we're not batting an eyelid. VNC's got 2. Who cares?
Yeah. I wonder what his ADR is. I actually didn't see. He was on 8. I hope it has gone up since then.
The 2 kills, I'm talking maybe 16.
Yeah, we have had 9 rounds, now 10 now, by the end of this one. Still very far pushed up here, R3BL.
Yeah, and they can actually get some action going here in high mid. If Snake does get spotted, they don't check him. That's going to be 1, 2 down. If they turn around in time somehow, and MG gets Horus, they call out the 2-man play.
I can't believe he doesn't get the second there. MG, I was going to say, that's a much better angle for MG. MG can see him there where Snare can't. It's a much, much better angle for MG in that spot. If you want to play that, you essentially have to just hold to kind of pit, to drop down. Always, or you got to swing. You can't just half-arse it. He was dipping the toes in but not committing. MG's going to pick up the C4. He's out. Body contorting as we spoke of as he just runs away. And he drops the smoke behind him to give him a bit of coverage.
This is such a good position for Silva as well. If Todd goes in this position in high mid, he's going to get shot from above. But also, you can actually plant all the way for second floor.
I like it. They might expect it, though, with that plan.
Slayer's got the angle. He pushed very fast underneath. Now, as you guys mentioned, here's the plant for the top floor.
Now they know. Ooh, doesn't make a difference, though. Silva, good for the first. No tap on towards the C4. Now we've got it. That might bait him in to go a little bit quicker as well. He spams, and that will be Tot. Again, another big 1v1 for Tot. Late rounds, where he does his best work, and I'm glad he's getting these shots. So they're getting a little vocal.
He looks very displeased.
He's like, guys.
He actually always does, though, I've got to say. Even when he wins, he always looks. And I think that's probably the sign of kind of a competitor, where he's saying, like, unless I win everything, I am, not happy.
I was just thinking, like, guys, I swear that was a good peak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a good idea in my head, guys.
I mean,
Trust me.
There's still a lot that can be improved, that's for sure.
Yeah, he saw the future. He hasn't unlocked it yet, though.
Yeah, that's true. He's trying to unlock it. It's not an easy task.
At the moment, 3BL unlocking a quick flight back.
3?
4? Action.
The re-peeking is crazy.
They're just hopping around. He's dead to nades. Snare has been neutralized.
He should have gone, man. He should have taken 1 peek, missed, and get out of there. But
Action hit him with a toka.
yeah, 4 re-peeks is that's beyond the point. I mean, I spoke about letting him loose a little bit. That's a little too loose, fella. Let's rein it back in.
Yeah, but this is forced. This is so forced from Slayer.
They saw him. Oh, no, they did not. It's okay. Couple of kills for him. Gonna even things up. 3 against 3. And a shot here for 3BL on a very wonky push. It's clear that 3BL's game plan is to not let them get easy pushes, not let them get easy executes. I do like it on Ankara. And it's only Tot in this corner, though. So once you get down to a 3v3 situation, if they guess correctly and go to the site where there's only 1 dude, and they check the corner, could be an easy entry here for Vasco. Let's see if Tot can hold on. It is checked, but Tot still going to hit the shot, and he does not line up a second one. Nice try, though. Already does his job, essentially.
Yeah, the flash from Horus is to kind of delay the take here. They're going to assume that someone's just going to swing by in exit, but not going to happen. I mean, having Horus as a last player left alive is so scary for Vasco because you don't know what position he's going to pop out on.
He's going to come from the sky. He's going to descend on them. Oh, through the door, through the smoke. It's not going to work against MG. This guy is just too on point today.
MG special.
18.
That's more like him. I've been waiting for this MG. Granted, we didn't see it in Hanoi.
ADR.
We actually saw this last year.
Yeah.
In the in 2023 Crossfire Stars, but it seems like they are here to show up once again.
Yeah, this is nuts. And VNC on the flip side, 13 ADR. Who cares though, as long as the team wins.
I feel like also Snare is just getting progressively more tilted.
Yes.
Like the better MG plays and the worse he does, the worse it gets for him. He's like, no, I'm the guy. I'm him.
Yeah.
They were talking about me coming into this match.
You know, I think there's definitely some validity there as well, right? I think because him being kind of a young player, quite aggro, obviously relies on his mechanics quite heavily. When you aren't the best in the server, it must actually be really tilting, saying, I know I can be, but it's not working. I've already beat these guys in summer. What's going on? And, well, down goes basically everybody. Snare, if you want to prove yourself as the best in the server, now might be the time, my friend.
There we go, Todd in the sight. Already rotated from A, misses the shot on VNC. VNC was out in the open. He should have died. But Snare is going to get MG finally, but Snare will be the only one left alive as Todd finally falls. VNC shoots him through the smoke. Here comes 1,000 nades, but it takes one bullet to kill him with the AK. 6-6, Vasco. I mean, you do see the point, right? You know, Snare, you did hit the shot, but I do see your point where when you have a player that does play the more confidence type of game, what happens when you take away that confidence? All I'm saying is, Snare, you need to take some lessons from Wolf Empire where they think that they can win every single round, that they're going to go for the exact same peaks because they just think they're them.
Yeah, you can see with Snare as well, because of how he really wants to prove to himself, he's actually going for like progressively more aggro peaks, which obviously in this case it works. It's the issue is though, when you're not in that sort of form, the risk and reward, they don't really weigh up too well. And this is where you probably got to look towards the IGL and say, you've got to try, as much as we say don't do it, rein him back in, or just actually, in Snare's case, not even rein him back in, just change his position. Because he's playing aggro out towards A. If he dies, it leaves A super vulnerable, which then means they over-rotate and they've been going B, which is basically what Vasco has been doing every single round. Now's your time, man. We need another one from you, especially now you're all left alone on the site. You're trying to stop them coming up the stairs, but Feifei swings in his face, finds that kill, 3 versus 3. No smoke towards fence just yet. Now it comes through, and
Horus moment.
Yeah, I don't know if he can even go through this. He might actually opt to do so, but it'll be at the cost of his life, and the spam through the box is good. Snake, 1 versus 3. Unfortunately, no chance, surely. Oh.
Okay.
No C4 plant yet.
1v2. Better chance, but MG is still alive, so I worry for him.
Yep.
Snake gonna go for the rotation here, all the way around through main. And Fefe looking to peek this one. Gotta be careful. Let's take that 1v1. Trying to come in quick and isolate it is Snake, but he's not gonna get there. Not gonna do enough damage. Now he's got a peek into 2 of them. MG, though, peeks him first, and Snake is still alive. Fefe not able to take him down. It is a 1v1 Snake over the top. Looking to take it with the Colt. It's not going to happen. Fefe wins with the Colt this time.
Not a bad effort.
That's so well played, though, from Fefe, right? He was just bobbing in and out of cover. The pressure was there. Granted, they almost threw it around, but, you know.
But I like that, though. He is prioritizing playing time, so he can't get on towards that C4 to defuse it. And time was seriously running out, hence why he was going so quick into that 1 versus 2. In the first, not so much the second. Lead for Vasco here, but another opener for Snare.
Why does Action keep picking that corner?
Yeah.
He's like jumping back and forth. Is his role just to tilt Snare?
It's working, maybe, for the most part, honestly.
To be fair, as
just
the,
like, you know when you dangle a feather in front of a cat? Like,
yeah, as the dedicated guy who does that every single round for my team.
So you're the human flashbang.
Yeah, you have to do it. You have to do it, man. Especially if you want to cross and get some control in long. And if they have a good sniper, yeah, someone has to take the L.
Poor Action.
Yeah, Action and VNC have both been kind of in that role to a degree. But VNC's actually ramped it up in these last few rounds. He was 3 and 8, and now he's up to 7. So, along the 13 ADR king. He is not like me for real.
All right, quick push through the vent. Tot's already down. Horus by himself. He has to go huge again. Rotations are coming in, though, already. But Snake also going to go down, and Horus can't do anything either. 3 kills for VNC, and he's dead.
I've done my job. I think it's pretty much fine if VNC does fall. And look at this. The
For
M4s
Pause.
doing damage on that wooden box, and that's a timeout for 3BL. Might be a little too late, but...
I agree. I actually think it is a little bit too little too late. I don't think it's a good thing that it's back and forth for 3BL. They need a bit of control. They need a bit of consistency, and it's just something they're not getting right now. And I feel like a pause, even like a couple rounds earlier, might have made a massive difference. 8-6, 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away for Vasco for going 2 maps up. That in itself could even be one of the final nails in the coffin. So, I don't know. I'm really worried. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not seeing 3BL from the groups. I'm not seeing 3BL from the Summer Championships. It's good that they made playoffs, right? But it's not, for me, good enough right now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Vasco are certainly still playing much better. I mean, Snare's not able to do what he normally does. He's been replaced by MG on the server.
Yeah.
The Riflers, you know, on the side of Vasco, they're serviceable. They're doing a great job on the entries. We saw VNC come up huge that time. And then you just have the MG factor, which we never really had up until this point, which is a big reason why we were expecting 3BL to have success against this team, because we didn't expect MG to be getting 20 kills on Ankara by round 16 or 14. So it's the whole landscape has certainly changed in this matchup.
This is so heartbreaking because this is so similar to how they got out back in Vietnam. And especially now that 3BL has come into this group stage with expectations. They went 3-0. We're expecting them to beat Vasco 10 times out of 10. But it seems like we're just going back to the same mistakes. They're crumbling in the best of 5s. And it's not even a map issue thing. It's more of just Vasco better calling, better positioning, finding a lot more opportunities. The executes are a lot better from their side. And 3BL, I mean, yeah, you're hitting some good shots, especially Tots 13 and 11. But if Tots your best player, then I would be worried.
I gotta say, I would love to have been a fly on the wall in the conversation with Vasco last night / this morning and saying, how do we change our group stage performance into the playoffs, right? How do we give ourselves the best opportunity to progress to the arena? Whatever they said, it's worked.
Yeah, I do wonder. I certainly do wonder as well.
And how much on the other side for
changed.
3BL, was it like overconfidence as well? Saying, hey guys, we were great in groups. Let's just continue playing like this, and maybe a little bit under-prepped or overwhelmed in the spot that they're currently in.
Maybe the lights were too bright, but I mean, we're not even in the arena yet, man. Like, pressure's at an all-time low here, but at the same time, it is a single elimination best of 5 knockout stage. If you lose 3 maps, you're out. So I feel like it's slightly getting to them, and especially Snare was such a young player. You don't know what he's thinking.
It's surprising to see him miss shots like that. Even, you know, I feel like Silva showed enough. Quick flick should have got the job done, but yeah, you can tell he's certainly not feeling great about the way things are going so far. Did not have a great sub base. He's being outshone big time by his counterpart on the side of Vasco. It's not going to be easy to stomach. And now we got a big spray here in the vent. Slayer's going to get the first kill, though, and that's onto MG.
Oh, he's going to keep going. Why not? I mean, Slayer, yeah, he's going to go down eventually, but he already made it up 4v versus 2, and with MG out, that means Snare can kind of step up to the plate. AKT's going to go down, but it's only Tot on the A side, and I think they're fully aware that Tot is the mainstay of this side. 20 seconds left, so they're going to investigate if there's anyone in Metal Box, but here comes the timing. Is Todd going to look in time? 15 seconds, and he's not going to be looking at the face spot. VNC, the last one left alive, and he needs to kill Snake.
Big.
And Snake just waits in the angle, gets the last kill, and it seems like 3BL, they're not going to be out just yet.
Only 1 round on it. They're not completely out of it, but it's just the fact that when you get 4 in a row for Vasco, they sort of ask for that again off 3BL. It really requires something quite special. It's something that we just haven't seen so far in this series. Getting 4 consecutive rounds against MG is a massive ask of a guy who seems to be single-handedly shutting them down. It's good that they get him as an opening kill. It feels like whenever you kill MG in the early round, you actually get a chance, but it's not always the most reliable. Feifei will get caught, though. That's a nice shot from Snare. You know, we spoke about him getting more confident, but as long as you keep the numbers in your favor, that's all you care about. Oh my god, Snake. Very dicey there. 3 versus 4, we're okay.
Are they just running A with this one? I mean, this is a very similar setup to the last round.
Oh, Todd, why are you here, my man?
There's smoke in the front, at least.
You gotta climb up now.
Yeah, he puts himself in really tough positions where he's dipping and diving between two angles, and it's all about timing, and relying on timing to go in your favor is not always the easiest. This is better. Here's the shot that is, and he does. Isn't able to make it a second, but arguably job done. There's a quick enough rotation, and a missed, an unscope as well there by MG. Gets punished. Leaving EKT with it all to do. Okay, he's tagged, but it's not a bad shot.
He could actually maybe retake exit, but he's going to have to be worried about Snare. He's most likely rotating in that spot, so he's more worried about taking out Slayer first and then Snare right after. But I like what 3BL is doing. Keep it together. It's a 2v1. Keep it simple.
Oh, the timing. He's just so dead. Oh, man. Nice timing on the swing there from 3BL. They take a timeout. All of a sudden, we got a very close map at this point. Much better looking this time from the side of 3BL. They're getting their first kills. They're lining up very well defensively after the fact. And it's feeling much better. You can see the focus. Like, nobody's over celebrating just yet. It's 8-8.
True.
This next round is really the clincher.
They know that the weight of the task ahead of them. Like we said, 4 rounds in a row is not easy. VNC going to get caught early. A good trade at the very least on towards Slayer, and then Horus also going to get clipped as well. That's actually worst case scenario. If they got a 1-for-1, it's fine, but the fact that Horus also gets clipped too makes matters worse.
Bomb's in a really weird spot.
Yeah, it dropped down, didn't it, as well, right?
There is smoke on top of it from 3BL, but nobody's actually holding the angle. So I feel like eventually they just get it anyway, but especially up a man. Oh, some feet. Thinner angle.
Move your feet, lose your
Snare? Okay. Never mind.
Never mind. He doesn't want to check in. Not interested.
That's fine.
Hey, Feifei, like I always said it, man. If you know them wall bangs, take full advantage of it. Especially, you don't have to peek out all the way in high mid and tunnels B if you do know your boxes. But I'm just surprised Horus peeked out all the way, man.
Yeah.
Like, brother, there could be like 3 dudes in mid. But that's just Horus.
Felt very unnecessary. Of course, in hindsight, it most definitely was.
He also could have just, put up a 3K, spraying everybody down.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, man, the beautiful timing from Horus.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get, really.
Yeah.
Snare is under pressure. He doesn't really realize it. They would drop towards B. It would all be on his shoulders, but it seems like they're setting up for an A hit, and right now could be the right call, because the flank's being held by Snake.
This timing, I mean, with 2 people here, it's not just Tot. It's been just Tot a lot of times now. Will they check both angles? Tot goes down. Great timing here from Snake to at least trade it back. Gives him a chance. 30 seconds left. They got to charge up the stairs. But with only 2 players left, they should be able to take this down.
Oh! Time.
Brave.
20 seconds. Snare's got a good timing as well on his flank, but then that smoke will keep him at bay. C4 does go down.
Oh!
MG on the rifle as well, with action.
Those 2 are just staring at each other through the smoke.
Both have had their moments. This is so dicey here. As got to start to make a move. Snare waiting for a swing that's not going to come his way, so he starts to progress forward on towards the site. MG up close. You feel like in this current form, you back him, and you should, because that's what he can do. And he doesn't really need to fight here. He's going to reposition, waiting for a tap on towards that bomb, and I think Sage's just going to hold this, and he will just hold this as well. MG's trying to run back, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it in time, and he won't! Vasco and MG win that again.
So
close. It was us with bated breath to see whether they could pull off the Ninja Defuse, and head in hands for Snare. Big round by MG.
Snare's not looking too good at the moment. Seems like he's really feeling the effects of the expectations of an entire country, of an entire region, now in his shoulders in that 1v1. And that could be very bad news for 3BL. And look at this. Oh, Snare still gets it. He's like, you might have gotten me last round, but I'm going to get back with at least 1.
Yeah. He's still getting his impact. I'll give him credit. It may not be positive in terms of the KD, but
he's got a lot of first kills.
Yeah.
I think that's either 5 or 6 now for Snare. Yeah.
That'll be a second kill here as well. We can get this one. Misses it. There's a Titan support. What a crossfire here. No entry. A site is closed. And that should be the round. 1v5, MG, you're pretty good. I'll give you that. But are you this good? No.
Yeah. Didn't even try to fake it. At least kind of point your sniper, kind of try and see if we can see it. But 9-9 overtime. It is that type of series. I mean, to be fair, in terms of strength between the teams, they're pretty much equal at the moment.
I mean, for sure. Like, sub-base, it was domination from Vasco. But now that 3BL seemingly has stepped up enough, might just have a very close series the whole way from here. Like, I do feel like that first map a little bit of a fluke.
Yep.
3BL really not playing that well. Vasco, to their credit, were. But now, as a team, I think you're right. They're very, very close in terms of ability and current form. As long as 3BL keep this up, and they're able to stop MG from taking over the server, which they definitely have at the latter half of this map. As now we move on to the extra rounds. 3BL pushing as a squad underneath towards B.
Yeah, but this is just an MG highlight reel waiting to happen. If they don't have any flashes, if they don't have any smokes to throw over, and it seems like I was right.
He hits the shot.
He did it!
From my favorite angle.
Oh, but Silva's here too. Oh, cannot hit his shot. MG not gonna hit the no-scope. Does avoid Horus in time, but he only does delay, doesn't get the kill. Nades are gonna start to rain on the site, but they still in spawn. But look at Slayer. Slayer from behind, and it seems like Vasco, they got surprised with the 5-man tunnels B push despite the first kill, but VNC is gonna try to fight back. Is it winnable?
It's not impossible. Now it's most definitely not impossible. 2 versus 2. Made that one. VNC with it all to do. Definitely picked it up in terms of his form, but now unknown quantity. Nade will come over. He will actually get away in time, and this is the right way to play it. Snare and Top play together. C4's planted for you. You don't need to peek. Yeah, just wait for him to overextend. Wait for him to tap on towards the C4, or just go for a raw swing here, which he is. Down he goes. That is big. Snare and 3BL in particular needed that.
Damn. Seems like the map picks for each team kind of cursed at the moment. 3BL picks up base, they lose.
If they take Ankara, the series opens right back up again.
Yeah.
Because we know the next couple of maps coming up too, right? It makes such a big difference. Black Widow, very, very good for 3BL. Port, very, very good for 3BL.
It's just turning into such a sick series.
Yeah.
Like, this is going to be so fun.
It's like a roller coaster.
And I think I love it as well because both sides are actually playing quite aggressive. They're playing super confident. We're not seeing this like super icy, slow, last 10 seconds in every single round.
If you're watching EP, that's the way that was
exactly,
going.
yeah.
That was rough.
Oh, he does it again. He does it again. MG. Mr. Inevitable, and he's got the support as well. 2 for 1 in the early fight. Oh, good. And another swing from Silva. Silva should have died. How is he still alive? As he gets a double. 2 versus 4. Silva still tagged. And a missed shot by Action on that cross makes it very difficult. They can't plant the C4 because there's nowhere safe to plant.
Oh my god. Snake, Snare, now still left alive.
He phased up on high, actually. I kind of like that.
He's at the left position where you cannot see it because of that panel for balance reasons. But Snake very close, but if he does get checked...
Yeah, he should get checked as well.
He will get wrecked.
Bars. Someone's got to get a double here, and I'm normally looking towards Snare 9 times out of 10. Snake obviously has his moments too, but we shall see. Silva creeping his way forward, and he kind of overlooks Stairs a little bit. Then he gets spammed. He's all left alone. Pop shot as well, but a quick trade, and that'll be that. I think actually Snare needed to fight first before his teammate enters in towards the fray. He needs to get one to draw attention away from Snake, but it actually goes the other way. Snake is the one who draws attention, and then Snare's position isn't strong enough.
It's one or the other, right? Either he like hides until the very end and tries to like really hold on desperately, or he's got to peek out first and get that snipe. I think the peek out first definitely would have been good. I mean, it was a rough spot, right? Like they were 2v4, they already lost a lot. They tried to go for the same push real quick through the bead connector underneath, and this time MG and Silva were just ready for it.
Yeah. To be fair, like Snake was already low, but in my opinion, I think he should have just risked it all to try and see if he can get around to Hotel, because that flank could have resulted in him dying, or he gets 3. So I'm willing to go for that risk, honestly.
And I feel like in a 2 versus 4, you have to do something.
Someone has to be the guy.
You can't really just sit back. You're just going to get traded. More often than not, that is. And exactly was the case there.
They are hitting tunnels 3 times in a row.
I got it. The ball's on them to be continuously testing MG. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, guys, he's not going to hit the shot this time.
Yeah, I know. That's the gamble you've got here of, is MG going to miss, right? And more often than not, the answer is no. This time, it's yes. Flash comes down, and they'll be met with a barrage of util to try and keep him at bay. Double molly, and another shot from MG. Yeah, someone just please lock off that angle. Snake gets that C4 down as Snare, holding for the flanks as well.
I love it.
Sees nobody out. Look out the window. He pulls the Colt out, and that'll cost him 3 versus 3. VNC, MG, tagged down to below half. So still feels like the advantages are in the court of 3BL, but they are making life difficult for themselves. Feifei, the only one with HP, got to lead by example here. The captain who finds the first. He looks for a second on the spot, but he does so damn well. It's all down to Slayer, and he will get traded. Enough time for the defuse, and that'll be Vasco clinching a lead.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I mean, Snare died at the start of that round, but I feel like he's indirectly at fault of them losing that round. He doesn't have to go out of spawn.
No.
You are the flank player. I think he was worried about someone coming in from exit and then into spawn, but you don't have to peek that wide, my friend. That angle is very OP, especially when everyone is inside for Vasco. You could just go behind him into spawn, get the better angle.
True.
You have the C4 in front of you. I mean, that was one of the times where you could ask Snare to be just a bit more patient.
Yeah,
that's a difficult task.
Exactly,
I'd say,
that's
but
asking a hell of a lot.
I do agree. If he was, could have meant all the difference. And now he was trying to peek in mid. He's not going to get much. Now we have a bit of a trade. MG getting one as okay,
not bad.
Trades out.
Action's low, so Snake, but it's doable. Quite refreshing, isn't it? Getting a multitude of fights in the first 10, 20 seconds.
Oh, it's great.
He's like Brazil, honestly.
Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? Horus is so unneeded, so unnecessary.
I take it back. Looks like CFPH now.
Yeah. This looks like CFWL, I'll tell you that for free. But not normally 3BL. It really feels like they're so flustered. MG, damage dealt and information gained, that just should be the round. 1v3 with top barely alive. Feels like his chances are incredibly slim. This would even be a bad time for a Feifei pause, in all fairness. They haven't got any timeouts.
Have to try, right? No way.
Oh, they're gonna
Feifei
pause on Feifei.
I actually think this is a good call though, because I mean it's a pretty impossible 1 versus 3. But the issue is, I think 3BL are super flustered and they're very, very on edge. And I think probably what the call is here is, go and hide. Let us just take a bit of a breather so we can actually figure out how we're going to make things work in our favor. We've already got to overtime, which in itself is big, right? We've already kind of pushed this Vasco side the distance, but I think this is a good call. They really seem so on edge for me.
Vasco's going to rush A. I'm calling it right now.
A Viana.
Yeah.
Viana special when it's 9-7, just send it, and it's like 9-8. All right, let's calm down.
Yeah.
To be fair, the Viana special worked. They did close out game 3 with that exact strat.
It's weird how it seems like a lot of teams really get caught off guard by the Viana special, even though we all know it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. No rushes yet, except VNZ. Ooh. All right, maybe a bit too aggressive. No homies with ya, but Slayer does get the second one, but Feifei will get the trade. But look at Feifei. He's not going to stop moving forward, but he's going to get punished for it. A 3K for Slayer.
What a time to step up for him as well, right? 19 and 19. He's been relentless in these opening fights, but often than not been that positive until now.
This game is so lit.
Will he get cleared here?
Great.
They might actually overlook him a little bit. Oh, Slayer! That is so quick. I think Vasco might be a little bit perplexed.
MG special?
Yeah, MG special. MG special.
We do have the believer on the desk.
MG special. Never discount MG in a clutch. Not in this form either, right? I mean, he has been ridiculous.
It's only 25 kills.
Yeah, exactly. The only issue is he's got to collect the C4, and it's in a very difficult spot.
Where the hell is Snare?
He's vibing, man. He's living his life.
He's like in the middle of the stairs. All right, off angle.
Yeah.
All right. Off angle King, 12-11. Vasco didn't decide to go with the Viana route. Instead, they went the Feifei route. Didn't go too well. 12-11. Honestly, 3BL, you've been in this situation before. Sub-base, to be specific, against ranking esports. If they can make it 12-12, this is where the real game starts.
The golden round. The decider.
Have we seen a golden round?
We haven't.
I don't think so. We had 13-11.
Yeah, that's
a couple
close as we've
times.
got.
All right, Action getting legged at the start of the round, as is pair tradition.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's a bit of a blessing in a way that he doesn't just die.
He's more comfortable this way.
Yeah, exactly. He's alive.
Yeah, my kneecaps went, guys, but I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm hobbling, but I'm still here. Really feel the tension in a round like this. The golden round looming and all of the rest. EBL, it sort of feels like they've always been playing catch up. It's more now of if they can catch up, can they secure? Also feels like a lot of these rounds as well for 3BL have required a real, like a hero, essentially. And the hero might be Slayer once again. This is a wild call. Oh my god, it's not going to work. I don't like that. Completely unsupported. I mean, it's just damage, sure, but I'm not a fan.
Yep. I was just thinking there, like, Silva was thinking, what would Silva do? I would push Hotel. And that's what Slayer thought as well.
Yeah.
Jeez. I feel like 3BL is trying to match the pace of Vasco here, but that was not the time to do it.
Snare.
We need that. Highlight.
He's alone. He's alone. He misses.
It's cool.
He's down.
That's it.
B is free.
Act is here. Oh my god.
That is it.
AKT, look at this. Look at this. Oh, this is free. Oh, Vasco. I think they've done it.
I think you're right. It might be fries in the bag territory right here. Horus, Snake, 2v5. No chance, surely. This, I mean, in all fairness, Vasco did win a 2 versus 5 in map number 1, and we were saying that was a bad round to lose for 3BL. If ever there was a bad time for Vasco, 3BL are banking on it. Snake and Horus, both of which have struggled, but they pick your time well. A little bit scrappy from MG, but C4 ticked so far. We've got to make a move. We've got to find these kills, and we can't. Fine margins, but it's Vasco who win map 2. Well, as always with 3BL, entertainment is a guarantee. However, fortunately for 3BL, find themselves 0-2 down in this series. One map away as well from being eliminated from the grand finals.
It almost hurts more, you know. They were coming back. It looked rough at the beginning. It was like Vasco were just going to run away with this tournament, well, with the series at least. And then 3BL caught up. They made it very interesting. They forced the overtimes. They forced the extra rounds, and then they lost with 1 round to spare. So pretty rough for them, especially the way that last round went, you know, with Slayer pushing up and then Tot getting caught off.
Yeah.
It just feels like it hurts it just that little bit extra. MG putting up big numbers, Fefe as well.
Inevitable, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
At this point, MG's been ridiculous. It was a good game from 3BL, but I just think not good enough in a certain few aspects. It really felt like they were on edge all the way throughout, and playing catch-up, it is a big ask.
Yeah, I mean, just like how I said, right, if Tot is your best player, it doesn't really instill confidence in me because that's not really Tot's responsibility. His responsibility is closing out the rounds, supporting his teammates, and if he's the one with the most frags, what does that say when, you know, Slayer barely had any impact in that game? Horus was getting some kills, but, you know, it's still a quick response from the other members of Vasco. So, yeah, I mean, Ankara going in the way as we expected, but we didn't expect this much of a fight from 3BL, but the breakdown in those last 2 rounds, man. didn't look good.
Yeah, over peaking, over fighting as well. Tough to see. Back-to-back MVPs, of course, for MG. No surprises really to anyone. In a weird way, a 1.82, an underperformance for his standards.
Hey, he's got 2 first kills. That's like
Yeah.
that's like all-time high.
Yeah, it's true actually. It is very true. How impressed with this guy being though?
I mean, what can you say? He's taken over the entire series, and he is the big carry. We saw XQQ do it in the last series for EP. MG might be the sniper that does it this time to carry them across the line. But I have to say, EG put up a bigger fight than we're seeing out of 3BL. We need to see them come back big time in the next map.
At the very least, Black Widow up next as well. And that's a map in which has historically been known very well for 3BL. So maybe not completely dead in the water just yet. We'll have to wait and see. However, we're going to throw this one to a quick little break before we get underway map number 3. Sit tight. See you soon. Welcome back. Only a brief break before we get underway in towards map number 3. Positive news for 3BL. This is arguably the best map in the pool, right? So we can maybe talk about how Blackwood has been good for them. They've had their successes. It's not always been fantastic for Vasco, but I feel like a lot of these narratives can get thrown out the window the second a series starts with how good Vasco have been.
Vasco have just been so much better. And 3BL, it feels like they're slowly approaching their top form that we've seen so far, which is good because they're going to need it against a Vasco who's playing this well. I just wonder if it's a little bit too little too late. You know, if they got that last map, I'd say this is open, it's anybody's, but from here, you know, down 0-2, you barely just didn't get across the line. That's got to do a number to your confidence.
And the issue is as well is that Vasco don't hate this map. It's not exactly like it's a punish pick. They're, you know, when they see this come through, we could talk about them permabanning it, but I think one of the reasons they did it is because they're probably also thinking, if we play well, we're actually not under that much pressure here. So there is still actually that open corridor where we could actually talk about the Vasco 3-0.
Yeah, it could be a Vasco 3-0. I think this is the time if Snare doesn't pop off in this map, bro. This is the map to pop off for Snare. If he doesn't, 3-0 could happen. Not gonna lie, doesn't instill confidence in me. I did see the path statistics for 3BL, and the GR side is unusually high, so this either means they're really good on GR side or Yumena in general just really bad on BL in Black Widow.
Option 2.
Yeah, option 2. So, yeah, I mean, are they going to be used to the BL side of Brazil, just rocking it?
Who knows? We're going to have to find out as well. We're heading in towards map number 3, potentially the final map here in this arena. We'll have to wait and see as we're heading to Black Widow. Welcome in. Map number 3, potentially the final map of this series. 3BL, something miraculous feels like it's needed here to get back in towards this one.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
The first battle, MG versus Snare.
They started them off early. Too early. Don't let it happen.
Bro, Snare, just save it for round 2, bro. Everyone knows you're going to peak short.
Well.
What a waste of a round 1, that's for sure, for Snare.
Wrap it up, boys. Wrap it up.
Wrap it up, bro. But I mean,
we'll
Snare,
see you tomorrow.
You gotta calm down, man, because everyone,
yeah,
everyone and their mom knows that Snare is gonna peak short, and that's his thing. That's his angle.
Does your mother know that?
Probably. She's been watching a lot of
CFS
because of me. That's for sure.
Yeah.
She's sitting at home. Snare, what have I been saying?
No, she's gonna be like, Snare, Barret. And that means Snare, why?
Yeah. Why indeed, in fact? Because you've instantaneously put 3B on the back foot here, and to make matters worse, it's so easy for them to be spread thin, and also now pretty easy for a mid-split either way to come through.
I mean, mid is going to be pretty hard to defend as well. That means it's going to weaken the B-side defense a bit here. So Snake and Slayer are going to be so focused in that mid position that I wouldn't be surprised if Vasco just attacks it. But no, they're going to go straight into the crossfire. Why not? Fist fight in mid, and VNC is going to win that shot against Slayer, and they do have Spawn already smoke. Horus going to try to respond with his own aggression, but Snake will only get Buffet, only the IGL, and VNC, I think he knows. He knows exactly where he is, and the C4, granted it's out, but it seems like Todd has a different idea. But Act has already gotten to C4. MG with the classic sniper push, drop down into Spawn. But how is Todd going to navigate this?
Well, he's got to try to push through the window first. He doesn't have any idea where anybody is. I mean, at this point, it's anybody's guess. He's going to try to wait for MG to peek into him. He's got a decent amount of time to try to get these picks. There you go. There's the headshot. And now just... I mean, honestly, if he held it, he might have just gotten it. But now, a little bit too late as action. He's got the angle.
Yep.
This is the storage angle, and all you got to do is wait. He didn't have enough time. Nice try from Top, man. That was crazy. 3 kills from him. Also, VNC, like, he doesn't always put up the numbers, but sometimes when he hits, it's like, ooh. It just feels so good.
I mean, it took him like 11 rounds to get on the board, really, or like really online in towards Ankara. But like you said, yeah, when he got going, he really didn't ever stop. And it's worrying to see 3BL not get going out the gates. I mean, we actually specifically brought up their GR side from Path, right?
Yep.
And Well, those stats are already out the window.
Yeah, I blame you, Mena. You guys need to get better at the BL side in this map, because
just better in general, I reckon.
Yeah. Don't worry. There's going to be one team, maybe, I don't know, from like the second tier.
Bring back Flipside.
True.
Or Penta.
Little cheeky Penta.
Yeah. Or can we just bring Famous over to
Yeah, that's
EU?
what I was thinking.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like
Get
someone-
Famous a team
someone-
in West.
Put Famous in
Yeah.
like LCK.
Yeah.
Someone give him a house, and he can move his family there, man.
We're kind of cooking, yeah. Get Famous in LCK. I'm a believer in the project.
Wait, that could cook.
Yeah, him with like Spoxy and Flex. I'm loving it already.
Ooh. Oh, snare? Ooh.
He's actually sitting back and not going crazy.
Feels weird, doesn't it?
Not
It's
sure
very
about
strange.
double scoping, but, you know.
Oh, that timing.
Tragedy.
Holds it for like 2 more seconds. He gets a bit of information towards VNC. Now he has to play a little bit further back. And the issue with this angle is, well, it's pretty commonly pre-fired.
Yeah, we still don't really know where Vasco are going to go with this. Bomb is right there, looking to head short, it looks like. Grenade straight into Taunt. He's already taken a bit of damage here. A lot of damage.
Yeah, he's limping a little bit.
But definitely a lot of presence around here from the side of 3BL. Got a couple of guys under. They have control of long. Potential for a flank even. I think this is not bad. But let's see how this entry goes. A snare, first kill. There you go, right on the board, but he will be traded out. I don't know if that's enough. Tot still here, spotting it. The flank also coming in. Silva will survive. And Horus distracted for now. Site taken here by Vasco, and MG's going to line up another one.
Yeah, Tot was holding, he had the AK. It's just not the right weapon to spam with. If he had an M4, he probably gets one there at the very least, if not more. He does finally deliver on a towards a kill, but with it being low, you feel like there's no chance. But actually, a 2 versus 2 might start to gift over something. Top being spotted out, and somehow nobody dead in that spot. Big flank comes back round. Action's got support. Top was too low. That is Vasco 2-0 up.
Yikes. It's disturbing for me, the amount of AKs on the side of 3BL. Guys, you're playing GR side of Black Widow.
Everything's wall bangable.
Yeah,
like
underside of
the whole
short
map
is wall bangable.
bangable.
Mid wall bangs is very
Long
important.
is wall bangable.
B, you got some wall bangs as well. Like, brother, just rock the M4. It ain't that hard to use as well. You just gotta slightly drag down.
Yeah. But I think a lot of it feels like, you saw this kind of a little bit as well with, I think it was Imperial had the same thing. When we were talking to them, they should have a few more M4s, and they actually only have one. And we were saying, I feel like some of it maybe comes down to a bit of an ego thing, saying that, that I want that clean, crisp, one-tap type vibe, and I want to say, I want the highlight reel in a way.
Yeah. And this goes back to my point. I'm going to mention like Ubek for the 10th time here. Remember when they had 4 M4s in sub base?
Yeah.
And how effective that was? You gotta drop the ego sometimes, brother.
Future is now, old man.
Gotta optimize.
Yeah. These youngsters, they may be onto something.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't get it.
Gotta optimize. Make it more efficient.
Well, slower round once again from 3BL. I feel like Vasco have sort of been conditioned a little bit off the back of the previous 2 maps to expect sort of GR aggression. And the fact that they're not seeing it, they're probably a little bit kind of perplexed in terms of when are they finally going to go aggro. If that flash, Feifei will cross over. Top playing up close.
Jeez,
All
but
right.
no. Peek order? Nah, but I feel like he had the shot there. Honestly, Horus is going to go down, but look at the B defense. It's non-existent. It's only going to be Snake. But I'm not sure. Snake, calm down, brother. You don't have to fight. Just got to hold the site. And Silva.
Dead.
He's kind of used to players pushing into him, so I have no idea what he's doing.
MG.
He let one cross.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to get the bomb and get over, I guess, but kind of unfortunate. If they had like 10, 15 extra seconds, 3BL, they want to prevent this cross. Little do they know they're not ready to cross as VNC flashed out, and that's going to be a couple of kills easy.
Run back, MG. Run back.
Yeah, just go to A.
Get a jump. Get it.
Nice.
MG special.
This is the MG special.
This is the MG special.
He could plan for long.
Smoke down. Yeah, exactly. I think the only issue is that he has no idea if there's a long flank coming through, so he's going to go for the quick plan and try and set himself up as best as towards the box. This is where now it starts to get a little dicey. He's committing that nobody's coming from long, which is obviously the right call, as we know, with the X-ray. And so, for him, between two angles, you put flash through. Snare will get out. So it feels like it's probably done now. Tot spotted, Tot dropped. Don't discount him just yet, but he will get flanked upon. He didn't realize that Snare got out towards the site, so 3BL finally get there first.
That's kind of the dilemma of seeing a flash fly out of the window. Are you going to dodge it early, or are you going to peek it for the sake of, oh, this guy's going to probably come out, and after the flash pops, I could just dodge. But, you know, in 2-1, not too bad of a defense for 3BL. At the same time, a bit slow on the trigger for Vasco there. They already got the storage control, but it seems like they were stuck because the C4 was all the way in spawn.
True. Tot once again, out the gates flying for the youngster. He's definitely looking better compared to map number 1. Action. Oh my god, Action
what a good
should get Horus here. He loses track of him, but finally controls that spray. Let's go Vasco's way.
Dude, they got that boost so quickly. I don't know how. It takes me a while to do that, but it seems like they got it down to a T. But Snare? Window?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
That feels like what it's been for Snare. It's like you're so close and you're just like half a second off having those kills. We saw this quite a lot on Ankara.
He's doesn't feel like he's 100% today for one reason or another. That could be the biggest thing that's annoying him, honestly. That's going to be a nice little pick, and looking for more, but he gets traded out in the storage room, though. It's going to go heavily in favor of VNC, as he is now going to get onto the B side. He's looking for the swing. He wants the kill. He's just going to go down.
I respect it. I respect it, honestly.
Nice try.
I don't actually hate the decision, because the expectation is to just go for a plant there and play the post plant over towards main, which in hindsight obviously is probably the right decision, but I like that they're trying to be a little bit audacious and trying to kind of back himself. It just doesn't work.
He probably pressed tab and he saw it was there and he's like 100% he's going to be going out.
Myself.
He's going to swang.
Yeah.
Oh, Snare? Nice. Firing squad on.
Oh, Snare.
Oh, Snare.
The tone changes very quickly. And the pace of this changes very quickly as well. Vasco considering just pushing in a B. They're going to hop forward. Fefe on the entry. Quick with it. Taking some damage on the cross, but still a nice position here on the B site.
Yeah, this is a tough retake as well. 2 versus 4. Yes, Fefe's low, and Silver isn't exactly healthy, but not an easy spot to be in. A hopeful shot from Slayer misses and gives away his ruses. Tot's trying to look up in through window. It's such a tough angle to come from. There is one down, but a quick trade as well. He's Tot all alone. We said he's had some good moments in the closing scenes, but this it would be something quite miraculous. 1 versus 3.
Oh, he's just playing with him, bro.
And he's actually sort of giving himself a bit of an opportunity. He's just running out of time. And this is perfect from Action. He does not need to peek. All he has to do is play with his food, keep the attention drawn, because that bomb is ticking it down. Tot gets his kill, but it makes absolutely no difference because time is too far gone. And he's going to save the KD. MG, he'll stay alive as well, so it doesn't really matter. Another round 1 for Vasco, and actually very well played in the post plant.
MG's kind of sad. He's like, my stats.
Yeah.
That was my kill. Oh.
AKT saved it for me, especially. But, Vasco, though, they are playing at the maximum margins here, man. Every single C4, it's so hard to defuse because everyone's just dancing around, avoiding bullets as much as possible, but at the same time, they're so aggressive in this long take. And how fast are they going to get into that ledge? It seems like it's going to be a bit slow for VNC. Nice shot from Tot, but can he keep going? The perfect position here in Barracks to just duck your head, peek out. One shot to the head, and you can go back to cover very easily.
Tot is looking absolutely fantastic. These last couple of maps, Tot has ramped it up tenfold, and that alone is probably the round done and dusted here. Vasco are now going to pull off a 2 versus 4, and they have really no idea about what any of the setup is. They got 0 map control.
Still a lot of time, and I feel like MG can make some work happen with a lot of time, especially if he can isolate some 1v1s. He's got Silva with him as well. Silva has been playing well tonight. Obviously not an easy thing to pull off. And it looks like they want to just slowly push through long. This read is actually pretty good because Snake is alone here, and the rest of the team has just rotated to B. But will they expect him still all the way in the back here at Barracks? You can see Silva looking for it. He's going to spot him. The spray, pretty good, but no kill just yet. Snake staying alive. Everybody's staying alive. The Colt, 1 tap would do it. Either way. And this is enough time bought by Snake.
Yeah, it's just about buying time for the rotations to come over, or just get the kills yourself, maybe. Silver, last man, he'll pull off the reload. He's got plenty of time to work with, and a quick trade will come forward. That round for me, though, won off the back of top. Fantastic work from him. And honestly, 3BL looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, I mean, forcing barracks every single time. Once you get into barracks is a very hard position to clear. And 3BL are doing a nice job of just taking it every single time. So I wouldn't be surprised if Vasco starts attacking that B site once again. But look at this adjustment from 3BL. Ooh. Instantly they rotate 3, but it seems like Action has already gotten the gist of it. Gotten Horus, gotten Todd. MG's going to get one as well. Not going to let Slayer rest.
That's going to be 4-3 Vasco, isn't it? That was very quickly decided. First 10 seconds or so. That was basically a conclusion. This is one of the quickest rounds we've had all tournament. Wow. Talk about a tempo change from Vasco.
These guys are pretty good at the video game.
Yeah, they're
I don't know. I mean, this is...
They might be crossing the fire.
The fires are being crossed right now. Like, Action... I don't know what that was. That was crazy. I think it was a little bit sloppy to coming out of the B doors there from 3BL.
Yeah.
But the fact that he punished it that well was just insane.
Yeah.
Snare almost dead.
It's a reasonable response, though, from 3BL, right? And they've been attacking long. Now they try to attack B, but
for sure,
it seems like Snare got attacked in mid and does fall eventually. But Snare, man, it feels like the risk is not paying off. He's flipping the coin and he's going tails every single time.
I think at a certain point it just becomes so obvious, you know. And then when he sits back and tries to hold an angle, that's also not really hitting very well either. So he kind of has to do it, but Vasco just no. And Fefe going to pick up a third kill for himself. The entries are just gross from VNC in Action. I mean, the two of them are just making these sites theirs every time.
Guys, I am worried for 3BL. They are not even really competing in these rounds.
Were the Brazilian teams just not trying in group stage?
Saving the
We thought it was the Chinese teams.
I feel like it's
actually it was the
best-of-fives.
Brazilian teams.
I feel like now it's the best of fives, man. The pressure is different. It's knockout stage.
Yeah.
And also, like, even if we're kind of pulling away from the tournament and we just looked at something as simplistic as prize money, you get double the prize money for dropping out here or dropping out next round.
They've got that extra little bit of pressure.
Yeah.
Was it like the difference between 50 and 100K, right?
Also, it would
playing in the arena.
It would sting for Imperial if Vasco qualified because they have a bit of a rivalry going on.
And I gotta say, this is also back-to-back tournaments which Vasco have outperformed Imperial.
Yeah, and especially after what happened in the finals where it was a bit heated between the teams.
Yeah.
This is gonna feel good once you get home. And speaking of feeling good, VNC is feeling absolutely so good in this series, man. He was nowhere to be found in group stage, but he is here to play in the knockouts.
Ultimately, what we've learned from this year International Crossfire at this rate, if Vasco are to win, is that in Fefe we believe, basically. And apparently Imperial didn't.
I mean, we've always believed in Fefe.
Yeah.
We're Fefe believers. We know about the Fefe timeout. We know about all of his strats.
I was talking about it as well. I've had my question marks about Daniels, especially the last couple of tournaments. Not exactly been fantastic. And Fefe's been pretty damn good at the calling. Yeah, Slayer was caught between a rock and a hard place. There was no way he could have got out of there. That's why you get the M4s, though, so you can spam through the wood. However, the numbers still stay in Vasco's favor.
Window, quick. Snare is here. He definitely wants to peek. I mean, this is Snare. But the plant is going to come in.
Hang on.
Horus, timing, comes in from behind. Nobody's looking at this. The flash kind of catches Horus, actually. VNC, though, man, this guy is just crispy clean right now. There it is, 2 in a row. VNC losing his mind.
Oh, my God, this is VNC from last year's tournament. He performing exactly like this. The headshots are on point. The entries are on point. Everyone was saying they need to kick this guy. But it seems like he's really subverting the narrative at the moment.
Maybe that's part of it. You know?
Yeah.
Maybe he felt that
He's
pressure. He's like,
hate,
all right,
just like me.
I guess I gotta start really putting in the practice. He's really improved a lot.
Action as well, right? 14 and 5. Not bad for him. Double opener gonna come through, but a triple response from Vasco is so quick. Horus gets 2 of his own though in quick succession, puts MG into an MG special, but this one feels more doable than the jokey ones we've been talking about. 1 versus 1 now. MG versus Slayer.
He's like, I don't need a rifle. Just
Nah, he can one-tap him across the map, no problem.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense against Horus, who had like 0 health. I don't know if he knows where Slayer is. That's one question. So Slayer might just be able to plant this real quick, and MG's almost entirely on the other side of the map. It's going to take a while to get over.
Rise hasn't gone for the long plan, honestly. Going for long play over towards Barracks. He's planted 4 short, and now he's got a lot of angles to play from. This one feels a lot harder to try and sustain. Seems like he's very aware and potentially worried about long in particular. MG starting to rotate his way forward. Now gone for the M4 as well as he's creeping his way up. Slayer dipping and diving, looking over towards short. MG really going to start focusing towards the back of the side. Flashbang down. MG wins it. MG special is alive and kicking, ladies and gents.
He's got it. 7-3. 3BL. The pain. It seems like, just like how you guys said, we saw them as underrated in Vietnam, and now they're properly rated in this position. Dare I say is 3BL. The O word. The O. The big O. You already know what I'm saying there.
Overrated.
Overrated.
Overtime.
I don't know.
No, I wouldn't say overrated.
Maybe.
I think fairly
Maybe.
rated. I think they are a playoff level team, but I don't think they're a deep playoff level team.
Maybe they were overrated. Now they're fairly rated.
Yeah.
After we see this.
I think in Summer Champs, everybody thought nothing of them.
Oh, boy.
People just thought they were going to get grouped. But this is ridiculous. MG on the quick scopes is just something absolutely insane. Pause on, but I think for 3BL, this pause is too little, too late. 2 versus 5, surely no chance in hell in this one. Silver reaggresses in towards main and spots nothing. He knows they've pushed them back, and that in itself is a massive positive. Even here now, the aggression, look at the confidence. I kind of respect it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're just kind of rolling over them. It is so nice for the side of Vasco. They must be having such a ball right now in the comms. It's not quite the Vienna screaming Gio across the stage, but you got to know they're having a great time out there. Look at this positioning here from Fefe. Easy lineup for him. Just holding down the fort in the middle of the map, as you would love out of Fefe. Now, is he going to catch Slayer from behind? Slayer has about 0 health.
Yes.
And
simple gust of wind is going to kill him.
So they're just chasing him down. It's going to be it for that round. 8 rounds to the side of Vasco. A timeout is called. You are on your last legs here as 3BL. They have not met the level of Vasco tonight.
I've got to say, I don't even know if it's last legs. I think the legs have been cut off. They're the last little stumps.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Graphic image for you.
It's getting gruesome.
As someone with, like, photographic thoughts, like, that wasn't nice to think.
Yeah. Thanks, Nail.
Not the nubs.
You're welcome, guys. But honestly, I got to say, again, coming back to another conversation that we had when we talked about the veto, this felt like a surefire map. This is a map in which we know 3BL have looked very good on, not only internationally, but so good domestically. And it was like their pocket strat. One, we were even talking about Vasco might ban this, right? And look at us now, 5 rounds in the hole, and I think some, pretty long faces over there. I don't even know, I honestly don't even know what you can say to get this team out of what seems like a rot. I mean, it kind of feels like the curtain's already been drawn.
I feel like, yeah, like the mental hit you take from losing sub-base first, and you're thinking, okay, you can bounce back from that. And they do bounce back quite well on Ankara, but the second they lose Ankara in that fashion, I think it's just, it's pretty much impossible to come back mentally from that. Like, they tried, they put on their best showing so far, but I mean, after going down 0-2, 13-11 on Ankara, you got bopped on sub-base. There's nothing you can fix in a minute 30 after going down this far on this map. Like, there's just nothing you could say. I do not envy Snake's position there.
That's not bad, at least.
Yeah.
He's
like, I don't know, boys.
Alive.
Let's just
run.
Yeah, we tried our best. Let's just keep going. You're basically not saying anything.
I like to imagine that Rankings watching this series right now is like, we could have beat him.
Yeah.
If we didn't go 0-3.
It's true.
Ranking still had a chance, right? If they 2-0'd them.
Yes.
In that last match, they would have taken the slot.
I mean, look how vastly different the two series are as well. 3 mapper, 3 OT against ranking and struggling all the way throughout for Vasco.
I think it's a style thing, though.
Dominate. I do think it's a style thing, but also, part of me now, this just looks like a completely different Vasco. Vasco looked so checked out in the groups. You know, they looked so all over the place. I'm not going to say they were saving strats. I just think they were just playing badly. And
yeah, for sure.
Well, they've obviously fixed a lot of these issues, whether it was a mental block or physical. Well, this has been a great round. It has to be said.
Yeah.
We're talking about
I was just wondering,
like,
why did MG have the rifle?
Yeah, that I was wondering about that as well. I'm like, why is he still there, like staring at him, shooting with a rifle? That's weird.
Fefe timeout.
Yeah.
Little Fefe pause there.
I feel like Silva might send it. A little bit.
Why not? Go for it. It's
Yeah,
gonna
they're
take
not
a
under pressure, yeah,
It's
I
gonna take a
guess.
1 tap to kill Slayer because he's gonna duck immediately. Yep.
Oh boy.
Called it.
That was quick.
3BL getting loud though, trying to rile themselves up. It's probably the only thing you can do, if we're being completely honest. I don't know, as much as I want to back my boys in the West League, this would be miraculous to get back into this. On the BL side in particular.
Look at
Oh
this.
my god.
Fefe. Oh, Fefe. Oh,
Still
Fefe.
alive.
He nades him too? Ugh.
How is he still alive?
Should have thrown his gun as well. Send a message. I don't need this.
Seems like the inventor of the Fefe timeout is done with this game, that's for sure. Doesn't need any more of those. Wants to end things now. And they're going to go short. I don't know, 3BL, if detouring from long to short is the way to go, but hopefully Snare does hit all of his shots.
Silver's below, right? So that alone, if it was just 2 on site.
He has an M4 too.
Exactly, yeah. If it was 2 on site, I don't mind this detour towards short, but it's the fact that you've got Silver in below with an M4 who can at least get some damage off. MG missed shot. Well, not actually a missed shot, connected shot, no kill, but a tag. Second time of asking.
He's buying a lot of time here.
Peak. Oh my god, it's not going to plan, but like you said, yeah, I guess just buying a bit of time. The only thing is Snare's on site. And Snare just doesn't look his way. I don't get it. Horace is part on the left-hand side. He's actually in a really tough spot, but if he can hit at least a shot there, would have been something. This one's done, though. Wow. 3BL. It feels like team communication for them is all over the shop.
Yeah, I think, like I said, it's just too much to try to claw back a series from here. The damage has already been done in the first 2 maps in the beginning of this one.
Nice little early day here. I mean, dinner plans maybe?
Putting the salt on there, maybe a little pepper.
It's cooked. It's very nice pepper lunch, that's for sure.
We're finishing like a solid 3 or so hours earlier than the groups because of just how good EP and Vasco have been.
Snare. Last shot potentially, and he gets his head taken off by Fefe.
I love that
with
jump
an
onto the
M4.
box. I love it.
Well, that's one way to potentially finish it off.
My predictions for knockouts are 0 and 4. That's what a sign.
Oh no.
Am I the problem? Could be.
Yeah, are you the curse? I think so. I'm 2 for 4.
It's been
Both
like
of them
that
today
since in
been
Vietnam,
wrong.
bro. It hasn't changed.
Yeah. I mean, I predicted AG to win the whole tournament. Look at me now.
Oh, but Silva gonna be on his own in middle box, but never mind. VNC is here. He is waiting for the inevitable B push. It is a 4v5 against a crossfire. In the B side, Silva takes Horse's head off, but Todd is gonna get some distance on the side. Fefe wants to go for the fist fight as well, but it seems like everyone wants to fight on Vasco. But look at the HP bars for the side of 3BL. If anyone gets shot by this Colt, that's a dead man.
The MG Classic. Hey, he's got action with him. It's not the same.
It's not quite the MG special just yet. So make sure it's saying action. Go die quickly.
Yeah.
Let him do it.
I like this from Slayer. He's way out there.
He's too far back.
Action was just checking that.
Action, as he comes to the stairs, he probably should check this. It's a natural place to clear.
But he was just over there.
Oh, yeah, there we go. He will check it.
It's
And
cooked.
now it puts him in a really difficult position.
It's
Jump
cooked.
out of the window. He Goomba stomps him. Oh, actually, Todd's going to win it out. He jumps on his head.
Oh, Todd.
Bro, Todd is trying. He is trying his darndest to keep this team together. 19 and 11, and it's not even his responsibility to carry whatsoever.
Yeah. Bless him. He's trying his damnedest.
For Tot.
Not done just yet. Something still incredibly heroic required.
It's kind of, you look at the score lines of everybody on the side of 3BL, it's like kind of crazy. 7-11 for 2 of them, 7-12 for 2 of them. They're so closely all together mediocre.
Yeah.
and then Tot is there like, please, someone, anyone. And everybody together is just not doing much.
Looking like LeBron on the Cavs, no help.
Yeah.
He is still the GOAT, though. I don't want to hear any debates. None of this Jordan nonsense.
I will not touch that.
Can't believe you would
discussion.
say that about our colleague.
I will, as an avid NBA fan, I'll always back my GOAT LeBron because he is my sunshine.
My king, glorious king,
glorious king, Le GOAT.
Let's see
and
if
Vasco are looking legoted right now, actually, as they're 9-5 up, and going to come over towards short. Won't really do anything, but still feels like, at least in the early setup, B is where they want to finish. A bit of presence, solo presence out towards long.
Yeah, but it's going to back off immediately. No reason to go in long at this very moment. And it seems like B-side is going to be the way to go. Let's see how the action holds this door position. Flashes on the site. Silva going to be the first one in, but the action's going to get the kill first. And Tot once again. He's single-handedly winning them this situation. Tot!
He has not given up.
Tot might be my Lego right
now.
Le Tot. 3 versus 2, though. MG's still alive. It always makes you believe. Le Tot needs to make sure he hits this little shot. Right now, if he misses that, it could be a little bit janky. He's actually getting a lot of room here. And Snare going to overlook. That's a strong position for now Feifei to hold, and he hits on towards Tot as well. Snake is all that's left. He's trying to bound around the window. He's looking for Snake, who's stuck into his back metal, and Snake going to get both. 3BL continue to stay alive.
They're not out of it yet. 2 rounds in a row. Very close, but take a look at Tot here. 1, 2, 3. Lining him up. Gets it done. And, yeah, 21 kills in 6-round wins for the squad.
21-12. Top. What a showing. Must have heard me after I said map number 1, need a bit more out of him. And we've got it. Unfortunately, everybody else has decided to take a break. Silva. I kind of like this angle because he can sort of fall away.
Looks like they want to hit B pretty quickly.
It's been successful. I like this kind of continuous B here, but it does feel that Vasco is starting to get aware of this now. Especially with no presence out towards long. I feel like they basically know it's going towards B.
Oh, BNC.
If he wasn't tucked, he dies there.
Yeah. Corner, but he's been playing that the whole time, and one more grenade gets it done on a VNC. Feifei's taken down 3BL. 3 rounds in a row. They are making it happen. The dream.
Pause.
Feifei's got his hands on his head. They still have a nice buffer with 2 rounds. It doesn't look like they even want to try on this one.
The Feifei pause before the real pause.
I mean, to me, you got MG alive. I feel like you should still try, especially with some guys out here that you could potentially pick off. But, yeah, action's gone. MG didn't even follow. And it's getting a little bit dicey.
I think you're right.
Chew my tongue.
I think you are right.
I'm getting excited.
So are 3BL. They forced Vasco into a pause. That alone is indicative of how the momentum and how, I guess, the feeling in the server has changed. The only issue is, though, even so, the response that's required from 3BL in terms of consistency is still, I mean, they need to go 5 rounds in a row, and 3 to start things off is great, but there is just, because there's no room for error, that's the thing that worries me, because we've actually seen quite a few errors from 3BL throughout the series. Consistency has not always been their best friend. Horus getting pretty vocal there. Or Snare to his right.
This is it's kind of an interesting spot for 3BL as well, because you were pretty much very desperate, very down, you know, long faces, as you mentioned. Nothing was going right. And then they kind of barely skirted by on one round. Won the second round very well. Third round was even better. And now you're like, wait, we kind of have a chance here. And, like, what do you call in terms of strategy from here? The B hits have been working. Maybe you just continue with them.
Yeah, and then the issue with Vasco, they've got this really tough kind of position with them. It's like, okay, guys, do we actually stack B here? But if we do that, we leave a lot of the map super undermanned, which then makes life difficult, and retaking the A side's pretty hard, man. So in a weird way, they actually can't change up their setup at all just because of the potential risk from 3BL. If 3BL can take it towards overtime, who knows, man? This is a very open game at the moment.
Deep smokes, they're challenging. They're trying to get in. VNC's in water already. Grenades coming over the top. 3BL, they say, you want to fight, let's fight. And there they go, pushing on in. VNC only gets one. It's only MG against 3. Once again, and he's going to go down. A quick round to 3BL.
Oh, that's such a wild call from Vasco. They try and fight fire with fire, and they say, if you want to keep hitting B, we'll match you. We'll fight you there. And they lose.
Uh-oh.
One round. Overtime is looming. That's 4 in a row from 3BL. Wow. This is something ridiculous. Imagine being 9-4 down and then losing the map. That would talk about crushing the confidence.
Yeah, but to be fair, like, no pressure on 3BL, right?
Yeah.
There's like, all right, we might lose the next round. So might as well just end it.
Speaking of no pressure, now they've got pressure. So now they're beginning to believe. 4 rounds in a row.
It's the hope that kills you.
And they're like, ooh, maybe we're going to do it. Now the pressure's on.
It is the hope that kills you.
Watch them. They're like, okay, now we mix it up.
Yeah.
They're going to expect us to go B. Now we go elsewhere, and it's going to, like, fall flat on his face.
Yeah, exactly. If they hit A and they lose it, that would just be the most hilarious conclusion to this whole thing. Super slow, though.
Yeah. I feel like they're still going B. At this point. I mean, they're watching it. They're not going near long. They don't really seem to have any intentions of even looking at A. It's a smoke over the top, just fake, you know, straight in the face of, I think it's MG, yeah. Over on A long, but they're going to need him on B right now as the push is going to come in here real quick.
Stuff. In goes the flash. A lot of Utah once again. The spam does some decent early damage as Horus will get tagged up. Silverg finds a fadeaway Harden. Like with that one, as Tot will fall. Of all the people to find as well, Tot is not a bad opener.
Oh.
They pump the brakes.
Yeah.
This is a really strong hold as well, and he falls back towards box 2. I don't think they even have the HEs. You have to A-stack him here. This becomes very difficult because they are pausing. It's giving chances, rotations back over Vasco. Now they are on towards the site. Snake's got to hit a shot, and he can't. C4 drop. This might be it. Runs out of ammo. Silver swings with a Colt, and he gets one. He wants seconds. He's feeling hungry. He's getting greedy in the 2 versus 5, but it might be worthwhile. Both guns have no ammo, so he has to reload one of them. It's Snare all that's left, and it's Vasco who close out the series 3-0. Well, unfortunately, it just was not meant to be. Close but no cigar in that final map, but when it comes down to it, it was such a big arsenal. 5 rounds in a row needed. They get 4. They're finding success towards B, and the one thing that kind of kills 3BL is slightly slowing down.
I mean, what can you say? Like, we needed to see them putting on a better performance on sub base. We needed to see them getting across the line on Ankara. The fact that they got 9-4 down on Black Widow, and then they decide, okay, we're ready. We're going to start coming back. That wasn't enough. That's not going to make it happen.
And, of course, look at the predictions, and most people ended up being correct.
Wait,
we backed the West.
English just sucked today.
Man,
we all predicted the losers for both.
This is the one time I rid the boat with you guys, and I sank with you. This sucks.
Yeah, it is really tough to see. And, of course, it sucks for 3BL, another side who had an opportunity in this series to maybe make it their way towards the stage. And it's just close, but it's not good enough. Top, again, a fantastic performance from him. But, Sneaky, you've brought it up all the way throughout. When Tot is your main man, it is quite concerning. And on the flip side, Snare, 0.69, just not good enough from him.
Yeah, I mean, if Tot, just like how I said, right, this is the point that I've beaten like a dead horse. It's like, if Tot is your best performer, I would be worried if I'm 3BL, because usually you do want to see Snake, you do want to see Slayer, you do want to see Snare, and especially Horse, man. If those 4 aren't showing up and Tot is doing all the work, then it is going to be bad news, because, like, yeah, Tot is single-handedly winning rounds, but what happens when he's dead?
Yeah, exactly that. Action for that final map as well, 1.5 but 1.06 kills per round. Not too bad at all. And MG let me down, not going 3 for 3 there, really. You know, 1.4,
Yeah.
boo.
1.4, honestly, yeah.
Needed more from your MG.
Rough. Not good enough. I think Action, shout out to Action. He put on a huge performance today. Shout out to VNC as well. Really upping his game. MG, you know, taking it easy during the group stage. He's like, I guess we'll get across the line barely against ranking. And then he's like, yeah, I'm back. Okay, now I'm ready to try.
Exactly.
Team looks good from Vasco. And that's going to be our second team from Brazil in the top 4. And we don't have a West team now. So Brazil on top for now.
Yeah, Brazil actually now, you know, ultimately the most dominant region, technically speaking. 2 out of 4 teams.
2 out of 2, yeah, that's for sure. I mean, 2 out of 3 random teams. I think it's so ironic, because the one blip that they have is their first seed, and their second and third seed actually got through. So
yeah,
I mean, I guess
Imperial it's a gut punch for them, isn't it? Seeing everybody else from your region make it when you're meant to be the favorites.
Shouldn't have faced off against the tournament favorites in the knockout stage. That was unlucky from Imperial for sure.
True. But man, what a showing from Vasco, and what a vastly different showing from the groups as well. In the groups, to say an underperformance is putting it lightly. They were woeful, right? We were talking about this, saying if this is the Vasco that we get in the knockout in best of 5s, they are not making it any further, and it was a complete different tune today.
Yeah, for sure. I think best of 5s are really up the alley of Vasco. In all honesty, it happened the last time that they did show up in this exact same tournament, where, you know, group stage was a bit iffy, and then when it came to the best of 5s, they performed a lot better. And now with a more upgraded version of this roster, honestly, last year I really felt like Ryuzao wasn't really a IGL kind of guy, and I feel like, you know, Fefe and them kind of trading places made a lot of sense, and it seems like, you know, Vasco got the better of the trade, but I feel like both teams really benefited on it. But it seems like Vasco just found a better day, man. In all honesty, I mean, it's the best of 5 curse once again for 3BL here, and it kind of hurts to see that.
Yeah, it really feels like the depth for this 3BL side is quite shallow. But I think the positive news is that, generally speaking, for 3BL, this is a new side, especially new to being actually competitive internationally, right? This is a side who came into the Summer Championships, and we said, you know, nobody really expected anything out of them. You know, I'd cover them all the way throughout the West League, and they were great in the West League, but the West League's always been considered one of the worst regions. I think actually the good thing is that narrative is starting to change. LCK didn't look too bad. Unnice didn't look too bad. 3BL looked very competitive, topping out their group. So I think it is starting to change, but I guess ultimately it's early doors, right? This is a side who I think we've got high hopes for the future, but for the present, it was a big ask.
Yeah, no, I mean, shout out to 3BL. They performed great still. It's just rough that, you know, they come up to this point. They feel like the favorites in our minds. We were definitely wrong, but, like, they weren't able to quite perform at their best tonight. I think that they were very surprised by how well Vasco were playing on that first map, but you know, when it comes down to knockouts, when it comes down to best of 5s, you can't afford to just, you know, drop 3 maps like they did to Next Stop. I feel like that was kind of the foreshadowing where it's like, 3BL, you're a top team. You got to believe as a team that you can do it against everyone. You should be pummeling these guys. Like, the fact that they lost to Next Top on that first map should have made them furious, you know, if you're actually a contender. You know, imagine like AG or Wolf Empire or any of these teams loses to Next Top in that fashion. They're going to be livid, you know. The coach is going to be making them run laps around the hotel afterwards, right? So I think for 3BL, as you mentioned, it's a little bit of like adjustment period where they're beginning to believe that they're actually a top team, and, you know, actually being consistent at the top level is very difficult.
Yes, exactly that. So in the end, Vasco living up to their name value finally, and actually it's a really positive sign for Vasco going in towards the arena, because now if this is the Vasco we're going to get into the playoffs, we could actually genuinely talk about a deep run from them. We're not too sure what the draws are going to look like, but there is actually a real world in which we could talk about, if upsets go in play, we could talk about a Brazil final.
Damn. It could actually happen. I mean, they're on the other sides of the bracket, too.
Yeah.
So I feel like this is going to be a... Yeah, it's going to be them and EP. So Vasco EP.
Yeah.
I didn't imagine that it was going to be Vasco EP. I think no one expected it was going to be Vasco EP, but...
I think Vasco are pretty happy that it's EP as well.
Yeah, I mean, stylistically, I think they're very similar teams, actually. I mean, with the exception of MG and XQQ. Obviously, XQQ more snare more than MG at this moment. So going to be a very exciting series considering how similar the 3BL boys are actually to EP, but I feel like EP is just like the supercharged version of it.
Yeah, now with that AG as well, I think probably Wolf Empire are licking their lips a little bit and saying, we might go 2 for 2 here in international tournaments, right?
Yeah.
Summer Championship, there's a lot of people throwing out the word fluke around there, one-off, home soil advantage, but now that the big name contenders are actually all out, we're talking about your Q9s, but most particularly your AGs, Wolf Empire are going to think, we've got a good chance. You know, a good chance here. I mean, I think if I'm right saying I think they're playing against Antisocial. I think if that's how the bracket works out, they're going to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you think about the top 4, Wolf Empire, Evolution Power Gaming, and then the 2 Brazilian teams.
Yeah.
To me, I think Wolf Empire has been the best performer so far, so they should be the favorites. Again, I was wrong for all of today, as all of us were, so maybe don't take my word for it, but it does feel like they are the best, you know, solid, full-rounded team right now. Whereas, you know, at times, you know, you've got people really popping off for the other teams. It feels like anybody can do it on any given day on the side of Wolf Empire. I think that really does benefit you when it comes to best of 5s because, you know, you're not always going to have MG popping off in a big way. You're not always going to have action in VNC every single time. So, I don't know. I think Wolf Empire can do it. I'm not really sure how strong Evolution Power Gaming is, really, especially because AG looked very weak today.
True.
I don't know.
I feel like it's also being AG having, rather EP having a local opponent, right? I feel like they're kind of used to going up against AG. They've studied them the entire time in CFPL to get some wins in the group stage, or not in the group stage, this season in CFPL. So, you know, they're kind of used to, you know, AG, and especially when you're AG, when you're at the top, you have like the biggest target in your back, and it seems like they just have the right idea.
It's true. One team from each group as well, making it forward, but it's not always the #1 seed from each group as well. You've got the Antisocials and the Vascos now, of course, who both finished second in their group. So it shows that, you know, you don't always have to give away all your plans in the opening. As long as you make it through, that is ultimately all that matters. We will be getting into, of course, in just a moment. I think there was a lot to like coming forward from Vasco. I think for us, if we get that level of Vasco in towards the playoffs, we feel like we've got a pretty good chance about talking about them pushing their way a little bit further, maybe even locking in a finals spot as well. And even the difference now from dropping out here as with 3BL to Vasco, it's a double in prize pool, which just monetarily speaking is such a big difference. So they're pretty happy. You've got to give commiserations towards 3BL. I think they're a very good tournament. For us in the group, we did call it the group for life for a reason. It was the easier group, and I think in the end, probably the main takeaway is that 3BL probably weren't tested enough in the group.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like being in the group of life, this is the indirect consequence of it, right? It's such an easy time. You just coasted. Granted, Antisocial didn't have the best time in group stage. They kind of brought it back at the best of 5s, but let's see, man.
Yeah, exactly that. We've got an interview over on the stage as well, so Matt is present. Let's throw it over towards him.
We have our 4th team into the playoffs. Vasco Esports get to the big stage with a very big win. Firstly, let me ask you how proud you are to be going to the playoffs.
Nós obtivemos, né, essa vitória entrando para a próxima fase e queremos saber qual é o que vocês estão sentindo.
Estamos felizes com o resultado e agora vamos trabalhar mais duro ainda para sair campeão.
We're very happy, we're proud of ourselves, and we will also work harder to win the champion.
Yeah, oh yes, I know. You obviously prepared for 3BL Esports, but did you expect to win it 3-0?
Dá pra ver que vocês fizeram bastante preparações para esse jogo, mas vocês estavam à espera que fosse 3-0?
A gente estudou muito o jogo deles, a gente criou um tático, então a gente estava muito confiante que sim, podia ser um 3-0.
Actually, we learned their strategy and their execution, so we are well prepared. So we're confident to have this 3-0.
Wow. Well, the studying was excellent, my friend. MG, MVP, of course, and for 2 of the maps. In those first 2 maps, it seemed like you sort of carried the team, helped them push forward. You got enormous KD scores. Did you feel like you had to sort of lead the team?
Nós vimos que nas 2 primeiras partidas, né, tu teve papel bastante importante para carregar a equipe junto, assim, e queremos saber se você achava que isso era algo necessário.
Acho que não, eu só fiz o meu jogo e graças a Deus deu tudo certo.
I
think I didn't think of that. I just think that I'm very successful in doing this, and when the going gets tough, the tough gets going.
When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. There you go. Well, the tough did definitely get going, and now you're going to go to the big stadium. You're going to play Evolution Power Gaming. All of China is going to want Evolution Power Gaming to beat you on the big stage here in Hangzhou. How are you going to deal with that?
Sobre a próxima jogo que vocês vão enfrentar a EP, né? Provavelmente os fãs chineses vão torcer todos para eles, né? Queremos saber como que vocês vão lidar com isso.
Pra gente é normal, assim como os brasileiros vão torcer pro nosso time.
For me, this is very normal. Just like Brazilians, they will also support us.
Very normal. MG, MVP, and with his team, our playoffs are complete. Congratulations and obrigado. They are through to our playoffs, and we are done here on this amazing stage in Hangzhou. In 2 days' time, we're going to be on the bigger one with 4 teams in the playoffs for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals, including Vasco Esports. We'll go back to our casters and say goodbye from here and see what we've got to look forward to when we get even bigger. Well, it seemed like preparation was key for Vasco, but for me, it felt like confidence was key for MG. What a player, MVP throughout, and the performance he's putting up, I mean, he is making strong arguments for being one of the best snipers, and not even just maybe snipers, one of the best players at this tournament. Him, Goken, they're putting up some pretty ridiculous, XQQ as well. We're getting a nice little 3-way tie here at that top level.
Yeah, I really just feel like he played at his highest level tonight, and that is good enough to essentially carry the entire team over 3BL, make them look silly. The preparation, the play from those players, really good stuff from Vasco. So really does make a spicy bracket here where you've got Wolf Empire up against Antisocial on the left side. You got Evolution Power up against Vasco on the right side, and then of course a lower bracket. But does feel like okay, we're gonna take a closer look here.
Here we go.
I don't even know what to expect because, you know, we talked about AG's form. Wolf Empire beat them, but maybe AG just weren't playing that well, you know. How good of a team is Wolf Empire really? Yes, they did take down Imperial, but was Imperial at their top form? I don't know. A lot of these questions will be answered as Antisocial looked so strong. So I'm very curious about that matchup. And then, of course, you've got the one Chinese seed and the entire stadium backing them. That's going to be really cool to watch that too.
Exactly. I gotta say that I feel like Wolf Empire are actually pretty happy with how this sort of panned out. They would much rather have Antisocial. I know their style of play is probably a little bit different to, you know, them in the sense of like what they would normally expect to face in a semi-final, but I feel like Antisocial are the team with obviously a really high ceiling, but also relatively lower floor compared to maybe some of the other teams, like your Evolution Powers or your Vascos.
Yeah, I mean, Antisocial, yeah, they did go 2-1 in their groups. They obviously lost to 3BL in very amazing fashion. It's like 2-0, not even close.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if I was Vasco, I would want to go up against Antisocial, but at the same time, I'm thinking they do want to go up against Gouken in the playoffs. Like, he is so thirsty for that win, for that trophy, that I wouldn't want to go anywhere close. If I was them, I would be picking, I'd just be picking EP. Like, I wouldn't want to dare touch Gouken right now in his form.
The only thing I would counter that with is that I always think that Ice Cube plays up to his opposition, especially when he knows that the main man on the other side is also a sniper as well. He's like, all right, like, you know, let me brush off a little bit of the dust here. Let me show you what's what, right? Because, you know, in the rifling cause, he's stepping up massively for Wolf Empire, but all we do know is very spicy. And one thing that I do like in this tournament compared to maybe some other playoff brackets and other games is that we do actually have that lower bracket. Normally, when we get to knockouts, it's single Elan, right? This at least gives a bit of life here. We could talk about a lower bracket run like Wolf Empire has some chance.
Yeah, I do feel like even if you lose the first series, unless you look terribly, like, we're all going to be like, oh no, there's still a chance for them. Like, they've got actually this angle, you know, there's cope for every single team. That makes it really close.
Exactly that. Well, ladies and gents, it's been a cracking day of Crossfire action. Maybe some results not expected, but that's the beauty of the game. You got to show up on the day. We have got a day's break before we head over towards the Tejo Arena in front of a crowd of 3,000 to 4,000 people potentially for that one. Top 4 teams have been decided who will be the number 1. You'll have to find out 13th, 14th, and 15th. But from us, other than this, thanks for joining. It's been an absolute pleasure. We'll see you all in a couple of days.
Struggle feels like an endless fight, but the flame in my heart will burn bright. In this fight, we'll rise. No fear, no retreat, no back way. Stay together, locked and loaded. Be the enemy inside. I love the future. We're on the front line. 你就不能成败。I love the future. We're ready to shine. 现在解锁未来，放下失败的过往，不再彷徨，勇敢去飞翔。I love the future. Whatever it takes， 放手去追。This is our life. Stars are falling, tracing dreams anew. Even when I stumble, I'll rise too. We stand tall, we conquer all through the smoke and shadow.